Chapter 351. So conflicted. Jun Changshao frowned. At this moment, he also realized that the things in the system were too powerful, and it was unrealistic to sell them. The system said, the host can consider selling the beginner beast pill. Jun Changshao almost fell off his chair. It was undeniable that the beginner beast pill had the effect of a fasting pill, but it was still for the beasts to eat. The transmigrators in other books either relied on pills and weapons to make a fortune, or they had to sell fodder. They really couldn't afford to lose face. Is money important or face important? Face, Jun Changshao said seriously. Money is important. Then that's it. The materials needed for the beginner beast pill were very easy to find. The system let Jun Changshao use this to buy a business, hoping to get more profit. The key was this thing easy to sell? If it was a fasting pill, a warrior would not be hungry for a few days after eating one, and it would definitely cause a mad rush. But the beginner beast pill was targeted at the beast. In the falling star continent, there weren't many martial cultivators who had contracted beasts. The system said, the host can use it as fodder and sell it to a family or force with a horse farm. Although this world didn't turn battle energy into a horse, there was no Dodi chasing after a Dodi because the horse wasn't fast enough. But horses were definitely the most common means of transportation in the secular world. Those who didn't ride horses were the strong ones. This kind of existence in the falling star continent was very low in population, so there were still many warriors who rode horses. Not to mention, wearing a green robe, riding a horse, galloping between heaven and earth was also the dream of countless men and women. Many big families had their own horse farms, not only for their own use, but also for sale. A high-quality horse was even hard to buy with thousands of gold. The system said, as the saying goes, a handsome horse is a gift to a hero, and a beautiful woman is a gift to a beauty. The host can consider it. That's not right, Jun Changshao said. It seems to be a treasure sword is a gift to a hero, and a beautiful woman is a gift to a beauty. The logic is the same. The system said. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, I have to check the market first. The next day, he continued to hand over the Sect's affairs to Li Qingyang, and then personally went to Qingyang City. Sure enough, there was a horse market in the city. Many martial artists were haggling with the horse dealers, hoping to buy one. Jun Changshao strolled around and realized that even the most ordinary of the horses for sale would be Fergana horses if placed on Earth. The spiritual energy on the falling star continent was abundant, and they had all been raised professionally. Jun Changshao looked for a long time and realized that many martial artists would spend at least 5,000 taels of silver to buy a horse they liked. Thus, he thought to himself, with such a high price, the cost of raising it must be high. Bro. He came to a horse dealer who was counting money. With his hands in his sleeves, he smiled and said, business is not bad. My surname is Jean, not Tai, said the peddler. Jun Changshao leaned against the stump and said with a smile, how long does it take for a horse to mature from infancy? The peddler replied, half a year. So fast? Jun Changshao was surprised. Although he had been muddle-headed for half his life on Earth, he knew that it would take at least 3 to 5 years for a horse to mature from infancy. It only took half a year in another world. Sure enough, different places raised different horses. Old Jean. Jun Changshao said, it must cost a lot of money to raise a horse, right? Of course. The peddler said, the cool breeze horse that I just sold, not to mention breeding, just buying medicinal herbs to raise it cost almost 5,000 taels. There's no profit to be made at all. Jun Changshao knew that this guy must be exaggerating. After all, when a businessman sold something, there was no one who did not say that they would not make a loss. Even if it's half of the profit, it would still be around 2,000 to 3,000. Half a year is 180 days. It's the matter of 18 low-level beast cores. If I sell one for 100 taels, I can still save a few hundred taels. This is just one horse. If I raise more, I can save even more. Jun Changshao muttered in his heart. Wait. He had a flash of inspiration and said, if the profit from selling horses is big, why don't I consider raising horses? Why sell feed? Opening a horse farm in Iron Bone Mountain was definitely not a problem. The system was speechless. So, the host intends to change from selling feed to being a horse dealer? The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Horse dealer was not as good as selling feed. The system said, the profit from selling horses is big, but the growth period is also long. It's better to sell feed. As long as the market is opened, the small profit but quick turnover will definitely be more cost-effective than raising horses. Let's talk about it later. It added, it's better to raise bamboo rats than to raise horses. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, last time, someone tricked me into going to Dubai to beg, and then tricked me into going to Ukraine to get a wife. Now you're tricking me into selling bamboo rats? After inspecting the market, Jun Changshao went to the city lord's mansion to ask about horses. City Lord Xie held his chin and said, horses as a means of transportation are especially important everywhere, and the market demand is also great. So, Jun Changshao said, I'm going to sell feed. City Lord Xie was dumbfounded. Not to mention that he was the head of a sect, just by refining healing pills and body-shaping pills, it meant that he was an awesome alchemist. Selling animal feed? Wasn't that too ridiculous? Thank you, City Lord. Jun Changshao said. Jun wants to find a good location to open a shop. I wonder if you can make an exception? The corner of City Lord Xie's mouth twitched. Sect leader Jun really wants to open a shop to sell feed? Yes. Jun Changshao's tone was firm. He didn't invest much in this kind of business. As long as he opened the market, he would definitely make a lot of money. All right. City Lord Xie pondered for a moment and said, there's a shop in the bustling area of the main street. If sect leader Jun really wants to open a shop, you can use it. Rent. I don't want rent. All right. Jun Changshao handed over a body-shaping pill and said, then I'll use the body-shaping pill as rent. City Lord Xie, don't refuse. City Lord Xie's mouth twitched. Although the shop he gave was in a prime location, the rent was only 50,000 taels a year. The body-shaping pill sect leader Jun gave was worth 1,000,000 taels. Sect leader Jun, he accepted the pill and said, you must leave the decoration of the shop to me. Okay. Jun Changshao said. City Lord Xie said, sect leader Jun, what shop do you want to go to? This. Jun Changshao thought about it. The system suggested, you can call it Jun Family Feed Shop. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Did this guy really think of himself as a feed seller? Thank you, City Lord. Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, let's call it Iron Bone Beast Material Store after my iron bone. Okay. City Lord Xie hurriedly ordered his subordinates to build a plaque as soon as possible. Goodbye. Jun Changshao got up and returned to the sect. With a way to make money and a shop front, the decoration matter was also handed over to Xie Guangquan. On the way, Jun Changshao began to think, after the shop opens we will need manpower. Let the Drizzle Hall members in the city take care of it first. If Li Luochu knew about it, she would definitely be speechless. Sect leader, why do you let my Drizzle Hall do everything? Li Qingyang understood. Chapter 352. Jun Changshao had just returned to the sect from Qingyang City. Li Qingyang said, Sect Master, Master AI came to visit early in the morning. He is waiting for you in the main hall. Is that so? Jun Changshao entered the main hall and exchanged some pleasantries with AI Shang before getting down to business. Master AI must have come to give him money, herbs, and seed. Oh right. After they finished talking about business, Jun Changshao said, Master AI, I plan to open a shop in Qingyang City. I hope that AI family can provide me with enough hunger grass. Open a shop. Hunger grass? AI Shang said blankly. Sect Master June. What kind of shop do you plan to open that can use such low-grade feed like hunger grass? Jun Changshao said, Beast Material Shop. Pooh. AI Shang, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat it out. His expression was extremely interesting as he said, Sect Master Jun wants to open a feed shop? That's right. Jun Changshao said. AI Shang felt a little dizzy. A powerful pill master would open a feed shop instead of a pill store. Was he joking with him? Besides, hunger grass could be seen everywhere. Even if he sold tens of thousands of them every day, the profit would be extremely low. As an experienced businessman, AI Shang was not optimistic about selling beast materials. However, since Sect Master Jun wanted to do this, he would definitely cooperate. Therefore, on the way back to Huyang City, not only did he secretly think about preparing the hunger grass as soon as possible, he also wanted to prepare gifts on the day of the shop's opening. In this regard, the big families of Qingyang City had already heard about it from City Lord Xie and had already started preparing gifts. When Jun Changxiao's shop opened, they would definitely go and congratulate him personally. Have you heard? Iron Bone Sect Master is going to open a business in Qingyang City. I've heard about such a big thing. Many families are preparing. When Sect Master Jun opens his shop, there will definitely be many big shots coming to congratulate him personally. The news of Jun Changshao opening a shop spread in Qingyang City and immediately became a hot topic. It even spread to other cities. Iron Bone has great potential. Since we're going to buy a property, we definitely have to congratulate them. Many families received the news, and after confirming the opening time, they hurriedly made preparations. 3 days later, the weather was clear and windy. According to Huang Li, it was very suitable for business. Crackle! In the busiest part of the main street of Qingyang City, the sound of firecrackers rang out for a long time before stopping. The streets were packed with martial artists. They all stared at the signboard that was covered by the red cloth. What kind of shop did Sect Leader Jun open? Sect Master Jun, after the firecrackers were set off, the AI family head came over with a generous gift. He cupped his hands and said, Congratulations on your grand opening, business is booming. Many thanks. Jun Changshao cupped his hands. Xie Guangquan and the other families in the city also came with congratulatory gift. They're all family heads. As expected of the Iron Bone with so much potential. He attracted so many big shots just by opening a store. Damn, the other 7 city lords have also come to congratulate us. More and more big shots came with gifts and gathered at the entrance of the store. It could be said that many martial artists were shocked by this. For a new sect to attract so many big shots for its grand opening, it was definitely very powerful. According to the rules of the underworld, the 100 Sect Alliance would send gifts when a sect opened a business. But this time, no one came. Many martial artists knew that Iron Bone and the Alliance had deep grudges, so it was normal for them not to visit. Sect Master Jun, City Lord Xie said, the time has come, please reveal the signboard. Jun Changshao walked to the entrance of the store and grabbed the red string that represented the festive occasion. He then pulled it lightly, revealing the red cloth. The entire place was silent. The big shots from the various families looked at the words Iron Bone Beast Material Store written on the signboard with smiles on their faces. Their mouths twitched violently. They thought that Sect Leader Jun might open a pill store, weapon store, or even a medicine store. They never thought that he would open a feed store. We came all the way here just to congratulate a feed store. This is too embarrassing. The martial artists who were watching the show were all dumbfounded. A new sect that was in the limelight opened a feed store. If this spread out, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, City Lord Xie and AI family head sighed helplessly. They had long expected such a thing to happen. After all, it was absolutely unprecedented for a sect to open a feed store for their business. Everyone. After revealing the signboard, Jun Changshao said, "If any of you have horses, pets, or fierce beasts, you can come to my Iron Bone Beast material store to buy." Everyone was even more speechless. Feed could be bought anywhere. Even the families with horse farms had their own feed farms. Who would be so free to come all the way to Green Sun City to buy? Of course. Jun Changshao said, "My Iron Bone Beast material store has developed a new feed pill. Not only is it rich in nutrients, if animals or fierce beasts eat one, they won't be hungry for 10 days. What? Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. This was the first time they heard that feed could be described as a pill. Eating one pill and not being hungry for 10 days. The big shots who came to congratulate him were definitely full of doubts. City Lord Xie and AI Family Head were convinced. After all, they could refine healing pills and body-shaping pills. At that moment, they finally understood why Sect leader Jun wanted to open a beast material store. It turned out that there was a feed pill that could last for 10 days. Sect leader Jun, AI Shang said, "My AI family has a lot of livestock and needs to prepare some feed. I wonder how much this feed pill is?" As expected of a businessman, when everyone was doubtful, he came to support them in time. Jun Changshao said, 100 taels. In the past 2 days, he had done experiments. He could synthesize a primary beast pill with the most ordinary meat and grass. The cost was only 20 taels. AI Shang said, "If it's really as Sect leader Jun said, a feed pill is rich in nutrients and can last for 10 days, the price of 100 taels is reasonable. How about this?" He said, "I'll buy 100 pills first. Please." Jun Changshao made a gesture to enter the store. After AI Shang glanced in, the big shots looked at each other and walked in one after another. They didn't lack feed, but since Sect leader Jun had just opened a store, they naturally had to support him. Just by 100. Spending 10,000 taels could be considered buying a friendship. And so, the big shots of the various forces who came to congratulate him bought 100 feed pills one after another and then left. Because of their support, the Iron Bone Beast material store sold more than 5,000 primary beast pills on the first day, earning 500,000 taels. After deducting the cost price, the profit was 400,000 taels. Although this profit was not as good as a beginner-grade healing pill, Jun Changshao knew that after seeing the effects of the pill, the big shots would definitely travel thousands of miles to buy it. When the sales were completely opened, they would sell 10 to 20,000 pills a day. If they continued to do so, the profits would be huge. Moreover, this kind of feed pill was only useful for berserk beasts. Even if it caused a sensation, it would never make the strong think about it. After all, who would be willing to rob a feed store? Chapter 353. On Earth, rich people liked to buy expensive cars such as Don't Touch Me, Ferrari, Lamborghini, and so on. There were no cars on Starfall continent, but there were horses. Therefore, many rich people had the hobby of raising horses. For example, AI Shang Yao. He had 6 different breeds of horses at home, and any one of them could be sold for 100,000 taels. It was a fashion for rich people to raise and walk horses. There were also people who liked to raise ferocious beasts, but it was difficult to sign a contract with them, so very few martial artists could do so. After returning from Qingyang City, AI Shang Yao went to the stable. The 6 horses he raised were majestic and powerful, and it was obvious that they were of a high breed with good looks. AI Shang Yao took out 6 low-grade beast pills and threw them into the manger. He smiled and said, "Today, I'll bring you a new kind of feed." Huff! The 6 horses lowered their heads and sniffed the pills with their noses, and a trace of disdain appeared in their eyes. They were used to eating high-quality herbs, and eating something like this was completely unappetizing. "Eat it," AI Shang Yao said. "This is made by Sect leader Jun. It must have a miraculous effect." After witnessing the heaven-defying effects of the healing pill and body-shaping pill, he did not think that Jun Changshao would make ordinary pills. Since master said so, then he would give him face. Gotcha. One of the horses licked the pill with its tongue and then chewed it. In the next second, its eyes were dull, and then a human-like joy appeared on its face, and it raised its head and neighed. Hiss! Hiss! The other 5 horses also ate the low-grade beast pills, and they neighed with joy, giving people a very happy feeling. Ai Shang Yao saw this and was immediately sure that this feed pill was very delicious, or else they would not be so excited. Delicious was not the point. The point was it nutritious? If they did not eat for 10 days, they could save money. But if they did not get fat or strong, it would be better to feed them a few meals a day. Let's go out for a walk. Ai Shang Yao picked a horse and equipped it with a high-quality saddle. He waved the whip and rode out of the city, galloping in the wilderness. Ta-ta! The horse galloped and a strong wind blew. Ai Shang Yao was shocked. Its speed is much faster than before. He changed horses one by one, and after passing them all, he concluded that the horses that had eaten the feed pill were not only much faster, but their stamina had also increased by a lot. The next day, he ordered his servants to feed the horses, and when evening came, the 6 horses were as happy as they had been the day before. After going out for another round, his speed and stamina were still as strong as before. Oh my God! Ai Shang was shocked beyond words. To him, even if this kind of feed pill could only last for 2 days without eating, it was already very incredible to let the horse maintain an excited state. This kind of medicinal pill that can increase a horse's speed and stamina, not to mention 100 taels, even 1,000 taels would be worth it. The leaders of the various clans were also shocked. They had tested it when they got home. No matter what kind of livestock they gave it to, it was as if they had been injected with stimulant. Especially young horses. After feeding him on the first day, he grew significantly on the second day. According to the judgment of a professional horse breeder, this would take at least 5 to 6 days of feeding. What did that mean? This meant that the feed pill was rich in nutrients. This kind of pill that could maintain its excitement and gain weight without eating for a few days was definitely very valiant. I'll go. Jun Changshao opened his eyes wide. At this moment, he was in the wolf cave not far from the isolation array. The wolf cubs in the cave, who had taken the low-grade beast pill, had obviously changed a lot compared to a few days ago. The adult wolves looked more robust. He rode on a hurricane wolf and circled around the mountain, and found that its speed was much faster than before. This, Jun Changshao said. What's the situation? The system said. The low-grade beast pill not only can resist hunger, it can also promote the growth of the beast, and have a stronger body and endurance. Is it similar to the body-shaping pill? Jun Changshao said. The system said. It's similar to a stimulant, allowing their body to always be in a state of high excitement and rapid growth. Are there any side effects? No. Then that's good. A hurricane wolf cub's growth cycle is about a year. From the current situation, using the low-grade beast pill can shorten it to half a year. F***ck, Jun Changshao said frantically. Why didn't you say so earlier? From the beginning to the end, he had regarded the low-grade beast pill as a fasting pill. He had never thought that it could make the beast grow faster after taking it. If he had known, he wouldn't have set the price at 100 taels, but 500 or even 1,000 taels. The system said. I just analyzed the changes of the hurricane wolf, so I didn't understand the specific effects of the low-grade beast pill at first. No. Jun Changshao said. I must raise the price. He could already imagine that after testing the effects of the low-grade beast pill, the big shots of the clans would definitely come to buy it in large quantities. Sure enough, on the 3rd day, many big shots of the clans realized the power of the feed pill and rushed over from hundreds of miles away. Most of them had their own horse ranches and raised thousands of horses. If they bought a large amount of feed pills, not only could they save a lot of money on feed, but they could also let the horses grow faster. It was killing two birds with one stone. Why did the big shots of the clans come again? I heard that they came to buy feed pills. It can't be? This thing is very powerful? They just left for a few days and came back again to buy? The cultivators in the city were dumbfounded. Jun Changshao, who was in the iron bone shop, received the news and immediately ordered 500 taels per pill, no bargaining. It can't be? In the iron bone beast material shop, a patriarch heard and collapsed. It was 100 taels 3 days ago, why did the price increase so much? The shopkeeper explained. 3 days ago, when the shop opened, the feed pills were on sale. Now that the event is over, the price will naturally return to normal. Everyone's mouth twitched. However, it could let livestock and beasts grow faster. Even if it was 500 taels per pill, it was still acceptable. Thus, on this day, the Iron Bone Beast material shop sold another 5,000 pills and earned 2.5 million taels. The profit was a total of 2.4 million taels. This was only the beginning. Jun Changshao firmly believed that when the effects of the feed pill spread in Azure Sun County, it would definitely attract more customers. No. He held his chin and said, I have to open more branches. Jun Changshao went to Huyang City and bought a shop in a prime location under the operation of Patriarch AI. In the other 6 cities, he also bought shops one after another. After choosing an auspicious day, the Iron Bone Beast material stores in the 7 cities of the Azure Sun County opened for business on the same day. Horses were used as a means of transportation. Fast horses were definitely important, because not only did it involve traveling and delivering letters, it was also very likely that it was a matter of life and death. I'm a martial disciple and I'm being chased by Wuzong, but I don't panic at all because his horse isn't as fast as mine. With the popularization of feed pills, perhaps this sentence would no longer be a joke, but a reality. Chapter 354. All 8 cities in Qingyang County had opened Iron Bone Beast material stores, and the people in charge of managing them were all members of the Drizzle Hall. In terms of price, because they had just opened, they needed to open up the market as soon as possible. Jun Changshao set the price at 500 taels for one feed pill. This was a bit expensive for ordinary warriors, but it was still acceptable for families with horse farms. Of course, they only saw the effects of the first few days. After a 10-day cycle, they would deeply understand that 500 taels for one feed pill was worth it. After the business was set up, Jun Changshao began to think about how to mass-produce it. Hunger grass was not a problem, the main problem was meat. After all, a primary beast pill required a caddy of meat as the material. Sect leader Yi Xingchen came to see him. I want to go to the wild to train. If one kept cultivating and tempering in the sect, they would only be able to improve their cultivation and physical body, but not their actual combat strength. How long? A month. Sure. Jun Changshao said, but before you go, bring more space rings. Yi Xingchen did not understand. Why? Jun Changshao said, bring back tens of thousands of kilograms of beast meat. The corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched. He thought that the sect leader wanted him to bring more crystal cores, but he didn't expect him to bring more beast meat. Yi Xingchen's application for going out to train inspired Jun Changshao, and he thought to himself, the other disciples can't always cultivate, it's essential for them to go out and train. As a result, he called Xiao Ziji and the others over and ordered them to choose a day to go out and train. The main point was that they had to bring more meat. The next day, other than Li Qingyang and Lu Qianqian, the inner sect disciples set off to train in the wild, and everyone was given a lot of space rings. In order to let them store more beast meat, Jun Changshao even gave them a lot of silver to buy space rings in the city. Of course, outer sect disciples with decent strength. For example, Li Tiantian, Sima Zhongda, Cui Bujian and the others had also forcefully gone to the wild to train. letting them experience actual combat and bring back enough beast meat to refine primary beast pills could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Jun Changshao was worried that his disciples would encounter danger in the wild, so he gave each of them a strength-increasing talisman. As for galloping talismans, because there weren't many of them and they had hurricane wolves as mounts, they weren't given any. After making arrangements for his disciples, he did not stay idle. The next morning, after eating Lu Wancher's meal, he rode the Hurricane Wolf King to Xingyang City. They were going to celebrate the birthday. Xingyang City, one of the 8 largest cities in Qingyang County. In terms of scale, this city could not be compared to Green Sun City. However, the old master of the Shangguan family in the city had once taught at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so he was also very prestigious. When Jun Changshao entered the city and saw the endless stream of cultivators on the streets, he thought to himself, "They don't seem to be locals of the Azure Sun County. Not bad." Most of the warriors on the streets were from other counties. Their cultivation levels were not bad. They had come to Xingyang City this time to celebrate Old Master Shangguan's birthday. "I'll go." Not long after he left, Jun Changshao felt the aura of a warrior. It was similar to Jiang Ye's. He was secretly shocked. A martial king? It wasn't just a martial king. There were also many upper echelons of major clans and forces. Jun Changshao didn't even finish walking the street. Wuzong and peak Wuzong level masters could be seen everywhere. Xingyang City was definitely full of masters. Even when he brought his disciples to the Sacred Spring Mountain to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect, there weren't so many. Tisk tisk. Jun Changshao couldn't help but sigh. As a teacher, you have a lot of power. He didn't know where the Shangguan family was, but he soon found it by following this group of cultivators with decent cultivation levels. It was a rather grand mansion. 2 stone beasts stood at the door, glaring at him with their big eyes, emitting a sense of majesty. There was a plaque on the door with the words Shangguan Mansion written on it. The handwriting was strong and powerful, and it gave people a sense of majesty. Jun Changshao only glanced at it and his mind was shaken. At that moment, he glimpsed from the handwriting that the person who wrote these 3 words must have an extraordinary cultivation level. Tisk tisk. Someone exclaimed, "This is the plaque written by the Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy himself for the Shangguan family. No wonder it's so majestic." Many warriors who came to congratulate him couldn't help but be in awe. Jun Changshao suddenly realized. No wonder it looks so shocking. It's written by Peak Wu Huang. Wu Huang's level was not the highest in the Falling Star continent, but he was considered one of the top masters. Sect leader Jun? At this moment, a voice came from behind. City Lord Xie walked over with a surprised face and said, "You're also here to celebrate Old Master Shangguan's birthday?" Jun Changshao said, "City Lord Xie, you're too much. Why didn't you tell Jun in advance that there was such a big figure in Xingyang City?" I forgot, Xie Guangquan said awkwardly. Jun Changshao was just joking. He smiled and said, let's go in together." "Okay." Xie Guangquan whispered as he walked, "Sect leader Jun, there are many masters who came to celebrate Old Master Shangguan's birthday. You must keep a low profile." He came to Shangguan Hong's birthday several times. Every time, he was like a child, sitting at the end of the birthday banquet and forcing himself to be invisible. There was no other way. There were too many masters who came, and they were all existences that he couldn't afford to offend. "Okay," Jun Changshao said, but in his heart, he thought that his purpose of coming to the birthday banquet was to establish a friendship with Shangguan Hong and deter the demon fiend sect. If he kept a low profile, it would definitely not work. While he was thinking, the two came to the front of the mansion. According to the rules, those who came to congratulate had to report their identity when they presented gifts so that the Shangguan family could register. Xie Guangquan, City Lord of Qingyang City, is here to celebrate. A servant of the Shangguan family, after receiving the gift and learning the identity, shouted loudly. The various forces that had already entered in advance didn't pay attention to them, and instead warmly chatted with their acquaintances. Jun Changshao, the sect leader of the Iron Bone clan, is here to celebrate, the servant shouted again. Gah! The cultivators of the various forces who were chatting were startled, and all looked outside the door. Soon, a white-clothed youth walked into the inner courtyard side by side with City Lord Xie. This person looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. He was handsome and had an imposing aura. People couldn't help but guess. Could he be the Iron Bone sect leader who had recently risen to fame? Sect leader Jun, at this time, Elder Ma of the Blue Mountain sect cupped his hands and smiled. How have you been? Elder Ma. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and returned the greeting. Your eyes are like torches, your cultivation must have improved a lot. The two were exchanging pleasantries, and the cultivators of the various forces who looked over were certain that this outstanding-looking youth was the Iron Bone sect leader without a doubt. Tsk Tisk. A big shot said, I didn't expect that the sect leader Jun, who defeated the patriarch of the Sacred Spring sect, would be so young. Heroes come from the youth. Many cultivators exclaimed in admiration. If they hadn't experienced the battle of the Sacred Spring sect, they would have snorted at the mention of the Iron Bone sect, but now they were quite impressed. After all, a seventh-rate cultivator defeating a fifth-rate cultivator was absolutely unprecedented. Senior sister. A young girl, blushing, whispered, This Jun Changshao is quite good-looking. The woman who was called senior sister smiled. He is strong and handsome, this Iron Bone sect leader should have won the admiration of many girls. If Jun Changshao heard this, he would definitely squat in a corner and cry. Brother. Very handsome. But he was still single. Not to mention girls adoring him, there weren't even any who secretly wrote him love letters. Chapter 355. Jun Changshao's arrival attracted the attention of many martial artists in the residence. Some praised him for being young and promising, while others thought that he was handsome. Of course, as a normal fantasy novel, there would definitely be martial artists who disdained the protagonist. Needless to say, there really were. And there were quite a few of them, at least dozens. Most of these people came from high-ranking counties. They were either clan leaders or higher-ups of the factions. They looked at Jun Changshao with contempt. There was no denying it. He had the strength to defeat the patriarch of the Sacred Spring sect. But strength alone would never change his status as a low-level sect leader. In the eyes of martial artists from high-ranking counties, the 9th-class Azure Sun County was like a countryside. Those who walked out of it, whether it was the sect leader or the city lord, were all countryside people. It was very realistic and very realistic. Since ancient times, the people in the city had a natural sense of superiority. Even if they didn't look down on the countryside people on the surface, they still differentiated in their hearts. Jun Changshao could see the contempt in the eyes of some martial artists. They didn't take him seriously at all. You look down on me. I also treat you like air. Sect leader Jun, Ma Yunting said in a low voice. I heard that you bought a business in Azure Sun County? Yes. What business? Beast Material Store. Ma Yunting was stunned. He had recommended elixir, weapon, and spirit stone stores. Why did he open a feed store? The sect leader of Azure Sun County's Haochi sect, Qin Haoren, is here to congratulate you. At this moment the servant shouted again. Qin Haoren. Jun Changshao murmured, This guy is here too. Not long after, Qin Haoren strode in with a smile on his face. When he saw the dazzling Jun Changshao standing in front of him, the smile on his face froze. Obviously, he was as surprised as sect leader Jun Yo-Yo. After a while, Qin Haoren cupped his hands with a fake smile and said, Isn't this sect leader Jun who sells feed? He had long known about Jun Changshao opening a beast material store and had even mocked him in front of the big shots of the alliance. Sell feed? Someone asked in confusion. Sect leader Qin, what do you mean? Qin Haoran reported the matter clearly. When everyone heard that Iron Bone Clan's business was actually a beast material shop, their expressions instantly became interesting. In any case, they were a seventh-rate sect. Of all the businesses they could do, they just had to sell feed. This was too embarrassing. The high-level martial artist, who had originally looked down on Jun Changshao, had an even more disdainful expression on his face. He even thought to himself, what a vulgar country bumpkin. Sect Master Jun. Qin Haoran smiled and said, I've been busy with work recently, so I haven't been able to congratulate you on the opening of your sect's feed store. Please forgive me. Jun Changshao could tell that this fellow was mocking him on purpose, so he said indifferently, It's all right, I'll send some food to Alliance Chief Qin tomorrow. I'm sorry. Qin Haoran said, My sect has fodder for livestock. Jun Changshao said indifferently, The fodder I sent over is for Alliance Chief Qin to eat, not for the animals to eat. These words made Qin Haoran's face turn ashen. No. Jun Changshao said, Now that you put it that way, it sounds like Alliance Master Qin is even worse than an animal. The corner of Xie Guangquan's mouth twitched slightly. Sect Master Jun's ability to scold people was improving, just like his cultivation. Qin Haoran was so angry that his eyes flickered with anger, but when he remembered that this person had always been sharp-tongued, he didn't say anything else and walked straight to the inner courtyard. To be honest, he had asked for it. If he hadn't talked about the feed store and pretended that he didn't exist, Sect Master Jun might not have scolded him. Some people were born to be annoying. If they didn't get scolded, they would feel uncomfortable all over. Qin Haoran was obviously such a person. Although he was scolded and felt very sullen, he had achieved his goal. When the various forces learned that Jun Changshao had opened a feed store, they all looked at him with disdain. It was clearly a sect with a very bright future, but it actually sold feed for livestock. This was too unorthodox and unclean. In the Falling Star continent, people were divided into different classes, and so were businesses. Selling feed was definitely the lowest class. Usually, only ordinary people would do it. Jun Changshao ignored the crowd and followed Elder Ma to the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard of the Shangguan residence was already decorated with lanterns and streamers. At the same time, there were many square tables arranged. The birthday banquet should be held here. Not long after, all the influential figures of the various forces came to the inner courtyard. They gathered together, and there were at least 400 to 500 people. The sound of conversation was endless. Occasionally, they would look at Jun Changshao, but they didn't forget to look at him with disdain. There were even cultivators from high-ranking counties who deliberately avoided him because he was a feed store. As a result, only Ma Yunting, Xie Guangquan, and the other city lords of the Azure Sun County stood beside him. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, Is it so embarrassing for me to open a beast material store? Ma Yunting said, Selling feed is a kind of unorthodox business in their eyes. Jun Changshao touched his nose and said, As long as a business can make money, how can it be divided into unorthodox and unorthodox? That's right. Ma Yunting said, As long as there is money to be made, even selling salted vegetables is not a problem. But, he paused and whispered, Is there any profit to be made from the beast material store opened by sect leader Jun? It's okay. Jun Changshao said, I sold it for 2.5 million taels yesterday. So much? Ma Yunting was startled and said, Sect leader Jun, is there a 20% profit? In his opinion, selling feed must be a small profit but quick turnover. A 20% profit was already good enough. Jun Changshao hesitated for a moment and said, There should be. He didn't tell Ma Yunting that the cost of the feed elixir was 20 taels, but he sold it for 500 taels because Ma Yunting wouldn't believe him. Ah! At this moment, a white-haired old man dressed in a red robe walked over as if he was flying. This person was hale and hearty, and there was a strong aura around him. It was impossible to tell that he was an old man who was nearly 300 years old. Shangguan Hong, the current head of the Shangguan family and the former instructor of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. A powerful cultivator smiled and said, "The head of the Shangguan family is getting younger and younger." Ah! Shangguan Hong stood in front of the birthday banquet and said, "Thank you, everyone, for traveling thousands of miles to celebrate the birthday of an old man who is almost half in the grave." As he spoke, he waved his hand and said, "Please take a seat." Ma Yunting and Xie Guangquan, who had the experience of celebrating a birthday, brought Jun Changshao to sit at a rather inconspicuous square table. A few city lords of Qingyang County also sat down. After that, there was no one else. Many cultivators of high-ranking counties would never sit with a feed seller because it was too demeaning. Everyone sat down and began to take the initiative to say congratulatory words. Shangguan Hong was all smiles. After some conversation, he said loudly, "I heard that the head of the Iron Bone clan also came to celebrate the birthday. I wonder if Elder Ma can introduce him?" Ma Yunting was a little confused. Chapter 356. Ma Yunting was a little confused as Shangguan Hong took the initiative to talk about Jun Changshao and even asked him to introduce him. The various cultivators were also at a loss. Why did old Master Shangguan mention the head of the fodder seller on the day of his birthday for no reason? Didn't he find it disappointing? Jun Changshao got up first and cupped his hands. Junior Jun Changshao greets Senior Shangguan. Shangguan Hong was older than him and was worthy of the title Senior. Shangguan Hong looked at him and praised, "Sect leader Jun is indeed a talent." "Not bad, not bad," Jun Changshao said humbly. Shangguan Hong smiled and said, "Sect leader Jun has brought honor to Qingyang County by leading a disciple to defeat the Holy Spring Sect." "I was just lucky," Jun Changshao said. Shangguan Hong smiled and said, "Qingyang County is just a low-level county in the eyes of the world. I am very pleased that a rising star like the Iron Bone clan has emerged." Seeing how old Master Shangguan praised Jun Changshao, the warriors from all the forces were even more confused. It was actually very normal. Although Shangguan Hong taught at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, he could never change the fact that he was from Qingyang County. There was a new sect with great potential in his hometown that defeated the 5th-class Holy Spring Sect. It would be unreasonable if he didn't praise him. In this world, not everyone was like Qin Haoren who would side with outsiders. "Sect leader Jun," Shangguan Hong said again, "my precious granddaughter is full of admiration after hearing about the deeds of the Iron Bone clan. Now that you are here, she is probably hiding in the dark and peeking." This, Jun Changshao hurriedly straightened his back and struck a pose that he thought was very elegant. He thought to himself, "It's free. She can watch for free." Precious granddaughter? Everyone was shocked. Shangguan Hong had 4 sons, and they were all very capable. His wives and concubines gave birth to many sons for the Shangguan family, but he only had 1 daughter. It was troublesome to have no sons. It was also troublesome to have no daughters. Therefore, Shangguan Hong loved his only granddaughter very much. He was afraid that she would melt in his hands. From old Master Shangguan's words, it wasn't difficult for everyone to understand that the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family, who was treated like a pearl in the palm of the Shangguan family, admired Jun Changshao. The young talents who came with the various forces had ugly expressions. Old Master Shangguan's granddaughter was a famous beauty. These young masters who boasted about their talents and looks naturally hoped to win her heart. Many of the force's elders also wanted their sons to marry the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family, because this was equivalent to making's father. Unfortunately, the talent had feelings, the beauty was uninterested. Many forces to Shangguan Hong repeatedly. There were even rumors that the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family had very high standards and had the right to decide her own marriage, so she had never planned to choose a partner. Jun Changshao didn't know that because of Shangguan Hong's words, Many young masters around his age were staring at him with jealousy. They couldn't wait to challenge him to a duel for love. Clans. Twos. The Shangguan A. Shang. Of Shangguan Hong asked curiously, "What kind of businesses do you have, Sect Master Jun?" Everyone looked over with schadenfreude. Jun Changshao said, "I recently opened a few shops in 8 cities in Qingyang County called Iron Bone Beast Material Shop." Everyone's smile became even wider. "Kid, do you really think that selling animal feed is a good business? How dare you say it in front of Clan Master Shangguan? Aren't you ashamed? Shameful?" Jun Changshao didn't think so. He didn't rob or steal. He was doing business honestly. How was that shameful? Shangguan Hong's expression changed. Seeing this, everyone thought, Clan Master Shangguan is a respected teacher. He definitely can't tolerate a feed seller coming to celebrate his birthday. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Shangguan Hong laughed and said, "The Iron Bone Beast Material Shop that just opened a few days ago in the city is Sect Master Jun's business." Jun Changshao said awkwardly, "I've embarrassed myself in front of Senior Shangguan." Embarrassed? Shangguan Hong said, "Sect Master Jun, do you think that I will look down on you just because you opened a feed store?" Jun Changshao didn't know how to answer. Shangguan Hong said with a serious expression, "There is no distinction between people and industries. Even if you are a peddler selling vegetables outside, I will not look down on you." His words were powerful and resonant. It was as if a teacher was standing on the stage and admonishing his students. Jun Changshao was suddenly in awe. Although he hadn't seen how this senior taught students, it wasn't difficult to tell from his words that he was definitely a righteous teacher. "We'll talk about it later." Shangguan Hong said, "Sect Master Jun's feed pills are very good." Jun Changshao said in surprise, "Senior Shangguan has bought feed pills from my Iron Bone Beast Material Shop." "Of course." Shangguan Hong said, "After I retired from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, my greatest pleasure was to raise some pets." The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. They originally wanted to see Jun Changshao make a fool of himself. They didn't expect old Master Shangguan to be a customer of his shop. Jun Changshao said with a smile, "Senior Shangguan, are you satisfied with the feed pills sold in my shop?" "Yes." Shangguan Hong said, "Very satisfied." He had heard about the Iron Bone Beast Material Shop when it had just opened, so he sent someone to buy a few feed pills. At that time, he just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect that the few horses he raised not only felt happy after eating, but also had a great improvement in speed and physical strength. This was strange. He also planned to buy more iron bone fodder pills after his birthday. Jun Changshao said, "My shop has just opened, and not many people believe it. It is an honor for Senior Shangguan to patronize." Shangguan Hong said with a smile, "The feed pills that Sect Master Jun is selling are really amazing. I am sure that once the market is opened, business will be booming." Hearing what he said, many of the locals of Qingyang County couldn't help but think that the feed pills were definitely not simple to be praised by the old man. They would buy a few to try when they had time. The cultivators from other counties were not thinking about this problem. They were thinking about it. Shangguan Hong and Jun Changshao were chatting happily. It was obvious that they appreciated it very much. Cough cough. Shangguan Hong said, "Everyone has come from afar. This old man is very grateful." As he spoke, he glanced at the steward in the distance. Not long after, many maidservants and servants came up with dishes. Obviously, the birthday banquet was about to begin. When the food and wine were served, the big shots of the various families raised their glasses to toast Shangguan Hong and said their congratulations. They were quite solicitous. Sect Master Jun, at this moment, Shangguan Hong stood up with a wine glass and said with a smile, "You and I have met so late. I wonder if we can stay in the residence for a few more days?" Everyone was dumbfounded. It wasn't the first time they came to celebrate the birthday, but they always left after eating the birthday banquet. When had they ever been politely asked to stay by the old man? Cheen Howren, who was sitting in the distance, was furious. What kind of luck did this guy have to have the support of the AI family, the Blue Mountain Sect, and now the highly respected old Master Shangguan? If he had to give an explanation, that was, to have a too bright and a handsome hoop. This, Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, "It is better to accept deferentially than to decline courteously. Come." The two of them drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. The birthday banquet lasted for more than an hour. Many big shots of the forces took their leave with their subordinate. Ma Yunting also left. But before he left, he said in a low voice, "Sect Master Jun, old Master Shangguan admires you very much. This is an opportunity. You must seize it." Jun Changshao muttered. If Senior Shangguan asked him if he was engaged or not, if he was willing to marry his beautiful granddaughter, he would have no choice but to accept it. Should he refuse or agree? No. I still have to develop the sect. How can I talk about love? The system was speechless. This guy was obviously fantasizing and forcing himself to think that Shangguan Hong's granddaughter was as beautiful as a fairy. I've never seen such a shameless person in my life. Chapter 357. Jun Changshao stayed with the Shangguan family for the time being and was given a small independent courtyard with a beautiful environment. His imagination was running wild. Could it be that the old man really had the intention of betrothing his granddaughter to him? Yes. He was young and talented. He was also the leader of a sect with unlimited potential. Where could he find such an excellent son-in-law? Unfortunately, he was now on the rise in his career and had no time to think about love. Sigh. In this way, it was also a problem for a man to be too outstanding. Listening to his thoughts, the system broke down. I have never seen such a shameless person. Sect leader Jun. The next day, Shangguan Hong walked into the courtyard and smiled. Are you used to living here? Yes. Although Jun Changshao was a little narcissistic, he still said coldly, "Senior, why did you keep me in your house?" Shangguan Hong smiled and said, "That depends on sect leader Jun. Why did you bring a gift to celebrate my birthday?" Well, Jun Changshao was suddenly embarrassed. It seemed that this senior should know that he had come to celebrate his birthday with a purpose. In this case, he would be frank. Jun Changshao was not a pretentious person, so he said, "To tell you the truth, I have encountered some trouble recently." Shangguan Hong said, "If I am not wrong, sect leader Jun's trouble should be related to the knife you used to defeat the patriarch of the Holy Spring sect." Jun Changshao was startled. "Yes." Shangguan Hong smiled and said, "Sect leader Jun's knife, from what I know, should have a weapon spirit. It is undoubtedly a divine weapon. A man's wealth is his own ruin." He paused and said, "This knife will bring you a lot of trouble." He was indeed an instructor of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He hit the nail on the head. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed and said, "Senior, you are right. Tell me." Shangguan Hong said, "Your trouble is the demon sect," Jun Changshao said. Shangguan Hong frowned. "This is a third-rate heretical sect. It'll be troublesome if we're targeted." Jun Changshao said, "Therefore, this junior has come to celebrate this birthday in hopes of borrowing senior's prestige to make the demon fiend sect behave." Shangguan Hong smiled and said, "Although the demon clan is rampant, they are still very wary of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Sect Master Jun," he changed the topic and said, "This old man has heard that your attainments in martial arts are very high." Jun Changshao said modestly, "I know a little." Shangguan Hong took out a rather brand new secret manual and placed it on the stone table. "This is a cultivation method that I created. I encountered a small problem in the middle. I wonder if sect leader can give me some pointers?" Jun Changshao said, "Since senior is able to create a cultivation technique, I'm afraid I'm unable to do anything. Self-created martial arts, he was definitely a martial arts master. It wasn't something that someone like him, who relied on an insight talisman to cheat, could compare to. Shangguan Hong said, "This old man's ability is not high. I'm just casually researching when I have nothing to do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have encountered any problems. Since Sect Leader Jun can give Elder Ma some pointers, it shouldn't be a problem for you to give me some pointers, right?" Jun Changshao understood. Letting him stay in the manor was definitely not to betroth his granddaughter to him, but to discuss martial arts. Nonsense. The system said, "This kind of aristocratic family has no shortage of grandsons. Who do you think you are that they have to betroth their granddaughter to you?" Jun Changshao ignored it and said, "If that's the case, this junior will take a look first." As he spoke, he crushed an insight talisman and flipped through it seriously. Judging from the meridians and the chants, this was a kind of soft palm technique. The quality was not high, probably at the level of low-level high-level. Even so, Jun Changshao was still in awe. No matter how low the level of martial arts was, it was not something that ordinary people could create. "Senior." Jun Changshao pointed to the third page and said, "This part of the chants has some flaws in the meridians. If you make some changes, it will definitely be more perfect." Shangguan Hong was stunned. He only flipped through it a little and quickly pointed out the flaws. Sure enough, it was as the rumors said. This kid had a very high level of attainment in martial arts. "I'd like to hear more," he said seriously. With the help of the insight talisman, Jun Changshao carefully dissected and analyzed the palm technique, and pointed out the problems in it. The more Shangguan Hong listened, the more shocked he was. Unbelievable! 10 minutes later, after Jun Changshao finished his explanation, he said modestly, "This is only this junior's humble opinion. If senior feels that there is something wrong with it, you don't have to pay attention to it." Although he said that, he was very confident in his heart. After his improvements, although the palm technique was still low-level high-level, it could definitely reach the level of low-level. Shangguan Hong was still thinking. After a while, he said with a very serious expression, "Sect Leader Jun's understanding of martial arts is really a master." He also realized that after the improvements, all the problems and flaws were corrected, and it could be cultivated as a real martial art. A senior instructor of the Heavenly Mandate Academy gave a master evaluation, which was very valuable. Junior's Tao is too low to enter the Hall of Elegance. Jun Changshao had the insight talisman and could quickly analyze the flaws in martial arts, but it was impossible to create martial arts technique. Shangguan Hong smiled and said, "With Sect Leader Jun's ability, it is the blessing of countless students to teach at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. I finally understand. Why can the Iron Bone disciples defeat the Holy Spring Sect disciples? Why? With such a martial arts master teaching, even a loser could go against the current." Shangguan Hong had been an instructor for most of his life. Now that he had met a martial arts master, he regretted not meeting him sooner. So, he continued to communicate with Jun Changshao. Their conversation was always about martial arts and martial arts technique. Sect Leader Jun relied on the insight talisman and did not have any real ability, so he could only answer vaguely. When it was time for dinner, the two talked from the courtyard to the dining table, which made him feel very awkward. For 2 days in a row, whenever Shangguan Hong was free, he would come to talk about martial arts. Occasionally, they would talk about feed elixirs and horse rearing. It could be said that he was quite enthusiastic. Jun Changshao was anxious. He came to the birthday celebration in hopes of using his power to deter the Devil Sect. Give him a statement. On the 4th day, Shangguan Hong finally stopped talking about martial arts and said, "Sect Leader Jun, with my power, although I can deter the Devil Sect, there is no relationship between you and me. They may not stop." This. Jun Changshao was silent. Yes. He was not related to Shangguan Hong, so the Devil Sect would definitely not care. They would still do what they had to do. Of course. Shangguan Hong said, "It's okay, we can build a relationship." "Please enlighten me," Jun Changshao said. Shangguan Hong paused for a moment and said, "I have many children and grandchildren, but I only have one granddaughter who is like the pearl of my palm." Hearing this, Jun Changshao was startled and thought, as expected, he wants me to be his grandson-in-law. The system was speechless. Could it be that this was really because the protagonist's aura was too strong? Sect leader Jun, Shangguan Hong said, "If you don't mind, senior." Jun Changshao hurriedly interrupted. "This junior is focused on developing the sect and has not thought about love for the time being." Chapter 358. As soon as he moved into the Shangguan residence, Jun Changshao made up his mind. If the old man insisted on betrothing his granddaughter to him, he had to refuse. After all, he still had to focus on his career. He didn't consider love for the time being? Shangguan Hong was startled, then immediately smiled and said, "Sect Master Jun misunderstood. What this old man means is, if you don't mind, please let my granddaughter go to your sect to cultivate martial arts." Gah! Jun Changshao was stunned. It felt like he was thinking too much. The system collapsed. "Did you just realize it?" This, Jun Changshao said, "senior's understanding of martial arts is extremely high. There's no need to let your granddaughter come to my sect to cultivate martial arts, right?" Shangguan Hong sighed and said, "That little girl is not satisfied with the martial arts this old man taught her. She insisted on going out to find a master to guide her." Jun Changshao was a little speechless. A master with such rich martial arts knowledge was not satisfied. This granddaughter was quite picky. Shangguan Hong said, "My granddaughter has become an iron bone disciple, so there's a relationship between you and me. The Demon Fiend sect shouldn't mess around." Sect Master Jun, who originally wanted to decline, hurriedly said, "If senior doesn't think that my iron bone level is low, this junior is willing to guide you in martial arts." The sect had more yang than yin, so there was no problem in accepting female disciples. "Xinyao." Shangguan Hong smiled. "Come out and greet the sect master." Jun Changshao subconsciously turned his head to look outside the door and saw a girl in a blue gauze dress walking over. This girl was about 17 or 18 years old. Her cheeks were as white as jade without any makeup. Her waterfall-like black hair scattered behind her back, and her eyes were as bright as stars. She didn't have a heaven-shaking appearance, but judging from her behavior, she must be a well-educated and well-mannered young lady from a respectable family. "Shangguan Xinyao." The girl stopped and bowed. "Greetings, Sect Master Jun." Her voice was weak, making people feel pity for her. That's right. She was Shangguan Hong's precious granddaughter. From her speech and behavior, Jun Changshao immediately realized that this was definitely a highly educated woman. "Xinyao." Shangguan Hong said, "The word Jun should be removed." Shangguan Xinyao bowed again and said, "Greetings, sect leader." "Sect Master Jun," Shangguan Hong asked, "when will the entry procedures be completed?" "Let's do it now." Jun Changshao took out the entry form and filled in his name. Without even asking about his aptitude and cultivation, he directly stamped the sect leader's seal. Ding! Sect members, 201550000. Ding! Sect contribution points, 230150000. After accepting Shangguan Xinyao as his disciple, he smiled and said, "Senior, if I'm not wrong, the palm technique that you taught me earlier was created by your granddaughter, right?" Shangguan Hong's old face instantly turned red. "Not bad." Shangguan Xinyao smiled and said, "I created it." As expected, when Jun Changshao was teaching her the palm technique, he realized that it was obviously suitable for women to cultivate. Although Shangguan Hong was old, he was still very masculine. How could he create a martial art that was suitable for women? TSK. Jun Changshao praised, "You're not old, but you've created your own martial art. Your martial art talent is extremely high. Shangguan Xinyao said modestly, I can't compare with the sect leader. The set of palm techniques she created had many shortcomings, so she asked her grandfather to show it to Jun Changshao, hoping that he could give some pointers. She was not disappointed. The sect leader, who was about the same age as her, was far stronger than her in martial arts attainment. In a short time, he modified the flawed palm technique. To put it bluntly, Shangguan Hong left Jun Changshao in the house, all because of Shangguan Xinyao. She knew about the iron bone, especially when she heard that Jun Changshao was teaching the elders of the Tsongshan sect at the venue during the recruitment of numerous sections, a sect leader of an unranked sect, with high martial arts attainment. With this curiosity, Shangguan Xinyao paid more attention to the iron bone. Then, challenging the Haoqi sect, challenging the Holy Spring sect, let her finally confirm that Jun Changshao was indeed not simple. Such a person was much stronger than her grandfather. So no matter what, she had to join the Iron Bone sect and learn more advanced martial art. Senior, Jun Changshao said, your granddaughter can create her own martial arts at such a young age. Joining my Iron Bone, I'm afraid it's a bit of a waste of talent. Not a waste of talent, not a waste of talent. Shangguan Hong said, only under the guidance of the sect leader can Xinyao's martial arts talent be shown. He only noticed Jun Changshao because of his granddaughter. In the past few days of communication, especially in the transformation of martial arts, he was completely convinced by the vast martial arts. Sect leader. Shangguan Xinyao said, when do we return to the sect? This trip will take at least 3 to 5 months. You should catch up with your family first and wait for 2 days before leaving. Jun Changshao said. No need. Shangguan Xinyao said with a smile. We can leave now. The corner of Shangguan Hong's mouth twitched slightly. She had just joined the Iron Bone and had forgotten about her family in the blink of an eye? Sure enough. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Okay. Jun Changshao said. Pack your luggage, we'll leave now. Outside the Shangguan residence, Shangguan Hong and the higher-ups of the Shangguan family personally sent them off. Father, Shangguan Xinyao's father said with a bitter face, is it inappropriate to let Xinyao join this 7th-rate sect? Second brother said, with father's prestige, Xinyao will definitely not be rejected if she is sent to a big sect. Why does she have to join the Iron Bone? Third brother said, Xinyao was born with a talent in martial arts. Jun Changshao is about the same age as her. I'm afraid he is not qualified to teach her. The 3 brothers were opposed to Shangguan Xinyao joining the Iron Bone. You don't know shit. Shangguan Hong glared at his sons and said, the Iron Bone sect's sect master's understanding of martial arts is something that even I cannot compare to. If Xinyao can cultivate in his sect, her future will be immeasurable. The old man was always amiable to outsiders, but to his sons, he looked as if he expected better from them. After being scolded by their father, the brothers hurriedly shut their mouths. Forget it, forget it. They had no right to speak at home. Since their father wanted to do this, they would just let him be. Look, isn't that old Master Shangguan's granddaughter? Why is she following sect leader Jun? I heard that old Master Shangguan specially kept him in the residence. Could it be that he has taken a liking to him and wants to matchmake his granddaughter with him? Oh my God, this is big news. On the street, many martial artists saw Jun Changshao and Shangguan Xinyao and started discussing. Sect leader. Shangguan Xinyao said with a red face, they seem to have misunderstood. Their mouths are on them, they can say whatever they want. There's no need to pay attention to them. Jun Changshao said calmly. Shangguan Xinyao said, why don't we rent a carriage and go to Qingyang City? No need. Jun Changshao said, I have a mount. Mount? When Shangguan Xinyao came to the wilderness and saw the majestic wolf beast standing in front of her, she said in surprise, this is the Hurricane Wolf King. Although she rarely went out, she had read a lot of books since she was young and knew a lot about ferocious beasts. Sit on it, Jun Changshao said. Shangguan Xinyao's cheeks flushed red and said in a low voice, "If this disciple sits on it, what about sect leader?" Chapter 359. The Hurricane Wolf King was very big, and it had no problem sitting on 5 or 6 people. However, men and women should not touch each other. How could Shangguan Xinyao have the nerve to sit together with Jun Changshao? Sect Master, she said weakly, let's take the carriage. No need, Jun Changshao said. Shangguan Xinyao's brows furrowed. She was a disciple, and he was the sect master. If they insisted on sitting together, what should she do? Or perhaps, should the people of the martial world not bother about trifles? While Shangguan Xinyao was thinking, Jun Changshao waved his hand and threw out the gate palm ball. Bang! The Tai Chi pattern flashed. Hoo-hoo! A tiger beast with purple hair and electric arcs suddenly appeared out of thin air. This, Shangguan Xinyao said in disbelief. Purple lightning tiger cub. Shwa. Jun Changshao rode on the purple lightning tiger cub and said with a smile, "You and I will each ride one." Seeing that the tiger beast did not resist, Shangguan Xinyao covered her mouth and said in surprise, "Sect Master, is this also your contract beast?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Shangguan Xinyao could not calm down for a long time. It was rare enough to have a wind-type beast, but she did not expect that the sect master also had a thunder-type beast. This was too unbelievable. What was that thing he threw just now? Why did he suddenly summon a contract beast? That was the gate palm ball. Even though Shangguan Xinyao was well-read, she definitely had not heard of it. Hiding in the dark, the few Shangguan family warriors who were responsible for protecting the young miss were also deeply shocked. Awoo! In the mountains, the Hurricane Wolf King galloped. Because the cultivation of the girl on its back was not high, it was easy to control its speed. Jun Changshao rode on the purple lightning tiger cub and walked in front, feeling happy. Not only did he befriend Shangguan Hong, but he also took in his granddaughter, who was extremely talented in martial arts. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Sigh. He could have ridden the Hurricane Wolf King and carried the beauty back to Iron Bone, but he summoned the purple lightning tiger cub. What did that mean? That's right. Sect Master Jun was single because of his strength. The speed of their journey was not fast. It was not until dusk came that Jun Changshao and Shangguan Xinyao returned to the sect. Sect Master brought back a girl? It's pretty. Judging from her attire, she should be the daughter of a rich family. The disciples who were busy or cultivating all gathered together to discuss. Shangguan Xinyao, on the other hand, had a shy expression on her face. After all, she had always lived in the residence and rarely appeared in public. Chan. Entering the main hall, Jun Changshao sat down on a chair and instructed, "These are the new disciples. You are responsible for arranging a room for them." Lu Qianshan glanced at Shangguan Xinyao and said indifferently, "Come with me." "Thank you, senior sister," Shangguan Xinyao said politely. He couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, "What a cold aura, could it be that he's an ice martial cultivator?" Her aptitude was only at mortal grade and her cultivation was only at stage 10 meridian opening. However, her martial arts talent and knowledge far surpassed her peers. Southwest Yangzhou Demon Sect Branch. The Big Helm leader, who hadn't been distracted from the Taikuan clan incident, was frowning at this moment. He had just received a handwritten letter from the Deputy Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, saying that the granddaughter of the former Academy's mentor, Shangguan Hong, had joined Iron Bone. This was a warning to him. Humph. The Big Helm leader held the letter and said indifferently, "I didn't expect that little Iron Bone would actually climb the coattails of the Heavenly Mandate Academy." Big Helm leader. One of his subordinates said, "What should we do?" "Of course, we report to the headquarters." The Big Helm leader hurriedly wrote a letter and conveyed the matter to the headquarters of the Demon Sect. A few days later. The reply was only a few words. temporarily stop targeting Iron Bone. The Big Helm leader knew that the headquarters was also afraid of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so they stopped thinking about Iron Bone and focused all their attention on how to support the other branches against the Taikuan clan. Sect Master Jiang Ye entered the main hall and said, "I just received news that the Demon Sect branch has temporarily stopped targeting Iron Bone." Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "It seems that old Master Shangguan has already made his move." Sure enough, whether it was on Earth or in another world, as long as someone had great power, it was easy to get things done. Comfortable. Jun Changshao lay in his chair and was in a good mood. Without the demon sect targeting them for the time being, there was no need to be on guard day and night. However, he had to remember this. When he and the sect had enough strength, they must give that third-rate sect a taste of their own medicine. Sect Master Shangguan Xinyao walked into the main hall and said in surprise, "This muscle-bone strengthening scripture, is it a divine-level mental cultivation method?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Hearing the confirmation from his own mouth, Shangguan Xinyao was even more shocked. Since joining Iron Bone, taking the body-shaping pill, and coming into contact with more martial arts resources, this girl with extremely high martial arts talent spent almost every moment in shock. Sect Master Shangguan Xinyao said happily, "With such a mental cultivation method, even if this disciple's martial arts aptitude is not high, I can still improve quickly." Martial arts and martial arts were two different concepts. Her spiritual root was not high, and her pursuit of martial arts was not so strong. She hoped to learn more about martial arts from the sect master. But now that she had a divine-level mental cultivation method and various martial arts resources, she could put all her thoughts on martial arts. "That's right." Jun Changshao rested his chin on the back of his hand and said with a smile, "After joining Iron Bone, I only have one request, and that is to continue to become stronger and stronger faster. This disciple will work hard," Shangguan Xinyao said firmly. Sect Master At this moment, Li Luoxia walked in and said, "The shops in the 8 cities have sent news that the feed pills have all been sold." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao's lips curled into a smile. Before going to the birthday celebration, he specially added 10,000 low-level beast pills to each shop. Now that they were all sold out, it meant that the effect had been recognized by the public. It was more than just recognition. It was simply going crazy. Every Iron Bone Beast material shop in each city was crowded with martial artists. Although they knew that there was no stock, they still waited. There were many families with large horse farms. One pill was equivalent to 10 days of eating, and it could also let them grow strong, increase their speed and physical strength. This was definitely a heaven-defying feed. Jun Changshao had already prepared for it. In the shortest time possible, he sent 5,000 low-level beast pills to each of the 8 beast material shops. As a result, they were all sold out on the 3rd day. Business was very good. "That's too fast." After receiving the news, Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Refining low-level beast pills was very fast. It was easy to make hundreds of thousands of pills in one night, but the key was that there was no supply of beast meat. "What should I do? What should I do?" Sect Master Jun was anxious. How could he not be anxious? One pill was 500 taels. If he sold 40,000 pills a day, it would be 20 million taels. This was definitely a huge profit, and it would be very troublesome if there was no stock. Should we go to the city to buy beast meat? While he was thinking, Li Qingyang came to report, "Sect Master, Junior Brother Yi and the others are back." "So fast?" Jun Changshao was surprised. Yi Xingchen applied for a month's training outside, and it had only been 10 days. Don't mention it. Knight Emperor and the others originally planned to train for a month. But the mission given by the sect master was to collect more beast meat. In the end, after 10 days of killing, their spatial rings were full. "Junior brother," Xiao Ziji suggested, Why don't we go back, hand in the meat, and continue training? So, Yi Xingqian returned gloomily. I'm not going to train, I'm going to hunt for beast meat. Chapter 360. When Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji returned, they brought back a lot of beast meat. After a round of counting, there was a total of 500,000 caddies. The AI family head had also sent a lot of hunger grass, which could be used to refine. Refine. Jun Changshao opened the Spirit Beast Hall and raised the number to the highest, starting to mass produce. Ding, ding. The notifications kept ringing in his ears. In one night, 200,000 beast pills were produced. Jun Changshao ordered the members of the Drizzle Hall to send supplies to the 8 beast material stores as fast as possible, giving each of them 25,000 pills. Without the threat of the Demon Fiend Sect, he also announced that all disciples above 5th grade martial disciple would go out to train and bring back beast meat. As a result, on the stairs of the mountain gate, there were nearly 500 disciples above 5th grade martial disciple, walking in group. The scale was not bad. Junior brother Xiao. Su Xiama grinned. Why don't we go to Death Valley again? There are still many areas there that have not been explored. We should be able to get a lot of beast meat and crystal cores. Before that, we have to buy more space rings. Xiao Ziji said. Oh right. Su Xiama scratched his head. Why don't I see junior brother Yi? Yeah. Li Fei and Tianqi were also puzzled. Hundreds of miles away from them, in the mountains and forests, Yi Xingqian had already started fighting with beasts. This guy secretly rode a hurricane wolf in the middle of the night and rushed over. The reason was that going with Xiao Ziji and the others was not called training, it was called collecting beast meat. The disciples with good strength were arranged to go out and train. There were enough materials to refine beast pills for the time being. Jun Changshao was rarely free, so he put his mind on cultivation. After returning from the Sacred Spring Sect, he went to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, visited the Tsang Mountain Sect, and even went to Shangguan Hong's birthday. He did not have much time to cultivate. This was not. His realm was still stuck at 2nd grade Wuzong. It was not that he did not want to cultivate, but as the head of a sect, there were too many things to deal with. Jun Changshao was quite envious of his disciples. At least they had such a dutiful and responsible sect leader to provide them with resources, allowing them to cultivate without any distractions. AI. Swallowing a 15x Qi gathering pill, he sat cross-legged in the center of the Qi gathering array and began to cultivate. However, what drove him crazy was Shangguan Xinyao had entered the array for the umpteenth time, tirelessly asking about matters related to the Heart Sutra. Sect leader, I don't think this divine mental cultivation method is that difficult. Sect master, do you think I would be able to learn it faster if I use this method to comprehend it? Sect master, the spiritual energy here is very strong. Could it be a spiritual energy type array? Sect master, when Shangguan Xinyao practiced, she would always unconsciously consider many problems. This was the embodiment of a high talent in martial arts. However, sect leader Jun wanted to cry but had no tears. Did I take in a disciple, or a mischievous blue cat? Xinyao. In the end, Jun Changshao couldn't take it anymore and said seriously, if there's anything you don't understand, don't keep asking. Think about it independently. But Shangguan Xinyao said, I can't figure it out, so I came to ask sect master. Plop. At night, Jun Changshao lay on the bed. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly remembered the woman's questions during the day. His head started to hurt again. Knowledge, if you don't understand, you have to ask. Shangguan Xinyao asked for 3 days in a row, causing sect leader Jun's shoulders to droop. He looked like he had nothing to live for. The new disciples were all tortured by the old disciples until they doubted their lives. Our Shangguan Xinyao had just entered the sect, but she asked sect leader Jun so many questions that he wished he was dead. She was really valiant. Of course. Sometimes, when Shangguan Xinyao asked questions, Jun Changshao would think about them carefully and feel that they were very reasonable and had a lot of ideas. The system said, "This new disciple's brain is even bigger than the host's. If you train her well, she might become a martial arts grandmaster in the future." Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. "When she becomes a martial arts grandmaster, the grass on my grave will be 4 to 5 meters tall." Why? He would be questioned to death. Shangguan Xinyao, who originally didn't have much talent in martial arts, relied on the 50% success rate of Yi Jinjing to successfully enter level 11 from level 10 meridian opening. She could have been faster, but because she always wanted to get to the bottom of things during cultivation, she delayed a lot of time. As for the disciples who had entered the sect earlier, they were also steadily increasing their cultivation with various resources. After a period of time, when 500 disciples broke through to level 12 meridian opening, they would be able to upgrade the sect's grade. Jun Changshao didn't think about this matter and continued to cultivate. Although he had a 10 times spirit gathering formation and a high multiplier spirit gathering pill, he estimated that it would still take 2 to 3 months to enter level 3 from level 2. The higher the grade, the slower the cultivation. Therefore, sect leader Jun wasn't in a hurry and cultivated slowly. Elder Jiang focused all his attention on the training tower and was intoxicated. What made him collapse was that he had already adapted to the gravity, so why couldn't he break the first level's record? It was normal. Even if he broke it, he wouldn't admit it. Because the training tower's record had to be broken by the disciples continuously, he was excluded from it just like sect leader Jun. Of course, during this period of training, Jiang Ye's cultivation level didn't increase, but his strength and physical body had increased significantly. The number on the testing machine had reached 2 million. This was equivalent to an extreme-level martial king. Unbelievable, unbelievable! Seeing his strength break through 2 million for the first time, Jiang Ye couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. The grade of one's spirit root determined one's level. He had cultivated in the iron bone for more than a month and forcefully entered the extreme level from high level. Who would believe it? With such martial resources, I can definitely enter Wu Huang. Jiang Ye clenched his fists and said. He wanted to become Wu Huang, not to enjoy the increase in strength, but to reach that level and be able to fly. At that time, he wouldn't need to rely on others and could look for his sister all over the world. Looking for his only family was Jiang Ye's motivation to become stronger. Even if the surrender order disappeared soon, he would willingly stay in the iron bone. Elder Jiang. In the cafeteria, Lu Wanshi said, "Your fried rice is ready." After taking a deep breath, Jiang Ye couldn't help but say, "It smells so good." Thinking of how unyielding he had been in the prison not long ago, and how his mentality had changed in less than 2 months, it could really be described with this word. Of course, most of the iron bone disciples had motivation to become stronger. For example, Li Qingyang. He wanted to become strong, then travel to the ends of the world to find the woman who left him. He wanted to loudly tell the world that only he, Li Qingyang, was worthy of Li Qingyang, and there was no such thing as you being worthy of Li Qingyang. For example, Xiao Ziji. He wanted to become strong and go to the Lily Holy Sect 2 years later to take back what he had lost. For example, Yi Xingqian. Not only did he want to return to his former peak, but he also wanted to reach a higher level and pull down the number 1 empress in history from her throne. And Lu Qianqian. Forget it, it was difficult to completely deduce from the limited information at present. In short, these disciples all had their own stories. As the sect leader, Jun Changshao had to make them stronger, so the pressure was still great. Chapter 361. During this period of time, what was the most popular business in the 8 cities of Azure Sun County? That's right, the Iron Bone Beast material store. It could be said that there were already cultivators lining up at the entrance at dawn, waiting to buy feed pills. Patriarch. In the medicinal ingredient store in Huyang City, AI Shanka said, "The business of Sect leader Jun's beast materials store is really booming. The effect of the feed pills can be compared to the healing pills. It's normal for the sales to be so good," AI Shanka said without any surprise. However, he paused and said, "These pills can last for 10 days and will soon be full." As expected, as the various clans bought enough feed pills, the business of the beast material store gradually returned to normal. In the past few days, Li Luochio had done some statistics. The 8 stores sold around 20,000 feed pills a day and had a turnover of 10 million taels. 400,000 taels of cost price and 10 million taels of profit. Jun Changshao was very satisfied. He didn't expect to sell over 100 million taels a day. After all, if he earned more money, he wouldn't have to cultivate and would just refine basic beast pills. The money was enough for the Sect's daily expenses and could be saved up. Currently, it was more important to increase his strength. Hall Master Li, Jun Changshao asked, "How's the training of the Wolf Rider Hall?" Li Luochio said, "After this period of training, the disciples can already control the hurricane wolves." Jun Changshao nodded with satisfaction. Establishing the Wolf Rider Regiment and the Wolf Rider Hall was also to prepare for the future. What kind of preparation? For example, if the disciples met with trouble outside, they could help in time. For example, if the war spread to here, they could be used as a cavalry regiment to protect Azure Sun City. If these hurricane wolves that were bigger than horses appeared on the battlefield, they would definitely be terrifying. And Li Luochio, who was about to leave, suddenly frowned. "What's wrong?" Jun Changshao asked. After a while, Li Luochio said, "I just received a message from the spies in the city. Xiao Ziji and the other disciples are outside Death Valley and have a conflict with the 100 Sect Alliance." Death Valley was very far from the city, so how did the spies know? It was very simple. The members of the Drizzle Hall were scattered all over the Azure Sun County. The information obtained from those closest to Death Valley would be transmitted to the nearest city through telepathy. Then, it would be passed on by others until it was finally delivered to Ironbone. It was like a relay, passing it down layer by layer. When the news spread, Xiao Ziji and the rest had only clashed with the 100 Sect Alliance for a few minutes. This was the power of the sound transmission technique. When the Drizzle Hall continued to expand and extend outwards, if there was any news in the future, they would definitely send it over immediately. F*CK, Jun Changshao slapped the armrest and said, "Is the 100 Sect Alliance itching for a beating? How dare they jump out?" According to the intelligence, some sects in Huayang County also had conflicts with Xiao Ziji. The situation is not good. Li Luochio said, "Gather the members of the Wolf Rider Hall and send them to help as soon as possible," Jun Changshao ordered. "Yes." Li Luochio hurriedly retreated. "Awoo! Awoo!" Soon, under the stairs of the gate, 500 carefully selected and carefully trained disciples rode on hurricane wolves toward Death Valley as fast as a gust of wind. Of course, Sect Master Jun also went. His Hurricane Wolf King was one step faster than the disciples. After returning from the Sacred Spring Sect, the 100 Sect Alliance had been forcefully turned invisible. Jun Changshao could not be bothered with them. But when Qin Haoran jumped out during the birthday celebration, he realized that this guy and his organization had to be taught a lesson. Oh my God! What was that running through the forest just now? It looked like a group of beasts. Their speed is too fast. A group of rogue cultivators who were looking for beasts in the wilderness were all dumbfounded. They even suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them. It would take at least 2 to 3 days to travel from Ironbone to Death Valley. But Jun Changshao, who was riding on the Hurricane Wolf King, only took 10 minutes to arrive. Low-grade beast cores were also a part of the reason why they could run so fast. 15 minutes ago, outside Death Valley, led by Xiao Zuiji and Su Xiaoma, there were a total of 30 disciples of the Iron Bone Sect. They gathered in an open space and were surrounded by more than 300 people. There were more than 500 disciples who went down the mountain to get beast meat, but most of them were scattered in the forests of Azure Sun County. Humph. A middle-aged man said coldly, "My people from Huayang County were hunting beasts, but your iron bone came to cause trouble. Do you still have the morals of the pugilistic world?" This person was an elder of the Wind and Rain Pavilion, one of the 6 forces in Huayang County. Beside him, there were several higher-ups of other forces. From their auras, they were all from the evil sects. Bullshit. Su Xiaoma said, "Your disciples were about to be eaten by the ferocious beasts in the valley. We rushed over in time to kill them and save their lives. How is that a troublemaker?" The situation was like this. Xiao Ziji and the others entered Death Valley and relied on their cultivation to hunt beasts without any worries. Later, they accidentally entered a gourd and saw more than 20 martial cultivators being attacked by a group of beasts, so they went to save them. Of course, they weren't just doing a good deed, because those martial cultivators were only being attacked and weren't in a passive position. Xiao Ziji and the others took the initiative to kill the beasts and took the beast meat and crystal cores. The martial cultivators who were saved weren't happy. How could they take the prey that they had set their eyes on, so they thought that they were here to cause trouble. In Huayang County, there were 4 evil sects that came to train together. After knowing this, they naturally wouldn't compromise, so they surrounded them after they left Death Valley. What was going on with the 100 Sect Alliance? It was a coincidence. The other forces in the alliance also brought their disciples to train today. When they saw Iron Bone being surrounded by the forces of Huayang County, they went over to watch the show. Su Xiaoma thought that they were ganging up to bully them, so he hurriedly used his sound transmission technique to communicate with the nearest intelligence station and sent the news to Iron Bone. These 4 evil sects, 2 of them are 7th rate and 2 of them are 6th rate. Iron Bone's disciples are in big trouble this time. 2 of the elders from those sects have reached Wuzong County, and they have more than 300 disciples. Bullying them will be a piece of cake. Being bullied by the evil sects is a small matter, but I'm afraid they will remember it. Coming to Death Valley for training, I didn't expect to see Iron Bone make a fool of themselves. What an unexpected gain. The leaders of the sects in the alliance discussed softly with smiles on their faces. If they also had the sound transmission technique, they would have immediately sent it to Qin Haoren and the others, so that they could come and watch the show. "Don't talk so much nonsense," one of the evil sect elders said coldly. "Hand over what you just took and what you got in the valley. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here alive." Su Xiaoma said lightly, "To put it bluntly, aren't you just trying to rob us?" Kaki. That elder laughed weirdly and said, "You have a problem with that?" He had heard about Iron Bone, but he didn't take it to heart. Wasn't it just defeating the Sacred Spring Sect? What was so great about that? Pui. Su Xiaoma spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, "Stealing from Iron Bone, let's see if you have the ability." Ability? That elder's gaze turned cold, and he quickly appeared in front of them like a ghost. Hoo-hoo. With a wave of his hand, the blood-red attribute condensed into a solid fist, and it carried an evil force as it punched forward. He made his move. There was a good show to watch. The 100 Sect Alliance martial artists were instantly excited. Rumble. Just at this moment, a loud sound was heard. Hoo-hoo, the wind howled, blowing the surrounding leaves and grass into the air. However, the 100 Sect Alliance martial artists, who were gloating over Iron Bone's misfortune, gradually froze. Chapter 362. The martial artist who attacked was an elder from the Bloodflame sect. Although he had just entered the first-grade Wuzong, he was still considered a high-level martial artist. The strength of the condensed fists was at least 200,000 jin. The 100 Sect Alliance martial artists who were watching the show were certain that the talkative Iron Bone disciple was in for it. When he was outside, couldn't he be more low-profile? Why did he have to act so tough in front of the evil sects? Wasn't he courting death? However, after the explosion, the people from the 100 Sect Alliance could no longer laugh. This was because Xiao Ziji stood in front of Su Xiaomao and used his physical body to withstand the attack from the Bloodflame Sect Elder. He was fine and stood upright. Everyone's mouth twitched. How strong must his physical body be to be able to withstand 200,000 jin of force? The Bloodflame Sect Elder was astonished as he laughed sinisterly. "Kid, you're quite resilient." Hoo. Blood and fire attributes appeared around his body again. The Bloodflame Sect disciples mainly cultivated the Bloodflame art, which was a high-grade evil technique. This evil technique could allow martial artists to increase their cultivation and strength at a faster rate. However, it had a fatal flaw, which was that it had to be exchanged with one's lifespan. Hoo. The aura of the blood flames spread out and condensed into 4 fists, emitting a strong force. "But," the elder said coldly, "no matter how resilient you are, you're just a punching bag." Hoo. 4 powerful fists fiercely smashed down with great force. Bang, 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 bang. Explosions rang out continuously, bringing with it an even stronger gust of wind, causing the 100 Sect Alliance martial artists to tremble. With such a terrifying attack, even if the Iron Bone disciple didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, when they looked at the area of impact and saw that Xiao Ziji was still standing in his original position, they were all petrified. Every fist contained 200,000 jin of force, and there were 4 attacks. Even if you could withstand it, you should at least take 2 steps back. Very weak, Xiao Ziji said indifferently. With the soft silk armor and his strong physical body, it was easy for him to withstand the attacks from the evil sect elders. To be honest, the Bloodflame Sect's elder was only slightly stronger than Xiao Ziji. In terms of physique and equipment, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party had too many people, they wouldn't even need to inform the sect. The 30 of them would have been more than enough to deal with them. The evil sect elder's expression was extremely ugly. He had attacked twice in a row, yet he had not been able to shake a martial master. This was too embarrassing. Just at this moment, Xiao Ziji strode forward and punched out with his right fist. Just as the elder had said, no matter how resistant he would only be a punching bag. Therefore, what he had to do was to return the favor. The punch was fast and sudden. Even though the heretical elders had caught it immediately, it was difficult for them to avoid it. Moreover, he did not intend to dodge. Instead, his right fist erupted with an evil aura as he chose to meet the attack head-on. Boom! Their fists collided head-on, and an explosive sound rang out. Whoosh whoosh! The energy instantly wreaked havoc in the surroundings. The feeling of power that was being emitted made people tremble in fear. Thud thud. After the exchange of blows, the heretical elder took 2 steps back. Xiao Ziji was still standing on the same spot as a rock. Everyone's mouth twitched. This Iron Bone disciple's body was really tough. Swoosh! Su Xiaomao used the cloud treading steps to circle around. Without saying a word, he leaped into the air and kicked out with his right leg. Boom! This kick landed squarely on the head of the heretical elder, sending him flying and crashing into a tree. The martial artists of the 100 Sect Alliance were all dumbfounded. That was a martial ancestor. How could he have sent him flying with a kick so easily? Elder! The disciples of the Bloodflame Sect exclaimed. The elder who was lying on the ground held his head in pain and shouted furiously, "Kill all of them!" Yes. The disciples obeyed the order and activated the Bloodflame art. An aura that was like blood and fire erupted. The heretical disciples on the other side also unleashed their cultivation. Clang clang. The 30 disciples of the Iron Bone took out their cold-edged sword or overlord spear. Since sect leader Jun sent them out to train, he definitely wouldn't be empty-handed. Therefore, they were naturally equipped with weapons and equipment. Although there was a huge difference in numbers, the disciples of the Iron-Boned sect would never back down. This was because the sect's motto was, "Fight if you're unhappy." It's here, it's here. The show is finally about to start. 30 against 300. No matter how strong the Iron-Boned sect is, they will definitely be beaten to a pulp. The martial artists of the 100 Sect Alliance laughed at the misfortune of the Iron-Boned Sect Alliance. At this moment, any sect in the Azure Sun County that had the slightest bit of courage would definitely step forward to help when they saw the other counties' factions ganging up on their own people. However, these factions from the same county chose to watch from the sidelines. This was truly disappointing. Go. Kill. More than 60 disciples of the Bloodflames sect took out their weapons and charged over while being enveloped by an evil aura. Boom! Boom! Xiao Zuiji stepped forward and waved his fists, sending the two evil sect martial artists flying in an instant. On the other side, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei used their swift and fierce footwork to send all the enemies flying. This scene was very similar to a movie where a martial arts expert was surrounded by countless men in black. Then, they would use all sorts of front, side, and back kicks. Tianqi wasn't as flashy as the other two. He held the cold-edged sword in his hand and killed whoever attacked him without any mercy. Mercy was for good people. For these heretical cultivators, it was to kill to stop them from killing. Pfft! The rest of the Iron-Boned sect disciples also started to fight with the enemies. Many of them had never experienced such a battle before. However, when they saw their senior brother's ferocious performance, they also displayed the results of their cultivation in the sect and started to kill crazily. In just a short moment, more than 20 of the Bloodflame sect's disciples had died. The Bloodflame sect's elder, who had just stood up from the ground, had a monstrous killing intent in his eyes. He immediately summoned his saber and charged forward. At the same time, the other 3 heretical sects in Huayang County couldn't sit still either. They also unleashed their cultivation and charged forward. At this time, they could already see that the Iron-Boned sect disciples were not of high ranks, but their weapons and strength were very strong. They had to quickly finish them off with an overwhelming force. What trouble! They were all F***king excuses. They just wanted to rob them. Bang! 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 In the open area, hundreds of heretical cultivators rushed over from all directions like a tidal wave. Although the situation was very unfavorable to them, the Iron-Boned sect disciples huddled together and fought against them without any panic. The 4 heretical cultivators tightened their encirclement, but their opponents were too strong and couldn't break through. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this time, the heretical cultivators flicked their sleeves and shot out streaks of black light. These people did not know how to fight in a proper manner. If they wanted to kill someone, they would naturally resort to all kinds of methods. Ding! 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 The Iron-Boned sect disciples standing in the front row didn't back down. They summoned their iron shields and blocked all the hidden weapons. Die! Su Xiaoma dashed out quickly. The cold-edged sword in his hand shone with a cold light. He instantly slashed out a sword radiance and took the heads of the 4 heretical cultivators. Whoosh! After he succeeded, a whistling sound came from the side. The heretical elder was charging at him furiously with his saber. Chapter 363. Be careful! Xiao Zuiji rushed over with large strides. He immediately took out his iron shield and stood in front of Su Xiaoma, blocking the powerful saber strike. Bang! The force was strong, but it did not shake the shield at all. The Bloodflame sect's elder widened his eyes. That guy's shield looked very ordinary, but it could actually block his mid-tier weapon. Iron-Boned Shadowless Kick. Li Fei appeared behind the Bloodflame sect's elder, leaving behind numerous footprints as he ruthlessly kicked the elder's back. Xiao! At this moment, the Wind Rain Pavilion's elder, who was standing far away, condensed a dark force in his hand and shot it over like a cannonball. Bang! Li Fei was hit and flew out. After landing, he staggered back and his face became slightly ferocious. Luckily, he was wearing the soft silk armor which dissipated part of the force. Otherwise, he would have been injured. 2 people on 1. Su Xiaoma shouted. Okay. Xiao Ziji and him locked onto the Blood Flame Sect's elder. Li Fei and Tian Qi locked onto the other evil sect elder. The 2 Wuzong disciples were the most threatening. As long as they kept them busy, their fellow disciples could safely deal with the evil sect's trash disciples. That's right. They were indeed trash disciples, because their strength was mostly between 3rd and 5th grade martial disciple. Although the Iron Bone disciples' level was not high, they were superior in all aspects. Looking at the current situation, not to mention 1 against 2, 1 against 3 to 5 would not be a problem. Even more valiant was that they were equipped with soft silk armor. One of the Iron Bone disciples was attacked consecutively and even slashed on his body. However, he was still able to fight back and safely retreat to the defensive line. Although they were all bronze level, they had 6 godly equipment at the start. How could they fight against them? They could not win against them, not in this lifetime. The 4 evil sect disciples could only rely on their numbers to gain a little advantage. Therefore, the current situation was, the Iron Bone disciples relied on their equipment to form a group. Although they were tightly surrounded, their opponents could not break through. If they were not careful, they would be killed. The 2 Wuzong elders were in for a tragedy. With their strength, they could barely hold their ground against an Iron Bone inner sect disciple. Facing 2 disciples, it would definitely be very strenuous, especially when Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaoma joined forces. One could resist while the other was fast. Instantly, the Blood Flame Sect elder was beaten to a sorry state. Facing Li Fei and Tian Qi's battle, the Stormwind Pavilion elder was also having a hard time. Moreover, the more he fought, the more apprehensive he became. If he didn't look at his cultivation level, he even had the illusion that he was fighting Wuzong. Boom, boom. In the battle zone, the 6 people were still fighting fiercely. The 100 Sect Alliance martial artists who were gloating were dumbfounded. As far as they knew, although the disciples of Iron Bone were very strong, it was unbelievable that they could compete with Wuzong. Whoa! As the battle raged on, the sound of wolves howling could be heard from afar. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw something that looked like a whirlwind rushing towards them. Yes, sect leader. The Iron Bone inner sect disciple who was defending was overjoyed. After Su Xiaoma forced the elder to retreat, he said indifferently, "Old man, it's time for you to die." Arrogant. The Blood Flame Sect elder sneered. Whoosh, as he spoke, he gripped the hilt of his saber with both hands. A blood-red aura spread out like a ball of scorching flames, enveloping the entire saber. He was too passive. He had to use his trump card to kill one of them. Whoosh, however, just as he was accumulating energy, the whirlwind rushed over and stopped in front of him. Swoosh. A green saber radiance shot out. As it was powerful enough, it instantly stirred up a gust of wind. Not good. The Blood Flame Sect elder exclaimed. At that moment, a strong premonition of death rose in his heart. He wanted to dodge and escape, but it was too late. The green radiance was unreasonable and ruthless as it tore towards him. Poochie. The saber radiance flashed and disappeared into thin air. The whole process happened in a flash. The martial artists who were watching the show did not catch it at all. When everything calmed down, the Blood Flame Sect elder's head flew out and landed on the grass. His eyes were wide open with fear and shock. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What is going on? Why did the head of the evil faction elder fly out for no reason? At that moment, the whirlwind gradually weakened. A tall wolf beast appeared in front of the Blood Flame Sect elder's headless body. There was a person sitting on the wolf's back. That person had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. His eyes were cold and sharp, and he held a seemingly heavy green saber in his hand. This is the sect leader of Iron Bone Sect, Jun Changshao. The Stormy Pavilion Elder, who was fighting with Li Fei and Tianqi, saw the Blood Flame Sect Elder being killed. He instantly felt a chill down his spine and his scalp numb. Wuzong, who was similar in strength to him, was killed with a single slash. The strength of the person who appeared was absolutely terrifying. Shua! Jun Changshao raised his green dragon crescent blade and said coldly, "I will count to 5. Run as fast as you can. As for whether you can return alive, it will depend on your luck." These words, very arrogant and very strong. The Stormy Pavilion Elder swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He believed that this young man was definitely not joking with him, nor was he acting cool. 1. Jun Changshao shouted. His voice was cold and his eyes were emotionless. Shua! The Stormy Pavilion Elder ran at full speed and instantly entered the forest. He did not even care about his own disciples. Not only was he afraid of this Iron Bone Sect leader, he was also afraid of the wolf beast he was riding, because that was definitely a Hurricane Wolf King. Just its strength alone was comparable to 9th stage Wuzong. 2, 3, 4, 5. Ho! The Hurricane Wolf King raised its head and roared. Its 4 limbs moved and instantly turned into a gust of wind, chasing after the elder. Of the 2 Wuzong, one died and the other escaped. The disciples of the 4 great evil sects immediately lost their will to fight and wanted to escape. However, before they could even take a step, they saw Jun Changshao, who had just left, returning on his Hurricane Wolf King. He raised his green dragon crescent blade, and on the blade was a head with a shocked gaze. "Elder!" The Stormy Pavilion disciples cried out in grief. The 100 Sect Alliance cultivators who were watching the show were all shocked. Killing Wuzong was like cutting grass. This Iron Bone Sect leader was too scary. Awoo! Awoo! Just at this moment, waves of wolf howls could be heard from behind. Shwa! Shwa! 500 Wolf Rider Hall members rode on their hurricane wolves and charged out from the depths of the forest like a wave. In an instant, the 300 over evil sect disciples who wanted to escape were surrounded. The hurricane wolves under them lowered their heads and their eyes flashed with a fierce light. Not only did the 100 Sect Alliance cultivators widen their eyes, they were also filled with shock. From their special uniforms, they could tell that they were Iron Bone disciples. But why were they all riding on hurricane wolves? No. These were hurricane wolves that were even taller. Clang! Jun Changshao stabbed his green dragon crescent blade into the ground and the elder's head rolled down. He said in a low voice, "Kill them all." Yes. The Wolf Rider Hall members rode on their hurricane wolves and took out their overlord spears. The 300 evil sect disciples who were surrounded had fear and despair in their eyes. They didn't have any hope of surviving because the wolf beasts that the Iron Bone Sect disciples were riding were much stronger than them from their auras. Yes, they were much stronger than them. Therefore, what awaited them was a merciless slaughter. Poochie! Poochie! The sound of blades piercing through bodies could be heard, and the smell of blood filled the air. In a short period of time, the corpses of the 4 evil sect disciples were all on the ground. Their blood formed a river and the scene was as terrifying as a slaughterhouse. Chapter 364. A total of over 300 evil sect disciples were all dead on the ground. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air, causing the faces of the 100 Sect Alliance martial artists to change. Too terrifying! Too terrifying! Everyone was shocked, a chill ran down their spines. At first, they thought that against so many evil sect martial artists, the 30 over Iron Bone disciples would definitely be wiped out. But not only did they survive, they even killed many of them. This was already unbelievable, but Iron Bone even sent reinforcements. So be it, they even rode on hurricane wolves, the shock was even greater. Anyway, They did not see it as a joke. No matter, it did not matter. After killing so many people, the four evil sects would definitely not let this matter rest. When they received the news, they would definitely bring people to kill Ironbone, and there would be a good show to watch. Jun Changshao asked, Xiao Mu, are any of your disciples injured? No. Su Xiaomo replied. Jun Changshao turned to look at the 100 Sect Alliance martial artists and asked, Did they participate as well? No. Su Xiaomo replied, Just watch the show. The 100 Sect Alliance members really had to thank Su Xiaomo, because if they did, what awaited them would be the same as the evil sect disciples, being wiped out. Surround them, Jun Changshao said indifferently. Yes. Shua. Shua. 500 Wolf Rider Hall members quickly surrounded the 100 Sect Alliance members, the hurricane wolves still emitting a ferocious gaze. Jun. Sect leader Jun, a sect elder, said in fear, We are just passing by. They were really passing by. But it was also true that they were gloating. Jun Changshao naturally knew why they were standing so far away, and said indifferently, I opened this road, I planted this tree, if you want to pass by, you have to pay the toll. He would not kill the 100 Sect Alliance members, after all, he did not participate, he just wanted to watch a joke. But they had to pay to watch the show. The 100 Sect Alliance martial artists' mouths twitched. They wanted to act tough. But when they saw the ferocious hurricane wolves, and the scene of the evil sect disciples being killed, they all compromised and paid the toll. As the 100 Sect Alliance members handed over their rings, Xiao Ziji and the rest began to collect the items on the corpses. After a while, 500 to 600 spatial rings were all in Jun Changshao's pocket. He looked at the sect leader of a 7th-rate sect, and coldly asked, Sect that bullied my Iron Bone sect? That sect leader's mouth big brother, judging from the current situation, they are the ones being bullied. Answer this lord. Jun Changsha as he spoke, his body SSSS, killings SS sect SSS, SSSS sect, S's, S lightning palaces, thunder lightning. Riding on the Hurricane Wolf King, Jun Changshao turned around and said coldly, Disciples, follow me to Huayang County. We will seek justice from these 4 sects. Lord, his loud and clear voice resounded throughout the wilderness. Awoo! Howl! The hurricane wolves carried the Iron Bone sect disciples as they galloped towards Huayang County. After they left, the elders and members of the 100 Sect Alliance all looked at each other in disbelief. That guy actually brought people to Huayang County to seek justice from the 4 sects? Sect leader Song, Did I hear wrongly? You didn't hear wrongly. He offended the evil sects, and he still wants to seek justice from them. Are you sure he's not sending himself to death? This is a boorish man. The 100 Sect Alliance martial artists discussed softly with smiles on their faces, completely forgetting that they had just been robbed. Why did Jun Changshao bring his disciples to Huayang County to seek justice from the 4 evil sects? Just as the 100 Sect Alliance thought, if these sects knew that they had killed their disciples, they would definitely not let this matter rest. With Iron Bone's current strength, they were not afraid of any 6th-rate sect. However, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against an arrow in the dark. If these evil sects were to play dirty in the dark, it would definitely be troublesome. Since they had already offended them, why not be more reckless? Sect leader Xiao Ziji rode on the Hurricane Wolf and caught up from behind. I'm afraid that we will not only face the 4 evil sects, but also many other sects in Huayang County. Destroying the Black Eagle sect was done secretly. This time, riding on the Hurricane Wolves and bringing along over 500 disciples, it was a huge commotion. Once they entered Huayang County, they would definitely alert the other sections. Those who dare to go against Iron Bone, Jun Changshao said coldly, kill without mercy, domineering. The disciples following behind felt their blood boiling. Actually, Jun Changshao said that he was going to seek justice in Huayang County, but more importantly, he wanted to tell the world that they could offend anyone but Iron Bone. Once a sect had enough strength, they would need to establish their prestige. Those 4 sects were no doubt the chickens that were killed to warn the monkeys. Huayang County, in a forest that was gloomy all year round. Although it was not a place with good feng shui, there was a huge building made of stones. At first glance, it looked like an ancient castle that was located deep in the forest, isolated from the rest of the world. This was the headquarters of the Thunder Palace. Behind the castle-like building, there was a huge training field where thousands of warriors were cultivating. Deputy Palace Leader. In the main hall, the Thunder Palace leader sat on the main seat. He rubbed his brows and said, "My left eyelid has been twitching for the past few days." The Deputy Palace leader smiled. As the saying goes, when the left eyelid twitches, fortune comes, and when the right eyelid twitches, disaster comes. The palace leader will definitely have fortune. I hope so. The Thunder Palace leader smiled. "Oh right," he said. "The disciples who went to Death Valley should be back soon, right?" The Deputy Palace leader said, "Soon." Palace leader. At this moment, a disciple ran in anxiously and pointed outside. Someone came to my Thunder Palace to seek justice." Seek justice? The 2 of them looked at each other, stunned. The Thunder Palace leader rubbed his brows again and said, "My left eyelid is twitching even more." The Deputy Palace leader smiled. "Palace leader, this might be fortune. Is that so?" The Thunder Palace leader stood up and smiled. "Then I would like to see what fortune it is." Palace leader. The subordinate's voice trembled. There are quite a lot of people here." "Quite a lot?" The Thunder Palace leader smiled faintly and walked out of the main hall. He stood on the protruding balcony and looked towards the door. His expression froze. In his field of vision, there were about 500 warriors. To be honest, there were not many of them. After all, just the headquarters of the Thunder Palace alone had 4,000 to 5,000 disciples. What shocked the Thunder Palace leader was that these warriors were all riding on tall and mighty wolf beasts. The Deputy Palace leader also walked out. When he saw the scene in his field of vision, his eyes instantly widened. "Palace leader," he said in disbelief, "these are hurricane wolves." As he spoke, his gaze locked onto the taller and mightier wolf beast at the front of the pack. He exclaimed, "Hurricane Wolf King!" Chapter 365. Jun Changshao brought more than 500 disciples and arrived at the Thunder Palace in the shortest time possible. This was the first stop to seek justice. However, the Thunder Palace Lord and Deputy Palace Lord were so shocked that their eyeballs were about to pop out. A group of martial practitioners riding on high-level wolf beasts, and there was even a wolf king among them, standing in front of their door. This scene was absolutely shocking. The other party rode on wolf beasts. Could they be from some big sect? This was what the Thunder Palace Lord thought. Jun Changshao raised his head and looked at the balcony of the castle. He said indifferently, "The 2 of you should be the higher-ups of the Thunder Palace, right?" The Thunder Palace Lord asked, "Who are you?" Not only did he not answer, he even asked a question. This person had no manners at all. Jun Changshao said indifferently, "The Sect Master of the Iron Bone Clan." "The Sect Master of the Iron Bone Clan?" The Thunder Palace Lord said in surprise. "You are Jun Changshao?" Indeed, after defeating the Holy Spring Sect, Sect Master Jun still had a certain level of fame. "That's right," Jun Changshao said indifferently. "Sect Master Jun," the Thunder Palace Lord said, "our 2 sects have nothing to do with each other. What brings you here today?" "To seek justice," Jun Changshao said. The Thunder Palace Lord's mouth twitched. He said, "What justice?" Jun Changshao said, "My sect's disciples saved your sect's disciples out of kindness in Death Valley. Instead of being grateful, they joined forces with the other 3 sects to rob them. Where is the justice? Where is the justice?" If there were other martial practitioners present, they would definitely break down. Talking about justice and justice with the evil sects was definitely hilarious. There's such a thing? The Thunder Palace Lord pondered for a moment and said, "When they return, I will ask for the reason. I will definitely give Sect Master June an explanation." If not for the fact that the other party was riding a high-level beast with his character, he would definitely laugh weirdly and say, "Coming to my evil sect to seek justice, aren't you tired of living? There's no need to wait." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Those disciples of yours who robbed my disciples are all dead." "What?" The Thunder Palace Lord's expression changed. The Vice Palace Master asked in a deep voice, "Sect Master Jun killed him?" Jun Changshao nodded and said, "Those who bully my Iron Bonjing faction will only end up dead. Even Jesus can't save him." The Thunder Palace Lord's expression turned even uglier as he said, "Sect Master Jun, since you've already killed him, you're still coming to my Thunder Palace to seek justice. That's a little too much." "Too much?" Jun Changshao smiled and waved his hand. Shua. Xiao Ziji jumped down from the Hurricane Wolf and stopped in front of the tightly shut door of the Thunder Palace. Then, he raised his fist and punched it. Bang! Due to the powerful impact, the door, which had been there for many years, was smashed into pieces. This was even more excessive. Jun Changshao. The Thunder Palace's palace master was enraged. "What do you mean by that?" The deputy palace master was also furious. After all, that door represented the dignity of the Thunderbolt Palace. Now that it had been shattered, it was a blatant blasphemy. "Smash the place," Jun Changshao said. "Awoo! Awoo!" The Hurricane Wolves howled and dragged the iron-boned disciples into the Thunder Palace like a flood. When they destroyed the Black Eagle Squad, they weren't very strong and didn't bring many disciples. Therefore, they chose to play it safe and hid in the dark to ambush others. Now, it was different from the past. Not only were the disciples strong, but there were also many of them. Just the 500 Hurricane Wolves alone had terrifying combat power. Therefore, if they came to smash the place, they would directly start fighting. The wolf beasts carrying the martial artists should have entered this forest. This is the Thunder Palace's territory. Are they going to attack the Sixth Way Evil Sect? Outside the forest, many martial artists from Huayang County gathered. Jun Changshao came to seek justice and didn't deliberately take the remote mountain path. Therefore, they were alerted on the way. There were quite a lot of people, about 700 of them. If they didn't stop to ask for the location of the Thunder Palace, with the speed of the Hurricane Wolves, these martial artists wouldn't be able to see them. They would only see gusts of wind. "It's better not to go," a martial artist said timidly. "If we're discovered by the martial artists of the Thunder Palace and enter their territory without permission, we'll definitely die." "What's there to be afraid of?" a courageous martial artist said. "With so many of us going in, the Thunder Palace might not dare to make things difficult for us." While they were discussing, there were already quite a number of courageous martial artists who entered the forest. The group of martial artists riding the wolf beasts were filled with killing intent. If they were really going to attack the Thunder Palace, they would probably have already started fighting. The scene would definitely be exciting. They had to go and take a look. Not long after, the crowd arrived at the headquarters of the Thunder Palace. When they saw the dense footprints of ferocious beasts, they were even more certain that the martial artists riding the wolf beasts were here to target the Thunder Palace. "Look!" someone exclaimed, "the main door of the Thunder Palace has been shattered." The crowd hurriedly retracted their gazes and looked straight ahead. They saw the main door of the Thunder Palace open and two broken doors scattered around. Many martial artists were stunned. The main door that represented the face of the sect had been shattered. The other party was really aggressive. "Let's go. Let's go and take a look." Many martial artists gathered their courage and rushed into the headquarters of the Thunder Palace. They followed the footprints of the wolf beasts all the way to the training grounds. Soon, they saw corpses lined up along the way. From the wounds and the way they died, it was obvious that they were killed instantly by a sharp blade that pierced through their chests. They are all disciples of the Thunder Palace. Their strength is at least at the level of a 3rd or 4th grade martial disciple. They were actually killed instantly. Could it be that this was done by the group of martial artists riding the wolf beasts? Riding on ferocious beasts, their strength must be extraordinary. The Thunder Palace has offended someone. The crowd discussed as they walked in. Corpses were lined up on both sides of the road. Seeing the evil sect disciples who were usually arrogant and despotic died tragically, many martial artists felt a little satisfied. When they arrived at the training grounds, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. In that huge area, there were at least 1,000 corpses of the Thunder Palace disciples. This situation, the first thought that appeared in the crowd's mind was that the sect had been annihilated. Someone squinted his eyes and looked at the martial artist kneeling in the middle of the area. He said with a trembling voice, "Thunder Palace's Palace Lord." "Oh my God!" The crowd instantly widened their eyes. Although the distance was a little far, from the way he was kneeling with his head lowered, it was obvious that he was already dead. Someone exclaimed, "There's a Deputy Palace Lord beside him." At that moment they confirmed their first thought of being angry. The Thunder Palace's Palace Lord and Deputy Palace Lord, as well as many higher-ups with decent cultivation, had all died in the training grounds. This meant that this 6th grade sect had been eliminated from the pugilistic world. It had always been an evil sect that would annihilate whoever it disliked. But today it was suddenly annihilated. This was definitely shocking to the martial artists present. Was it that group of martial artists riding on ferocious beasts? What kind of deep hatred did they have for them to go to the extent of annihilating a sect? The crowd gathered their courage and walked over. Not only was the Thunder Palace's Palace Lord kneeling on the ground, there was also a deep cut on his chest. Obviously, this was a fatal wound. A 6th or 7th grade Wuzong was killed just like that. The crowd was once again deeply shocked. Of course, there was also a little satisfaction. After all, the Thunder Palace was an evil sect that had committed all kinds of evil. Now that it was annihilated, to the people of Huayang County, it was a joyous occasion worthy of setting off fireworks. "Look!" someone exclaimed, "there are words on the ground." The crowd looked at the only empty stone slab in front of them. It was written in fresh blood, "Those who offend my Iron Bone Clan will be killed no matter how far away they are." Iron Bone Clan? Could it be that it was done by the sect from Qingyang County that defeated the 5th grade Holy Spring sect not long ago? They came to Huayang County to annihilate an evil sect and even left bloody words openly. Did this mean that they wanted to intimidate others? Chapter 366. Exterminating the Thunder Palace and leaving behind a sentence, "This operation was really cool. Those who offend my Iron Bone sect will be killed no matter how far away they are." It was even more awesome and powerful to the extreme. The Thunder Palace has been destroyed. This is big news. Once it gets out, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. Iron Bone dared to so openly destroy a 6th-rate sect in Huayang County. The other forces will definitely not let them leave unscathed. They were very happy that the evil Thunder Palace had been destroyed. However, it was still a county after all. It was a bit inappropriate for it to be destroyed by a force from another county. However, what everyone did not know was that destroying the Thunder Palace was just the beginning. At this moment, Jun Changshao had already left the forest with more than 500 wolf cavalry and was galloping towards the second stop, the Little Devil Sect. Just like the words he wrote on the stone slab with the blood of the Thunder Palace's palace master, "Those who offend my Iron Bone sect will be killed no matter how far away they are." "Friend," Su Xiaoma said, "please tell me the exact location of the Little Devil sect." The warrior who was asked for directions pointed to the east and said, Follow this road and cross 2 mountains to reach the Little Devil Sect. Thank you. You're welcome. Shwa. Su Xiaomo retracted the cold-edged sword from his neck, jumped onto the wolf, and cupped his hands. See you later. See you later. Watching that guy leave, the warrior who was asked for directions felt his legs go soft and directly collapse to the ground. He howled in his heart, "Is there anyone who asks for directions like this?" Jun Changshao did not take the small path with his disciples. Riding on the hurricane wolf, he was like a ball of wind, attracting the attention of many warriors. They all followed them, wanting to see what kind of things could run so fast. Following that, they arrived at the mountain where the Little Devil Sect was located. At first, they were still hesitating whether or not to go up the mountain. However, a gust of wind blew over, and they smelled a faint scent of blood. This was not the smell of beast blood. This was the smell of human blood. The warriors mustered up their courage, and climbed up the stone stairs. When they saw that the mountain gate had been destroyed, their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that someone had come to destroy the Little Devil Sect? They hurriedly walked in and saw a shocking scene. Corpses were strewn all over the sect. Fresh blood stained the ground, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The disciples of the Little Devil Sect were all killed? Look! Someone pointed at the main hall with trembling hands and exclaimed, "It's the patriarch of the Little Devil Sect." Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look and saw an old man wearing a Taoist robe with golden edges sitting in the corner of the hall. His head was already lowered, and there was a deep and eye-catching saber scar on his chest. Not bad. It was the patriarch of the Little Devil Sect. Many martial artists walked up and saw the words written in blood on the wall under the plaque of Little Devil Sect. "Anyone who offends my Iron Bone clan will be killed no matter how far away they are." Was this left behind by the murderer? Iron Bone clan? Wasn't it just a sect in the Azure Sun County? What kind of enmity, that made them dare to travel thousands of miles to kill people, and even exterminate a six-stream evil sect? Blood Flame Sect. At this moment it was like hell. More than 500 Iron Bone disciples were riding on hurricane wolves and holding overlord spears. They were like valiant generals charging into battle, killing the disciples of this sect time and time again. They had strong cultivation, good equipment, and even had wolf beasts that were as fast as hurricanes. They killed people as easily as cutting grass. Although the sect master of the Blood Flame Sect was enraged, there was nothing he could do. In front of him was Jun Changshao, who was riding on a Hurricane Wolf King and holding the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. He was like an insurmountable mountain. In the end, all the disciples of the Blood Flame Sect were killed. The higher-ups also died in the hands of Xiao Ziji and the others in less than 30 minutes. The sect master of the Blood Flame Sect's skinny hands were trembling. He gritted his teeth and said, "This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable." Whoosh, whoosh. As he spoke, a blood-colored flame appeared around him, and he flew into the air. This was a very evil blood flame escape technique. As long as it was activated, one could turn into a ball of blood-colored flame and quickly escape. The disadvantages were obvious. After using it, not only would the user be weakened, but they would also lose a lot of their lifespan. Jun Changshao, who was riding on a Hurricane Wolf King, was too powerful. The sect master of the Blood Flame Sect knew that he wasn't Jun Changshao's match. Therefore, he could only activate his escape technique. Whoosh! At this moment, an azure blade ray filled the air. It contained the power to cut through rivers and directly slashed through the blood-colored light. Boom! The fire-like and blood-like attributes suddenly collapsed. The sect master of the Blood Flame Sect was revealed from within, and his body was split into 2 halves. It was impossible for him to escape. Since he came to the Blood Flame Sect, he had to seek justice. From the looks of it, Jun Changshao's so-called justice was to destroy these evil sections. Sect Master, Xiao Ziji said, "The treasury has been found. Not only were the Thunderbolt Palace and Minor Devil Sect destroyed, but their treasuries were also plundered. It was naturally the same for the Bloodflame Sect. Instead of staying obediently in Huayang County, they went to Death Valley in Azure Sun County. Since it was an ownerless land, then so be it. However, they relied on their strength to rob anyone they didn't see eye to eye with. Now they had kicked an iron plate and their sect was destroyed. Their wealth and resources were also swept clean. Jun Changshao was returning an eye for an eye. He was also telling the evil sects in Huayang County that they could rob as they wished in Azure Sun County, but he could also come to their territory and destroy them. After robbing the Bloodflame Sect, Jun Changshao left behind a message in blood and led his disciples down the mountain to the final battle. Not long after they left, the cultivators in Huayang County who followed the footprints of the ferocious beasts were shocked when they saw a sixth-rate sect being annihilated. There was a distance between the Bloodflame Sect and the Stormy Pavilion. Before Jun Changshao arrived, many cultivators had already received the news of 3 sixth-rate sects being annihilated. For a moment, the entire Huayang County was in an uproar. Normally, the annihilation of a 7th-rate sect would cause a lot of discussion. Now that 3 6th-rate sects were annihilated, it was undoubtedly a magnitude 12 earthquake. The 3 sects are at least 1,000 miles apart. It's impossible for them to be annihilated in just 4 hours. The annihilated sects were all left with a message in blood. It can't be fake. What grudges did Iron Bone have with the 3 evil sects? Why did they come all the way to Huayang County to annihilate their sects? Everyone was discussing. Then, an even more shocking news came. The 3 sects that were annihilated had discussed and agreed to go to Death Valley together half a month ago. The Stormy Pavilion was the one who initiated the expedition to Death Valley. They also sent their disciples. All the sects that were annihilated were those that participated in the expedition. Could it be that the Stormy Pavilion will be annihilated by Iron Bone next? Let's go and take a look. After receiving the news, many cultivators rushed to the Stormy Pavilion without stopping. As expected, many people captured the footprints of the ferocious beasts on the way and determined that the Iron Bone had come to Huayang County to target the 4 sects that participated in the expedition to Death Valley. Now, 3 sects had been annihilated. The Stormy Pavilion might not be able to survive. Chapter 367. The Thunder Palace, Little Devil Sect, and Bloodflame Sect, 3 sixth-rate sects were completely annihilated. Many people inferred from various information that if Iron Bone continued to commit crimes, the next sect to be annihilated would be the Wind and Rain Pavilion. Annihilating 3 sixth-rate sects with lightning speed, this kind of strength shocked many martial artists. Yes, that's right. They had fought 74 rounds with the Sacred Spring Sect and won 74 rounds. It was normal to annihilate a few evil sects with few disciples. In the Falling Star continent, other than the top sects, there weren't many disciples in the low-level evil sects because young people preferred to join the righteous sections. For example, among the 3 sects that were annihilated, the Bloodflame Sect, which had the most disciples, only had 2,000 to 3,000 disciples. It couldn't be compared to the Vast Chi Sect, which had 5,000 to 6,000 disciples. However, 2,000 to 3,000 disciples were quite a lot. One must know that Jun Changshao only brought a little more than 500 disciples. Annihilating 3 sects in a row without losing a single one was already very powerful. It was still the same sentence. Everyone was at the bronze level. How could you fight against me when I had 6 godly equipment? There was no way to fight. Therefore, the 3 sects were annihilated. Even if it was the Vast Chi Sect, when faced with a well-equipped wolf cavalry, they would still be beaten black and blue. Not to mention, they were riding on middle 5th-grade hurricane wolves. Not to mention that they could annihilate a 6th-rate or 7th-rate sect. Even if they roared, they could scare the martial disciples out of their wit. Jun Changshao brought his disciples to Huayang County to seek justice. It could only be described as invincible. Wind and Rain Pavilion, martial arts practice field. Thousands of disciples gathered together and stared at the field. Two martial artists were fighting fiercely. On the high platform, the Wind and Rain Pavilion's pavilion master sat with an ugly expression. Beside him, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion was stroking his beard with a smile on his face. Bang! After a while, the martial artist with a higher cultivation on the stage relied on an intricate fist art to send his opponent flying. Sigh. The Wind and Rain Pavilion's pavilion master cupped his hands and said, "Elder He, your sacred fire cliff's disciples are all dragons among men. My Wind and Rain Pavilion accepts our loss wholeheartedly." Although Huayang County was also a ninth-rate county, it was stronger than Azure County because there were two fifth-rate sects, one righteous and one evil. The righteous faction was called the House of Smoke. The evil sect was known as the Sacred Fire Cliff. In other words, Elder He and the martial cultivator who defeated the Stormwind Pavilion disciple were from the fifth-rate evil sect. They had come to the Windy Rain Pavilion for a friendly visit and had nothing better to do. In the end, after 5 battles, a Sacred Fire Cliff disciple defeated all 5 Wind and Rain Pavilion disciples by himself. As expected of a personal disciple, he was too strong. Elder He smiled and said, "Pavilion Master Zhang's disciple is also quite strong. If he continues to cultivate, he will definitely have great achievement." The Pavilion Master of Rainstorm Pavilion knew that this was just a polite greeting, so he naturally didn't take it to heart. He said, "I have already prepared some food and wine. Elder He, please." Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. The tightly shut mountain gate was instantly torn apart. The Stormwind Pavilion Master's expression changed as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Ta-ta! One by one, hurricane wolves carried iron-boned disciples in. "This is," Elder He asked in surprise. "Hurricane wolf? What?" The Stormwind Pavilion Master's eyes were filled with astonishment. After all, this kind of vicious beast was at least comparable to a 5th-grade martial master. Pavilion Master Zhang. Elder He smiled and said, "It seems that someone is here to cause trouble." Wrong. Jun Changshao rode on the Hurricane Wolf King and held the green dragon crescent blade. He walked in from the outer gate and said indifferently, "I'm here to seek justice." Elder He's smile disappeared and said, "Hurricane Wolf King?" The Stormwind Pavilion Master's mouth twitched. So many hurricane wolves were already shocking enough. He didn't expect someone to ride a Hurricane Wolf King. "Friend." He suppressed his shock and said in a deep voice, "You and I don't know each other. Why are you seeking justice?" Jun Changshao raised his blade and pointed at Elder He. "You shouldn't be from the Stormwind Pavilion. Quickly leave before you lose your life." "What an arrogant child!" Elder He sneered. Although the Hurricane Wolf King was strong, as a 5th-rate evil sect's elder, how could he be afraid of this young man? If he wasn't riding a fierce beast with his cruel personality, he would have already killed him and crushed him like an ant. Jun Changshao said, "I've given you a chance. If you don't leave, then leave your life here." He could tell from the aura that this white-haired old man must be from an evil sect. So what if he killed him? It didn't matter. Kaki. Elder He laughed strangely. "Brat, is it because you're riding a Hurricane Wolf King that you can be so arrogant? What does that have to do with you?" Jun Changshao said indifferently. That Sacred Fire Cliff disciple said coldly, "Brat, get off the horse if you have the guts, get off the wolf and fight me." He definitely couldn't stand the humiliation of an elder. But he was afraid of the Hurricane Wolf King, so he could only issue a challenge in this way. "Aunt, you're not qualified to fight me." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Ziji, take his head." "Yes." Xiao Ziji jumped down from the wolf and walked over. The cold-edged sword in his hand shone with a silver light. The Sacred Fire Cliff disciple sneered and took out his scimitar. This was not a friendly fight, but a battle of life and death. So, both of them were filled with killing intent. They would show no mercy once they attacked. The Stormwind Pavilion Master sneered. This young man was at most a level 5 or 6 martial master. He was definitely courting death. Great Desert Smoke. Suddenly, the Sacred Fire Cliff disciple attacked first. He waved the scimitar in his hand and slashed out a cold saber chi. Xiao Ziji used the cloud treading steps to break the saber chi. Then, he approached the disciple and slashed the air with his cold-edged sword. He didn't practice any swordsmanship, but he poured powerful energy into the sword and slashed it out. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light appeared. Oh no! Ding! The sword light swept over and mercilessly shattered the disciple's scimitar. Whoosh! The cold light dissipated. The Sacred Fire Cliff disciple stood still, holding the broken scimitar in his right hand. His head had already flown off and fell on the stone floor. One slash, instant kill. Cheng Yong! Elder, he cried out in grief. The Stormwind Pavilion Master beside him was shocked. That Sacred Fire Cliff disciple was a level 8 martial master. He had defeated 5 disciples in a row, but now, he was killed by one slash. Who are you? He asked in a deep voice. The Stormwind Pavilion Master guessed that this young man might be from a big sect since he was so strong and riding on the Hurricane Wolf King. Iron Bone Sect Master, Jun Changshao. Jun Changshao said lightly. Iron Bone Sect? Elder, he said angrily. You killed my Sacred Fire Cliff disciple, so I won't stop until you die. Sacred Fire Cliff? Jun Changshao had never heard of it before. The system said, it's a 5th-rate evil sect in Huayang County. It's not inferior to Tsangshan Sect and Sacred Spring Sect. Jun Changshao said, no wonder you were so calm just now. Damn it. He wanted to destroy the last Stormwind Pavilion, but he offended a 5th-rate evil sect. This was really troublesome. If he couldn't do it, then he would kill his way to the Sacred Fire Cliff. Chapter 368. Jun Changxiao's visit to Huayang County was to make an example out of the Iron Bone Sect. If destroying a 6th-rate sect was not enough to show his might, then fighting a 5th-rate sect was not out of the question. With the middle-grade sect protection array, he dared to seek death in all kinds of ways. Fight to the death? Jun Changxiao said indifferently, that sounds scary. Whoosh whoosh. Elder, he waved his sleeves and a powerful energy burst out from his body, forming a wave of dark energy that spread toward Jun Changxiao. In the process, the dark energy gradually condensed and turned into a huge fist with a force of at least 300,000 pounds. Elder, he was a 7th-grade wuzong. Although his strength was not as strong as the Sacred Spring Sect's patriarch, because he cultivated an evil sect's cultivation method, his combat strength was comparable to that of an 8th-grade wuzong. Whoosh whoosh. The dark fist came crashing down, stirring up a gust of wind. So strong. The stormy Pavilion Master was deeply shocked. This was only an elder of the Sacred Fire Cliff. Who knew how strong the Cliff Master was? A 5th-rate sect was so terrifying. Boom. Right at this moment, the black fist seemed to have hit something halfway, and a deafening boom was heard. When everything calmed down, Xiao Ziji was standing not far from Jun Changxiao with an iron shield. What? Elder He's expression changed. A fist with a force of 300,000 pounds was blocked by a mere martial master with a shield. This was unbelievable. The stormy Pavilion Master's eyes widened. If he had taken that blow from Elder He would have been seriously injured. This iron bone disciple was an impenetrable fortress. Whoosh whoosh. Elder He's aura burst out again and formed an even more powerful dark energy. Kid. Let's see how many times you can take it. Whoosh. After a while, the dark energy gathered and formed a huge fist with a force of 350,000 pounds. Xiao Ziji frowned. Even though he didn't budge from the first punch, he was already feeling a little powerless. If he were to take the second punch head-on, he would have no choice but to activate his defensive barrier. Sinful self, withdraw. Jun Changshao said, I'll meet him. Yes. Xiao Ziji retracted his defensive barrier and stepped away. Hoo! The fist of darkness whizzed over, and the force it produced swept up the gravel and dust. Shua! Jun Changshao leaped up from the Hurricane Wolf King's body. The green dragon crescent blade in his hand glowed brightly as he slashed out an unparalleled azure blade chi. The strength of this saber strike was 350,000 jin. As a superior second-grade Wuzong, Sect leader Jun's combat prowess had reached more than 300,000 jin. Coupled with the green dragon crescent blade, it was easy for him to fight a superior 7th-grade Wuzong. Whoosh! The green blade aura seemed to tear the space apart as it slashed the dark fist apart. Impossible! Elder, he said in disbelief. He is only a 2nd-grade Wuzong. How can he break my dark fist? Shua! Jun Changshao used the cloud treading steps to rush over. He raised the green dragon crescent blade again and shouted, Warm wine slaying Hua Xiong! Whoosh! The green blade aura shot over again. Elder, he was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Even though he managed to dodge it, the Windy Rain Pavilion behind him suffered a calamity. A blade mark was left on it, and it was on the verge of collapsing. Shua! Shua! Sect leader Jun didn't let him off. He used his movement technique and rushed over again. Furthermore, he unreasonably slashed out 2 more times. The strength of each slash was extremely strong. Elder, he didn't dare to take it head-on. He could only choose to continue dodging. In the end, the 2 green blade auras slashed the walls of the hall again. One. The hall that had been built for many years started to shake violently after being hit 3 times. Not good. The hall is going to collapse. Boom. The hall that had been through countless storms finally collapsed. Dust flew up and covered the sky. Pooh! The pavilion leader of the Windy Rain Pavilion spat out a mouthful of blood. The door that represented his face was destroyed by the Iron Bone Sect. He was already furious. Now that the hall that represented the sect's dignity was collapsing, he was naturally furious. Elder, he wasn't in the mood to care about the hall. He looked at Jun Changshao with fear. In a short exchange of blows, he realized that the strength of the Iron Bone Sect leader, who was young and had a low realm, was definitely not below him. Shua! Jun Changshao waved his green dragon crescent blade and said indifferently, Coward that only knows how to hide. Elder He's gaze became even more sinister. Jun Changshao said, This seat is only targeting the Windy Rain Pavilion today. If you know what's good for you, you'd better scram. This was giving him a chance. Humph. Elder, he waved his sleeves and said, Goodbye. He was scared. Actually, if he had admitted defeat just now, he could have brought his disciple away safely. However, he had used his status as a 5th-rate sect to cause his disciple to be killed. It was normal. At first, Elder, he didn't know that the Iron Bone Sect leader and his disciple were so strong. After a simple exchange, he realized that he couldn't afford to offend them, so he could only admit defeat. Elder He, the Windy Rain Pavilion's pavilion master, hurriedly shouted. This Iron Bone Sect leader's strength was so terrifying that even the Sacred Fire Cliff's elder was scared to admit defeat. How could he face him? Pavilion Master Zhang. Elder, he said, you caused this trouble. Solve it yourself. After saying that, he left with his tail between his legs. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that he really couldn't. Wait a minute. Jun Changshao said. Elder, he stopped and said nervously, Sect Leader Jun, is there anything else? Jun Changshao said, Go back and pass a message to your boss. It's best not to provoke the Iron Bone Sect. Otherwise, this seat will visit the Sacred Fire Cliff. Shua. He waved his hand. Awo. The hurricane wolves howled. Then, under the control of the Iron Bone Sect leader, they rushed toward the Windy Rain Pavilion's disciples and started a fierce massacre. Seeing this, Elder, he immediately understood. When he said he would visit the Sacred Fire Cliff, He must be riding on these hurricane wolves. A threat. A blatant threat. Understood. After saying this, Elder he hurriedly left the mountain gate. He ran faster than a rabbit. If the other party wanted to kill him and chased after him on the Hurricane Wolf King, even 10 of him would die here. Isn't that the Sacred Fire Cliff's Elder? Why is he in the Windy Rain Pavilion? All the cultivators in Huayang County had already rushed over. When they saw Elder he leaving quickly, their faces were filled with confusion. Come, let's go up the mountain. Everyone rushed into the Windy Rain Pavilion. After entering the broken gate, they saw the hurricane wolves squatting in the outer courtyard. The Iron Bone Sect leader was searching the corpses. Jun Changshao, who left the bloody message, turned around and saw so many cultivators. He said, "From today onwards, the Windy Rain Pavilion will be removed from the Jianghu." All the cultivators saw the pavilion master's corpse, and the corners of their mouths twitched. In such a short time, another sixth-rate sect was destroyed. This Iron Bone Sect leader was too terrifying. Of course, Jun Changshao said, "I didn't mean to cause trouble in Huayang County. The Windy Rain Pavilion and the other 3 sects were destroyed because they bullied my Iron Bone Sect leader." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched even more. Since ancient times, it was normal for disciples to be bullied outside. Just because of this, he came from thousands of miles away and destroyed 4 sections. This was too much. That was what was needed. Because only when you went overboard, others wouldn't provoke you. On the other hand, the more low-profile you were, the more others would think you were a pushover and would come to pinch you at any time. Chapter 369. Jun Changshao rode on the Hurricane Wolf King and left the stormy pavilion with more than 500 disciples. The cultivators who had rushed over earlier could only watch. If it was someone else who dared to destroy a sect in their own territory, they would definitely not tolerate it. They would definitely stop them and demand an explanation. But now? No one dared to stop a group of Iron Bone disciples riding on hurricane wolves. They could not wait for them to leave. This was the embodiment of strength. They destroyed 4 sixth-rate sects in a day. That's too scary. We can't afford to offend Iron Bone. When you go to Azure Sun County in the future, you must remember that you can offend anyone but this sect. 4 sects were destroyed because they bullied Iron Bone disciples. Many cultivators in the stormy pavilion remembered the Iron Bone Sect and imprinted it in their hearts. As the news spread, the entire Huayang County became lively. That seems to be a 7th-rate sect. Although it's only a 7th-rate sect, they are very strong and ride on hurricane wolves. It's said that Elder He of the Sacred Flame Cliff was in the stormy pavilion at the time. Someone saw him running away in a sorry state. He must be afraid of Iron Bone. Speaking of the Sacred Flame Cliff, they had to have a good talk. After Elder He returned, he told the Cliff Master about the incident. The Cliff Master was furious when he heard that his personal disciple was killed. He decided to find Iron Bone personally to demand an explanation. When he heard that 4 sixth-rate sects were destroyed, he immediately suppressed his anger. To be honest, as a 5th-rate sect, the Sacred Flame Cliff could also destroy 6th-rate sections. However, it was impossible for them to destroy 4 6th-rate sects in such a short time. Cliff Master, Elder He advised, Iron Bone Sect Master is riding a Hurricane Wolf King and his disciple is riding a Hurricane Wolf. They are not simple. In my opinion, it's best not to provoke them. That's right. Another elder said, that guy traveled thousands of miles to Huayang County to destroy 4 sections. It's obvious that he is establishing his power. It's not wise to find trouble with him now. That makes sense. The Cliff Master of the Sacred Flame Cliff thought about it and gave up on finding Iron Bone. Of course, his personal disciple was killed. He would remember this grudge. The news of the annihilation of the 4 evil sects spread like wildfire in Huayang County. Many forces were shocked when they heard about it. It would be fine if the sects that were destroyed were 8th or 9th rate, but the sects that were destroyed by Iron Bone were all 6th-rate sects. The ones who were most shocked were the evil sects who had participated in the martial arts competition in Huayang County. Li Qingyang had won the championship and killed the contestants they sent out. This had caused many forces to resent him, and they were still thinking of finding time to visit the Iron Bone Club. Lucky, she didn't want to cause trouble on impulse. Otherwise, wouldn't he be sending himself to the tiger's den? Ghost Hand Sect. Song Si, whose sole origin was controlled by Jun Changshao, was greatly shocked when he heard the news. Elder Song, the sect leader of the Ghost Hand Sect, walked around the hall with his hands behind his back. After a while, he stopped and said, "Thank you for dissuading me. Otherwise, my Ghost Hand Sect would have ended up like the other 4 sects." He was furious that his disciple was killed by Li Qingyang. However, Song Si, who had returned from Qingyang County, used all sorts of reasons to stop him from finding trouble with the Iron Bone Club. Of course, with his sole origin being controlled, Song Si had to think of a way to stop it. Otherwise, his life would be over. When he heard that Iron Bone had annihilated 4 evil sects, the sect leader of the Ghost Hand Sect realized that this was an existence that he couldn't afford to offend. To be able to annihilate 4 6th-rate sects, the 7th-rate sects were nothing. Sect leader. At this moment, a disciple said, "Someone who claims to be from Murdering God Temple has sent an invitation." Murdering God Temple? The sect leader and Song Si's expression changed greatly. Shua. They received the invitation and opened it. On it was written, "Sect leader of the Ghost Hand Sect, please visit the Murdering God Temple branch 3 days later." At the end of the paper there was a very sinister skull drawn. The sect leader of the Ghost Hand Sect held the invitation in his hand and couldn't help but tremble as he said, What is going on?" Similarly, the other big shots of the evil sects in Huayang County were also shocked, because they had all received an invitation from the Murdering God Temple on the same day. As a result, many forces that were relatively far away rushed through the night to head to the Murdering God Temple's branch. They were also feeling extremely nervous. After all, no one knew why the other party wanted them to go. Iron Bone Club. Jun Changshao returned with his disciple. What? In the main hall, Li Luoqiu, who had just sat down, stood up with a swoosh and said in disbelief, "He went to Huayang County and annihilated 4 sects." "That's right." Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and said. Li Luoqiu was speechless. "Such a good thing, why didn't you let me go?" In the sect, it was either cultivation or training. It was too boring, so she naturally hoped to go out to relax and kill people. Don't worry, Jun Changshao said. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." After destroying 4 sects in a row, he had established enough prestige, but as long as he was in the martial arts world, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Li Luoqiu said, "Sect leader, we destroyed 4 evil sects in such a high-profile manner, I'm afraid that it will arouse public anger in Huayang County." Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and said, "If you're not afraid of death, you can come and find trouble. With the sect protection formation and a group of wolf cavalry as long as the forces of Huayang County dared to come, they would definitely not be able to return. To be honest, although the current Iron Bone Club was only a 7th-rate sect, its true strength was comparable to a 6th-rate sect, or even stronger." After returning to the sect, Jun Changshao began to take stock of his gains. The 4 6th-rate evil sects were truly rich. If the gold, silver, and jewels were converted into silver, it would be 100 million. Crystal cores, medicinal herbs, and ores were even more numerous. Jun Changshao opened the alchemy pavilion and matched several types of pills. After adjusting to the maximum value, he began to refine. The weapons, shields, and soft armors in the forging pavilion could also be refined. The Talisman Pavilion Strength Increasing Talisman and Talisman of Insight could also be refined into 200 or 300 pieces. Awesome! Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile. At this moment, he really had the urge to go to Huayang County and rob the evil sections. After all, money and resources came quickly. Forget it, forget it. He wasn't from the evil sects, how could he rob them? Sect leader Jun didn't know that after destroying 4 sects in such a ruthless manner, many forces and martial artists in Huayang County had labeled Iron Bone Club as an evil sect. After making a trip to Huayang County, he had earned a lot of money and resources. How wonderful! Xiao Ziji and the others also brought a lot of beast meat and crystal cores from their trip to Death Valley, which could be used to refine more elementary beast pills. Ding! 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 The notifications kept ringing. Jun Changxiao acted as if he didn't hear anything. He sat cross-legged in his room and continued to practice martial arts. In these few days, the other disciples returned to Iron Bone Club one after another, bringing more beast meat with them. From the looks of it, sect leader Jun didn't lack elementary beast pills for now. Chapter 370. The news of 4 evil sects being annihilated in Huayang County was too shocking. In just 2 to 3 days, the news had spread across the entire Azure Sun County. When the various factions and rogue cultivators heard the news, their first reaction was to widen their eyes. Annihilating 4 sixth path evil sects in a day? This wasn't possible, right? Later on, many factions received confirmation through their connections in Huayang County, and were deeply shocked. Oh my God! This is too scary. Those were 4 sixth path evil sects, not 8th or 9th path. How could he annihilate them so easily? Many cultivators were exhilarated as they discussed. Because of Death Valley, many evil sects in Huayang County would have conflicts with the factions in Azure Sun County. The most famous one was 3 years ago when a 7th Path sect's disciples were hunting in the valley and had a conflict with a 6th Path sect's disciples. In the end, they were razed to the ground. Wait a minute. The faction that annihilated the Azure Sun County was Stormy Pavilion. At that time, 2 elders and hundreds of disciples from Stormy Pavilion came. Not only did they annihilate the 7th Path sect, but they also killed many elderly, women, and children. It was so cruel that it made one's hair stand. What about the 100 Sect Alliance? At that time, Qin Haoran had tried to mediate between the 2 factions, but the other party was determined to annihilate them. Hence, he could only turn a blind eye. In short, as long as the factions in Azure Sun County provoked the factions in Huayang County, especially the evil sects, they could only admit defeat. It was unbearable and sullen. Now that Iron Bone had gone to Huayang County to cause trouble and annihilated 4 sixth path evil sects, the Azure Sun County cultivators could hold their heads up high. At that moment, many factions and individuals who had been bullied by the evil sects had great respect for Jun Changxiao and despised the 100 Sect Alliance for not doing anything. Vast Qi Sect. Alliance Master Qin sat at the head of the table with an ugly expression on his face. His hands were tightly gripping the armrest. He was extremely angry. How could he not be angry? He didn't dare to provoke the 6th Path evil sects, but 4 of them were annihilated by Jun Changxiao. This wasn't just a slap to his face, it was also a slap to the 100 Sect Alliance's face. Without a doubt, when the Azure Sun County cultivators knew about this, they would definitely worship that kid. He and the Alliance would only be despised by them. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Shin Tong sneered. There are many evil sects in Huayang County. Since Jun Changxiao dared to eliminate 4 of them, he will definitely provoke public anger and bring more trouble. Not bad. Situ Wang said faintly. The evil faction is not to be trifled with. Once we provoke them, Iron Bone will definitely be annihilated. At that time, the practitioners of Azure Sun County will understand why our 100 Sect Alliance chose to remain silent, another big shot said. Alliance Master Qin, who was originally very angry, immediately relaxed. Now. He paused for a moment and said, "We're just waiting for big trouble." After wiping out 4 Sixth Path heretical sects and venting the anger of the Azure Sun County, they were still waiting to watch the show. These people were really hopeless. The cultivators outside were still discussing the iron bone when Sect Leader June came to the herb garden after finishing his cultivation. Every time he came here, he would see the spiritual energy condensed in the air. It was much stronger than before, giving people a feeling that it was both real and illusory. "Elder Wei," Jun Changshao said, "when will the spiritual energy in the mountain recover?" Although he had the tenfold spirit-gathering formation and chi-gathering pills, he still felt that his cultivation speed was not fast enough. Therefore, he could only rely on the recovery of spiritual energy and the extraction of spirit stone veins. Elder Wei said, "If it's fast, it'll take 3 to 5 months. If it's slow, it'll take 3 to 5 years. At the fastest, it would take a few months." This made Jun Changshao speechless. The recovery of spiritual energy required an opportunity and conditions. Forcefully extracting the spirit stone veins would only cause destruction. Therefore, they had to wait no matter how anxious they were. Sect Leader. At this moment, Li Qingyang came to report, "Elder Ma of Azure Mountain Sect has come to visit. He's already in the main hall with an anxious expression. It seems like something has happened." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao went to the main hall. The moment he stepped in, Ma Yunting said anxiously, "Sect Leader Jun, you wiped out 4 heretical sects in Huayang County?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said. "Trouble, trouble." Ma Yunting frowned even more. Jun Changshao said, "What's the matter?" Ma Yunting said with a solemn expression, "Sect Leader Jun, have you heard of Murdering God Temple?" "Murdering God Temple?" Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Never heard of it." Ma Yunting said, "It's a third-rate heretical sect that's as famous as Demon Fiend Sect. It has a branch in Huayang County." "I didn't offend Murdering God Temple," Jun Changshao said. Ma Yunting said, "You didn't offend Murdering God Temple, but you offended a few heretical sects in Huayang County." Jun Changshao seemed to understand something and said, "Elder Ma means that Murdering God Temple will stand up for the 4 heretical sects that were wiped out and find trouble with my iron bone?" "That's right," Elder Ma said solemnly. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. "I just relied on old Master Shangguan's power to deal with Demon Fiend Sect, and now I've offended another third-rate heretical sect. I'm too unlucky." The system said, "It's not unlucky, you asked for it." "Scram," Jun Changshao said. Ma Yunting said solemnly, "This Murdering God Temple is more difficult to deal with than Demon Fiend Sect. If they insist on standing up for the 4 heretical sects, they will definitely come to Qingyang County. Sect Leader Jun, please make preparations early." "Yes," Jun Changshao said. "If Demon Fiend Sect can't be offended, Murdering God Temple definitely can't be offended. Sect Leader Jun, it's best to quickly find old Master Shangguan and inform him of the situation." Ma Yunting suggested. Jun Changshao said, "I've just troubled him. If I ask for help again, I'll be a little embarrassed." Ma Yunting was speechless. When Murdering God Temple comes, it will be a great crisis. Sect Leader Jun, what's there to be embarrassed about? "That's true," Jun Changshao said. "I'll go to Xingyang City now." Saying that, he walked out of the main hall and activated the sect protection array again. Then, he let the disciples cultivate in the sect and not go out casually. Sect Leader Li Luoqiu said with sound transmission, "There's news from Huayang County. Murdering God Temple has gathered 20 heretical sections. They are currently rushing towards my Iron Bone sect." "Who gave the news?" Song Si. He went to Murdering God Temple's branch with the Ghost Hand sect leader and found out that the other party had gathered so many heretical sects to seek justice for the 4 heretical sects that were destroyed. Thus, he secretly contacted the spies of Drizzle Hall. How many people? How strong are they? When will they arrive? Jun Changshao asked. Li Luoqiu said, 2 martial kings, 12 wuzong, and around 10,000 disciples from each sect. They are expected to arrive tomorrow morning. Damn. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. What a big battle. Sect leader Jun, Ma Yunting walked out of the main hall and said, Why are you still in a daze? Quickly go to Xingyang City. It's nothing, it's nothing. Jun Changshao said, I have Hurricane Wolf King. They will arrive soon. All right then. Ma Yunting cupped his hands and said, I'll take my leave first. I'll go back and discuss with sect leader. Jun, I won't send you off. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said. He did not plan to tell Ma Yunting about murdering God Temple and the heretical sects, because if the other party knew, he would definitely not leave. He had to face the trouble he caused himself. How could he have the nerve to implicate this friend? P.S. The house is being renovated these 2 days, and I still have to change the circuit. I'm very busy, so I'll update 2 times first. It will take about 2 to 3 days. Chapter 371. If they were not afraid of death, they could come and cause trouble. This was what Jun Changshao said before. It was very pretentious and powerful, and he was sure that he had destroyed 4 sixth-rate evil sects in a row, which must have shocked Huayang County. The sects would not dare to provoke him. No matter how much he thought about it, he did not expect that the deicide hall would come out and contact 20 evil sects, bringing close to 10,000 disciples and charging over in a grandiose manner. Depressing. Jun Changshao frowned. If it was just a group of evil sects joining forces, he would not be able to defeat them. But with the participation of the third-rate evil sects, it was more troublesome. Li Luoqiu said, Tomorrow morning, the foot of the mountain will be full of people. How should we deal with it? Jun Changshao frowned. He dismissed the idea of asking Shangguan Hong for help because it was already dusk. Even if he could go back and forth, he would not be able to contact the people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Not to mention, they had just helped him. It was not right to ask for help again. So, he had to rely on himself. Li Luoqiu said, Take the disciples into the mountain to hide? No need. Jun Changshao said confidently, With the sect protection matrix, they can't come in. Li Luoqiu also knew that the matrix was very strong. She said, They are coming with great momentum. If they keep blocking the top of the mountain, we can't get out. So, Jun Changshao said, We have to find a way to deal with this. The sect protection matrix could protect the iron bone. It did not matter even if they were exhausted. But after all, it was a big problem. They had to deal with it perfectly like the demon sect. How do we deal with it? Li Luoqiu asked. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, Let me think about it. After a while, he had a flash of inspiration. He snapped his fingers and said, Deal with it according to the rules of the Jianghu. Rules of the Jianghu? Li Luoqiu was confused. At this moment, she received a message from the spies in the city. The content was that a large number of warriors from Huayang County had entered Qingyang County. There were 50 to 60,000 of them. 50 to 60,000? Jun Changshao said in surprise, Why are there more? When the 20 evil sect masters set off, the news had already spread in Huayang County. Many warriors came to watch the fun. Blue Mountain Sect. Ma Yunting had just returned when Wang Donglin rushed into the room and threw a letter over. Something big is going to happen. Something big is going to happen. He opened the letter, and after reading the contents, he stood up from his chair and said in shock, It's over, something big has happened. The letter was sent by the God-slaying Hall branch. The content was, The Iron Bone Righteous Sect of the Azure Sun County has wantonly destroyed 4 sects of my Huayang County. Tomorrow they will pay the price. I advise your sect not to participate in this to avoid being implicated. AI. Wang Donglin sighed and said, The deicide palace is telling us not to help sect leader June, Ma Yunting said gravely. The thing I worried about the most still happened. This calamity will be even worse than the demon fiend sect. What should we do? What else can we do? Hurry up and inform the sect leader. For such a big matter, even if they wanted to help Jun Changshao, the sect leader had to make the decision. At the same time, Alliance Master Qin, who was in the Grand Qi sect, also received the letter from the deicide palace. The general meaning was that the evil sects of my Huayang County will target the Iron Bone tomorrow. The 100 Sect Alliance will continue to turn a blind eye. Ah! Ah ha ha ha! Wild laughter came from the main hall. Jun Changshao, Alliance Master Qin, was wild with joy. Your big trouble is coming. He was still waiting during the day, but it came at night. At this time, not to mention turning a blind eye, he wanted to use his finger to poke his eyes blind so that he really couldn't see. Such a happy thing couldn't be enjoyed alone. Qin Haoran hurriedly sent a messenger pigeon to the leaders of the various sects and asked them to hurry up and go to the Iron Bone tomorrow. What for? That's right, watch the show. Huayang County's arrival this time was not only huge, but they also informed Azure Sun County in advance. Many warriors received the news. As expected. I knew it. Iron Bone destroyed 4 evil sections. Huayang County will definitely not let this matter rest. 20 evil sects came down, and they are even from the deicide palace. Sect leader June is going to be in big trouble this time. I hope we can get through this safely. Although that was what they said, the warriors of Azure Sun County didn't think that Iron Bone could get through this safely. After all, with so many people and so many experts, even a 5th-rate sect wouldn't be able to handle it. Let's go. Let's go to Azure Sun City. Many forces, families, and even rogue cultivators took action. 20 evil sects from Huayang County were going to denounce Iron Bone. This was a big matter. How could they not do anything? Azure Sun City. After Xie Guangquan received the news, he anxiously paced up and down in the main hall and said frantically, My sect leader June, why did you provoke another 3rd-rate evil sect? No. I have to inform him quickly. Xie Guangquan calmed down. Even though it was already late at night, he still personally went to Iron Bone. However, when he arrived at the foot of the mountain, his eyes widened. At this moment there were many white objects hanging on the branches, illuminating the surroundings. This is, Xie Guangquan was shocked. Night pearl? No. What he saw was called a light bulb on Earth. This was one of the daily goods that Jun Changshao bought when he refreshed. It was called the Magic Modified Energy Saving Lamp, and it could light up by itself without any electricity. Speaking of which, why did he hang this thing at the foot of the mountain? Because within the range of the light, the disciples of Iron Bone were working overtime. Some were chopping trees while others were lifting stone slabs. Xie Guangquan glanced around and realized that they were going to set up a platform. Jun Changshao, who was in charge of supervising the work, asked in surprise, City Lord Xie, why have you come here so late at night? Seeing him so calm, the corner of Xie Guangquan's mouth twitched. Sect leader June, the evil sects of Huayang County have joined forces and are rushing over with murderous intent. I know, Jun Changshao said. Xie Guangquan was stunned and broke down. Since sect leader June knows, why do you have time to bring your disciples here to set up a platform? Do you want to watch a play? Jun Changshao smiled. They came from afar, so I naturally have to entertain them well. Xie Guangquan almost fainted to the ground. The evil sects of Huayang County obviously came to destroy Iron Bone this time, but he still entertained them. Was there something wrong with his brain? 2 hours later, a stone platform as big as a basketball court was built by the disciples of Iron Bone together. A large wooden sign was erected in the direction of the sect as the background. Only then did Xie Guangquan realize that they were not building a stage, but more like an arena. Bring me a brush. Jun Changshao shouted. Li Qingyang hurriedly brought over a brush and ink, but the brush was extra large. Shua! Jun Changshao held the brush, dipped it in ink, and started to write on the wooden board with one hand. A moment later, he put away the brush and stood up, looking heroic. On the wooden board, 3 bold and powerful words appeared. Life and Death Platform. Shua! Shua! Sect leader Jun dipped the brush in ink again. On the left side he wrote, I will laugh at the sky with my blade. On the right side he wrote, Go and leave the 2 Kunlun mountains. Horizontal scroll. Iron Bone. Chapter 372. Back on Earth, Jun Changxiao's studies weren't that good, but he was good at calligraphy, so the words he wrote were like dragons flying and phoenixes flying. If it weren't for the fact that the evil sects were coming, Xie Guangquan would have clapped his hands and cheered. Sect leader Jun, he frowned and said, You built such a ring and named it Life and Death. Are you going to fight the evil sects? That's right. Jun Changxiao said, According to the rules of Jianghu, we'll fight them fair and square. Xie Guangquan's mouth twitched. According to the information he received, the evil sects in Huayang County had sent 2 martial kings. If they fought fair and square, they would definitely die miserably. Sect leader Jun, Xie Guangquan said, The enemy is coming aggressively this time. Why don't we hide first and come out after the wind blows over? This was the idea he came up with when he came. Although he was helpless, it was the safest way for now. Thank you, City Lord. Jun Changxiao said, I won't back down. I want to tell the whole world that the first principle of Iron Bone is to live as a hero and die as a hero. He had never heard of this principle before. Some of the Iron Bone disciples took out small notebooks and wrote it down, while others closed their eyes and recited it silently. Live as a hero? Die as a hero? Xie Guangquan recited it silently and was immediately filled with respect. In the face of a powerful enemy, he was still able to remain calm and unruffled. Moreover, he was able to say such words that could swallow mountains and rivers. He was truly an unyielding man. Fine. City Lord Xie was infected and said, Since sect leader Jun wants to fight, I'm willing to go through this with Iron Bone. He didn't mention the 3.6 million citizens, because he could only represent himself in this matter. Thank you. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said. Knowing that the enemy was coming, he still supported him. This was a true friend in need. The sky gradually brightened, and the modified energy-saving lamps hanging on the trees were also extinguished. The newly built Life and Death ring was shrouded in the early morning mist, revealing a solemn and dignified aura. I laughed to the sky with my blade. Leave behind the 2 Kunlun mountains. If someone saw the vigorous and powerful words written on the wooden board, they would be in awe. The Iron Bone disciples didn't return to the sect to rest. They lined up neatly on both sides of the ring with their hands behind their backs and their heads high. Xie Guangquan saw this and thought, as expected of the Iron Bone sect. The early morning fog gradually dissipated with the sunrise, and everything became clear. Suddenly, many martial artists appeared in the wilderness. Xie Guangquan's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, The evil sects from Huayang County are here already? No. They were all martial artists of the martial artists from Huayang City, Huayang. When they were in US, YTT in UUs a TTTTTS, YTTYTTYTTTU. Fight to the death. The clans and rogue cultivators of Qingyang City shouted. Right at this moment, Huyang City's AI clan, Sunyang City's Song clan, and the other 7 castellans appeared one after another. They weren't here to watch the show. They were here to support Iron Bone. Huayang County's evil faction had been bullying Azure Sun County for a long time. Everyone had been complaining about it for a long time. It was Iron Bone who helped them vent their anger. Now that they were in trouble, they naturally came from all directions to help. In a short period of time, close to 100,000 martial cultivators had gathered near the life and death arena. The number could be said to be enormous. Of course, those who came were either from clans or rogue cultivators. Not a single sect was present. This was because the sects in the Azure Sun County had to be members of the Alliance. They would definitely not side with Jun Changshao. Sect Master Jun. The city lord of Liang City cupped his hands and said, 3 years ago, the Windy Rain Pavilion annihilated 5,320 members of the 7th-rate Xinghe sect in my territory. Even the elderly, women, and children were not spared. You destroyed the Stormwind Pavilion. As he spoke, he bowed and said, I thank you on their behalf. Sect Master Jun. The city lord of Shouyang City bowed and said, I thank you. There was also an 8th-rate sect in his territory that was annihilated because it offended the Little Demon sect. Plop. A young man knelt down and kowtowed to Jun Changshao. Tears fell like rain as he said, Thank you, Sect Master Jun, for avenging my family of 36. Please accept this bow from Wang Dong. He was a direct descendant of a small clan in Yaoyang City. Back then, he had followed his father and the others to Death Valley to train. Because of a ferocious beast, he had offended the Thunder Palace. In the end, his entire clan was annihilated. He was the only one who had luckily survived. Sect Master Jun, please accept this bow from me. Sect Master Jun, please accept this bow from me. Sect Master Jun, one martial cultivator after another bowed to Jun Changshao. Most of them had been bullied or had relatives who had died in the hands of the 4 6th-rate sections. What was an evil faction? That was, they were cruel and took pleasure in killing people. They never considered the pain of others. As long as they provoked them, they would have to pay a painful price. Therefore, the more people they killed, the more enemies they had. Now that so many martial cultivators were bowing to Jun Changshao, it meant that he had annihilated 4 evil factions in a row. It could be considered as getting rid of evil for the people. Although the falling star continent was cruel, there were still true feelings. Iron Bone had helped them and their relatives take revenge. That was a great kindness. Therefore, they had to help when they were in trouble today. Everyone. Jun Changshao said righteously, punishing evil and getting rid of evil is what my Iron Bone sect should do. The system was speechless. It was clearly the 4 evil factions in Huayang County who had offended their disciples, so they went to annihilate them. Why did he say that they were great heroes? Was there anyone who would flatter themselves like that? Yes. Jun Changshao. At this moment, the members of the 100 Sect Alliance led by Qin Haoran appeared in his field of vision. When he saw so many martial cultivators from Azure Sun County gathered in front of the arena, he thought to himself, could it be that these people are like me, here to see Iron Bone get annihilated? Sect Leader Jun. The city lord of Liang City said, We will not allow the evil factions in Huayang County to invade. We will not allow it. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. This sentence made Jun Changshao feel deeply moved. He also realized that the cruel falling star continent was not filled with martial cultivators with twisted values. There were also many martial cultivators with positive energy. Qin Haoran, who was guessing, was viciously slapped in the face again. His face instantly turned ugly. Are they crazy? How dare they protect Iron Bone? Or do they not have a deep understanding of the evil faction's cruel ways? No. City Lord Ao and City Lord Han both had their own forces in the territory that had been annihilated by the evil factions in Huayang County. They should know their way of doing things. Protecting Iron Bone at this moment was just courting death. Humph. Shin Tong said faintly, I don't know what kind of bewitching potion that guy fed them. Jun appreciates everyone's good intentions, but, after pausing, Jun Changshao said loudly, I will bear the consequences of my own actions. The trouble that my Iron Bone has caused, I, Iron Bone, will bear it alone. Chapter 373. Jun Changshao was touched that the martial cultivators of Azure Sun County were willing to help when Iron Bone was in trouble. However, he had to deal with his own problems and would not implicate others. Humph! Shin Tong sneered, pretending to be calm. There were so many evil sect disciples and 2 martial kings. He did not believe that Iron Bone would not be afraid. Qin Haoren was sure that Iron Bone would not be able to escape even with the support of so many martial cultivators. However, not all the members of the 100 Sect Alliance were gloating. Many of the big shots and disciples following behind him had awkward expressions on their faces. They had been bullied by the evil sects in Huayang County and did not dare to speak up. They felt relieved when Jun Changshao destroyed 4 evil sections. Now that Iron Bone was in trouble, it was too much for them to follow the Alliance Master to watch the show. Qin Haoren, Xie Guangquan said coldly. If you're here to watch the show, please get lost. Azure Sun City does not welcome you. He already had a problem with the 100 Sect Alliance in Azure Sun County challenging the Holy Spring Sect. Now that the evil sects were here to watch the show, he could not tolerate it anymore. Qin Haoren's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Jun Changshao said, "He's a guest from afar. How can Alliance Master Qin ask him to get lost?" Humph! Xie Guangquan snorted. Since the governor was so shameless, the families and martial cultivators of Azure Sun City would not be nice to Qin Haoren. The martial cultivators of other cities were the same. The 100 Sect Alliance either disappeared or pretended not to know when the evil sects in Huayang County bullied the people of Azure Sun County. They were already disappointed. Now that they were here to watch Iron Bone make a fool of himself, they were extremely disappointed. Many elders and disciples of the Alliance felt even more guilty. The sect leader of the Long Blade sect sneered. Iron Bone destroyed 4 evil sections. It's not a big deal that he was destroyed, but it's a big deal that he implicated Azure Sun County. The evil sects in Huayang County are cruel and vengeful. Situ Wang said sternly, "If the Iron Bone faction causes a disaster to befall my Azure Sun County, then even 10,000 deaths won't be enough to absolve the blame." As soon as he said that, many of the guilt-ridden Alliance big shots felt relieved. This time, the evil sects of Huayang County had launched a large-scale invasion. If they did not only destroy the Iron Bone sect, but also many other sects, it would definitely be a disaster. Ha ha! Jun Changshao laughed loudly. Then, he looked at the ugly faces of Shin Tong, Situ Wang, and the others and said, "A bunch of dogs who have been kneeling for a long time. They only know how to cling to life and fear death." The 100 Sect Alliance members were infuriated. Jun Changshao's expression hardened as he shouted, "My Iron Bone clan will show you trash what it means to have your head cut off, your blood flow, and your bones of steel cannot be thrown away." These words were filled with a heroic spirit that soared to the heavens. Iron Bone. Iron Bone. From the moment the book was opened, the name of this sect was not a joke. It represented a kind of integrity, and more importantly, it represented a kind of spirit. The first sect leader was willing to break out of prison and be beheaded to carry on the spirit. "A boorish man," Situ Wang sneered. "A boorish man?" Jun Changshao clasped his hands behind his back and said proudly, "If the heavens did not give birth to my Iron Bone, the Mang Dao would be like a long night. If the heavens did not give birth to my Iron Bone, the Mang Dao would be like a long night." Xie Guangquan said admiringly, "Today, I swear to go through thick and thin with the Iron Bone sect. We are willing to go through thick and thin with the Iron Bone sect." The martial cultivators of Azure Sun County shouted in unison. At this moment, Jun Changshao's words stirred the passion in their bodies and the integrity hidden deep in their hearts. Qin Haoren's face turned gloomier. He had always been highly respected in Azure Sun County. Now that so many people were supporting the Iron Bone, he was very unhappy and angry. Suddenly, eerie laughter came from behind. Two black-robed martial artists walked over step by step. When Qin Haoran saw the skull pattern on their chests, he exclaimed, "Deicide Hall." The martial cultivators of Azure Sun County were shocked. This was a third-rate evil sect. It was one of the strongest sects in the Falling Star continent. One of the black-robed martial artists saw the arena and smiled eerily. "Brother Jean, the Iron Bone sect has built the Morning Hall in advance. Since we have eliminated 4 evil sects, we naturally have to take care of the funeral arrangements," the other black-robed martial artist said indifferently. As the two of them got closer, an eerie aura spread out, causing the martial cultivators of Azure Sun County to tremble in fear. "Are these the martial kings of the evil sects? How terrifying!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, more martial cultivators appeared behind the two martial kings. Although they were dressed differently, they all emitted eerie auras. Obviously, they were all from the evil sects. "They are coming, they are coming." Qin Haoran sneered inwardly. "The Iron Bone sect will be eliminated soon." The two Deicide Hall martial artists and a large group of people from the evil sects appeared. The martial cultivators of Azure Sun County stood with their hands behind their back. There was no fear on their faces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, 20 evil sects with a total of 10,000 people stopped in front of the life and death ring. They were 100 meters away from the martial cultivators of Azure Sun County. Alliance Master Qin. The Deicide Hall elder glanced at the martial cultivators and sneered. "You have brought so many people here. Are you planning to fight with us from Huayang County?" "Don't misunderstand." Qin Haoran cupped his hands and said, "We are here to watch the show." As he spoke, he led the Alliance members to the side, keeping a distance from the martial cultivators of Azure Sun County. "Kaki." The elder laughed. "A wise man submits to circumstances." The few city lords of Azure Sun County glared at Qin Haoran. This was only a grudge between the two forces. If it was a war, the 100-sect alliance would definitely be the first to betray them. "I will laugh at the sky with my blade in my hand. Leave behind the 2 Kunlun Mountains, Iron Bone sect?" A black-robed martial cultivator read the words on the wooden board with a disdainful smile. "Kakik." Another black-robed martial cultivator laughed. "Jun Changshao, what do you mean by building a spiritual altar and standing on it?" "The rules of the underworld." Jun Changshao said proudly, "One-on-one." This was his idea. He wanted to use the rules of the underworld to issue a challenge to the evil sections. One-on-one. The two Deicide Hall martial kings laughed. "Why?" Jun Changshao said indifferently. "The two of you don't dare to accept the challenge. Or do you think that my Iron Bone sect is too strong and you need to rely on numbers to eliminate it?" Kaki. The elder with the surname Jean laughed. "Why would a small 7th-rate sect not dare to accept the challenge?" Swoosh. Jun Changshao moved to the side and showed the 3 words, "Life and Death Arena." He said, "I, Iron Bone sect, will set up this life and death arena today. I am willing to experience the skills of the evil sects of Huayang County." Kaki. Elder Jean laughed sinisterly. "I have been in the underworld for so many years, but I have never seen anyone set up a life and death arena before their sect is destroyed. Since we are going to die anyway, why not die on the arena with more dignity?" Jun Changshao said. "That makes sense." Elder Jean said, "In that case, if we don't cooperate, we are not worthy of the underworld. Everyone." He laughed coldly and said, "Is there anyone willing to fight? My Point Star Valley is willing to fight first." A middle-aged man shouted. This man was called Wan Xiuxian, an elder of the 6th-rate Point Star Valley. His cultivation had already reached the 3rd stage Wuzong. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not stand out. However, this time, there were 2 Deicide Hall branch elders here. He must perform well and win the favor of the 3rd-rate sect. Chapter 374. 20 evil sects, close to 10,000 disciples, and 2 martial kings leading them. With the Sect protection array, Jun Changshao could completely hide in the Sect and not fight them head-on. But it was only temporary. If the other party refused to leave and surrounded the mountain gate, the disciples would not be able to go out to train or cultivate. Therefore, he had to think of a way to solve this big problem. How to solve it? Jun Changshao thought of fighting in the arena. Perhaps some people would think that they were here to destroy the Sect. Would they fight one-on-one with you? Yes. Especially a third-rate sect like the God-Slaughtering Palace. Although it was an evil sect, it was still a member of the martial arts world. Since the sect leader of Iron Bone wanted to die in the arena, he would definitely die with dignity and fulfill his wish. Furthermore, there were so many martial cultivators from the Azure Sun County. It was a good opportunity for them to personally witness the cruel consequences of offending the evil sects of Huayang County. Elder Wan, the martial king surnamed Zhan, said, "You must take good care of this Iron Bone sect leader." Understood. Wan Xiuxian walked out and jumped onto the life and death arena. He first glanced at Jun Changshao, then looked at the words on the wooden board. His eyes immediately filled with disdain. It was just a 7th-rate sect. He had made himself too unyielding, wasn't he? Jun Changshao ignored him and looked at the 2 martial kings, saying, "This time there will be 10 matches in the life and death arena. If I, Iron Bone, lose 1 match, I will bring my disciples and commit suicide in front of the world." What? Sect leader Jun, you must not. Xie Guangquan and Ai Shangyao's expressions changed drastically. They knew that the disciples of Iron Bone were very strong, because they had already proven it when challenging the Sacred Spring Sect. However, if they were to collectively commit suicide after losing a match, wouldn't that be too arrogant? Furthermore, there were still 2 martial kings. If they were to fight, they would be much stronger than Wuzong. How could they contend against them? Sect leader Jun. Just as Xie Guangquan and Ai Shangyao opened their mouths, they heard Jun Changshao interrupt with a serious expression, "I have already made up my mind." His attitude was very unyielding. Xie Guanghuan and Ai Shang shook their heads. Those city lords, clans, and itinerant cultivators who came to support Jun Changshao also had ugly expressions on their faces. If it was decided based on the number of wins and losses, it would still be understandable. However, this kind of condition where he had to commit suicide if he lost 1 out of 10 matches was clearly forcing him into a desperate situation. Qin Haoran thought to himself, he's really courting death. Although Shen Tong and Sidu Wang looked expressionless, they were very happy in their hearts. They did not believe that the evil faction, with 2 martial kings in charge, would not be able to win at least 1 out of 10 matches. Kaki. Elder Zhan laughed strangely. Sect Master Jun knows that the sect must be annihilated today. Is that why you decided to play such an exciting battle on the arena? Jun Changshao said, "Life should be exciting." Alright. Elder Zhan smiled and said, "Since sect leader Jun likes to play exciting games, we won't bully the weak. We will fight 10 rounds on the stage. If Iron Bone loses a round, he will lead his disciples to commit suicide." Of course, Jun Chang said with a smile, "If my Iron Bone sect is lucky enough to win all 10 rounds, then I ask the 2 of you to leave with these evil sects and mind your own business." Lucky enough to win all 10 rounds? Elder Zhan smiled sinisterly. Do you think that's possible? Impossible. This was the unanimous thought of all the martial artists present. If 2 martial kings were to fight, Iron Bone would lose 2 rounds directly. The result would be all of them committing suicide. Jun Changshao said, "Do you dare to play?" Elder Zhan smiled faintly and said, "If Iron Bone is lucky enough to win all 10 rounds, then we will leave and mind our own business." Alright. Jun Changshao cupped his fists and said, "There are so many martial cultivators here. We will be the witnesses." Xie Guangquan, Ai Shang, and the others' mouths twitched. Sect leader Jun played an exciting battle on the arena with Iron Bone's entire group committing suicide. Xiao Ziji. Jun Changshao shouted, "You go first in the first round." Yes. Xiao Ziji went up to the life and death arena. That's a third stage Wuzong. If they don't send an elder and send a disciple instead, they will lose the first round. As far as I know, Iron Bone doesn't have an elder. Since there are 10 rounds, then they must send a disciple. This Xiao Ziji may have performed well in the Sacred Spring Sect, but he is only a martial master. How can he defeat a third-stage Wuzong? The martial artists of Qingyang County shook their heads. If they don't have an elder, then they can fight themselves. Sending a disciple to the arena was to lose on purpose. The martial cultivators of Huayang County sneered. They thought it would take a lot of time and effort to destroy Iron Bone. Now, as long as Star Point Valley's elder won the first round, they would all commit suicide. That would save them a lot of trouble. Sect leader Jun Wan Xiuxian said disdainfully, "Sending a disciple to fight me, you are treating the lives of your entire sect as a joke." "Cut the crap," Xiao Ziji said. "Let's start quickly." Although he said so, he was actually quite nervous. After all, this was his first time fighting with a third-stage Wuzong. Wan Xiuxian sneered, "Since you are so eager to die, then I will send you to hell." Huff. The evil Yin attribute immediately spread out. The system said, "This person is a third-stage middle-stage Wuzong. His strength is about 180,000 pounds. 180,000, huh? Jun Changshao said to himself, "Sinful Self should be able to win." If the martial artists present heard this, they would definitely break down. "Big brother, your disciple is only a 6th or 7th stage martial master. Even if he is an extreme stage martial master, his strength is at most 180,000 pounds. How can he fight against a 180,000 pounds Wuzong?" Huff. At this moment, Wan Xiuxian's right hand formed a fist. The evil Yin attribute instantly spread out and punched towards Xiao Ziji. With the support of his martial technique, the strength of his punch instantly soared to 200,000 pounds. Swoosh! Xiao Ziji used the cloud treading steps to dodge. However, just as he dodged, Wan Xiuxian's left fist came from a tricky angle. Bang! The fist that also carried 200,000 pounds of strength directly smashed onto Xiao Ziji's right shoulder. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out on the stage. "It's over." Many martial artists had this thought in their mind when they saw it. However, unbelievably, Xiao Ziji, who used his body to resist 200,000 pounds, only took 2 small steps back. There was no sign of pain on his face. "Huh!" Wan Xiuxian said in surprise. "You can still stand after taking this elder's evil shadow fist. Your body is quite strong." Huff. As he spoke, he rushed over. Huff. His left and right fists attacked at the same time, instantly forming a dense evil shadow fist, accompanied by gusts of cold wind. Bang! 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 It was difficult for Sinful Self to dodge, so he could only rely on his body to resist. When Wan Xiuxian stopped, when the dark energy dissipated, everyone's mouths suddenly opened. Because that Iron Bone disciple was still standing on the stage without a change in expression, giving people the feeling that it was not painful at all. Elder Wan. Elder Zhan frowned and said, "You are now representing the evil forces of Huayang County. Please take it seriously." The corner of Wan Xiuxian's mouth twitched. In order to show off in front of the 2 martial kings of the God-slaying palace, he had already used all his strength from the beginning. However, this Iron Bone disciple in front of him was simply a lump of iron that was difficult to deal with. Shwa! At this moment, Xiao Ziji used the cloud treading steps and rushed over. His left hand was filled with exploding fist and his right hand was filled with mountain-splitting palm. Huff! The speed of his fist was very fast and his strength was very strong. The faces of all the experts present changed greatly. That iron bone disciple called Xiao Ziji was clearly only a 6th grade martial master, but the power he unleashed was at least 200,000 pounds. Not good. Wan Xiuxian was shocked. Boom. P.S. The second update. Tomorrow, I will resume my normal update and make up for it. Chapter 375. Many martial artists were not mistaken. The mountain-splitting palm that Xiao Zuiji used with his right hand had already reached a weight of 200,000 pounds. A 6th grade martial master with strength comparable to a 3rd grade mid-level wuzong was truly terrifying. However, Jun Changxiao's face was calm. Xiao Ziji's explosive strength was completely reasonable because he had already crushed the strength-increasing talisman that he had provided for him. Although it was refined from the talisman pavilion and could not be compared to the 5-fold strength-increasing talisman sold in the store, it could still increase his strength by 2 times. After returning from the Sacred Spring Sect, Xiao Ziji had entered the 6th grade from the 5th grade. His strength was around 90,000, so with the strength-increasing talisman and the mountain-splitting palm, it was easy to break 200,000 jin. He felt super good when he threw a punch. He felt good, but Wan Xiuxian, who could not dodge in time and was forced to retreat 6 or 7 steps, was dumbfounded. A 6th grade martial master with strength not weaker than him. This was too scary. All the martial artists were staring with wide eyes. Even the 2 martial kings' eyes were filled with disbelief. Some martial artists were very talented and their strength far exceeded others in the same realm. This was understandable. But a 6th grade martial master, even if it was at the superior level, could only reach 100,000 jin at most. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! How on earth did that guy cultivate? No wonder sect leader Jun dared to let him fight. He has the strength comparable to a 3rd grade wuzong. Everyone was shocked and disgusted. Xiao Ziji, who was in the life and death arena, felt the powerful strength. His eyes were burning and the blood in his body was boiling violently. Fight. This was his thought and he put it into action. He used the cloud treading steps and rushed over again. He raised his hand and slashed. Whoosh, a crescent-shaped flowing light, carrying an explosive force, cut through the void and shot out explosively. Its strength reached 250,000 jin. This kind of spiritual martial technique was modified by a mysterious almighty person. It would become stronger as the user's strength increased. Wan Xiuxian saw this and his face changed greatly. Whoosh! He tried to dodge with his body technique. But before he could stabilize his body, he heard Xiao Ziji shout, I slash, I slash, I slash, 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 slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 crescent-shaped flowing lights shot out from the sky, the air, and the ground, carrying a force of 250,000 jin. Everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of spiritual energy type martial skill consumed a lot of spiritual energy. If he used it like this, wasn't he afraid that he would be paralyzed from exhaustion before he could finish off his opponent? Boom! While he was deep in thought, a loud explosion sounded. Although Wan Xiuxian dodged the first self-chop, he was still hit by the other 2 self-chop. Dang dang dang! He retreated rapidly, and when he stabilized his body at the edge of the arena with great difficulty, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Withstanding 2 powerful self-slashes at the same time, he could not avoid being injured. A martial master was able to make wuzong vomit blood. How awesome! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that there's someone capable of fighting above their cultivation realm. No wonder the Sacred Spring Sect lost 74 matches in a row. The Iron Bone disciples are too strong. While everyone was discussing, Xiao Ziji launched another attack. He didn't use self-slash anymore. Instead, he chose to use mountain-splitting palm and rupturing fist in close combat. This made Wan Xiuxian feel much better. However, after a while, he realized that this Iron Bone disciple was getting braver and stronger the more he fought. What made it worse was, Wan Xiuxian tried to fight back, but no matter how he fought, his opponent could easily resolve it with his physical body. In the end, he was beaten up again. Although Xiao Zuiji was able to contend against a third-rank martial great master with the help of the strength-increasing talisman, his physical body was truly tempered. "You want to punch me? Sure. Then, I'll punch you again." Relying on his strong physical body and soft silk armor, Xiao Ziji didn't even open his seal shield. He attacked wildly, exposing his flaws. The corners of the martial artists' mouths twitched. Fighting was a kind of technical work. It was about moving, dodging, defending, and counterattacking. The Iron Bone disciple didn't need to defend at all and fought with open arms. He was completely a boorish man. The sect leader was reckless, and the disciple was also reckless. This was really, if the heavens didn't give birth to him Ironbone, Mang Dao would be like a long night. Boom, boom, boom. On the life and death arena, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. The process wasn't complicated, and it wasn't dazzling. You punch me, I punch you back, and they don't owe each other anything. Xiao Ziji, with his strong defense, could withstand it, but Wan Xiuxian, with his ordinary physical body, was in a tragic situation. Because he was hit more than 20 times, and his injuries were getting worse. From the current situation, he was already at a disadvantage. No. He had to change his strategy or he would definitely lose. Ah! Wan Xiuxian roared angrily, and his body was suddenly surrounded by the dark attribute. Demonic change! Someone exclaimed, a high-grade demonic sect mental cultivation technique. A high-grade demonic sect mental cultivation technique? Hearing this, everyone's face changed. A high-grade demonic sect mental cultivation technique was already very precious, and it was used by the demonic sect, so it was even rarer. When this Star Valley elder used it, his strength would definitely increase qualitatively. Pring! At this time, an explosion came from the life and death arena. Wan Xiuxian staggered out of the dark attribute, and a bright red fist mark appeared on the right side of his face. This was a punch to the face. Damn it! Wan Xiuxian was furious. When he was about to roar and use his trump card, Xiao Ziji walked out of the fog and punched him. This time, he didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Ziji's fist carried a violent force, and it hit Wan Xiuxian's arms again, and he staggered back. The stronger martial artists could see that the Star Valley elder had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. At this moment, even if he used his trump card, it would be difficult to reverse the situation. Sect leader, Xiao Ziji said telepathically, let him die or leave him alive? While fighting in the life and death arena, he could still divert his attention to send telepathic messages. This was really amazing. Leave him half alive, Jun Changshao said telepathically. Although it was a battle of life and death, if Wan Xiuxian was killed, it would definitely anger the demonic sect of Huayang County and make him more passive, so he took the gentle route first. Understood. Xiao Ziji continued to bombard Wan Xiuxian, who kept retreating, and his face became paler. The meridians and internal organs in his body couldn't withstand such a hard fight. It was time to end the battle. Xiao Ziji took a step forward and swung his right hand directly, blasting the retreating Wan Xiuxian out of the life and death arena. When he fell heavily to the ground, blood kept spurting out. Xiao Ziji cupped his hands proudly and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Everyone was shocked. A rank 3 Wuzong was defeated so quickly and seriously injured. It was unexpected. Sorry. Jun Changshao went up to the life and death arena and cupped his hands. Our sect won the first battle by luck. This was considered luck? There was no such thing as luck in the world. Chapter 376. Xiao Zui was the winner of the first battle. He also followed the sect master's order and beat Wan Xiuxian until he was half dead. From the way he spat out blood, it would be hard for him to get out of bed without 3 to 5 months of rest. Elder Jean frowned and said, "What a piece of trash!" What? Wan Xiuxian spat out another mouthful of blood. He wanted to show off in front of the 2 deicide temple elders, but he ended up in such a miserable state. Elder Jean was very surprised that Xiao Zue was able to defeat the elder of Point Star Valley, but that was all because he could easily defeat such a level of martial arts practitioner. The martial artists were not surprised, but they were shocked. Especially Alliance Master Qin and the elders of the Alliance. Their faces were ugly. Xiao Ziji's victory over the elder of Star Point Valley gave them a sense of déjà vu. Thinking about it carefully, they realized that it was the Iron Bone challenging the Sacred Spring Sect. At that time, the people of the 100 Sect Alliance believed that the Iron Bone disciples would be defeated by the Sacred Spring Sect disciples. But in the end, they were slapped in the face with victory after victory. Now that he defeated the elder of Star Point Valley, it was also a slap in the face. The martial artists who came to help were not only shocked, but also overjoyed. Although there were still 9 battles to be fought, at least Iron Bone had won the first battle. Jun Changshao said, "Send someone for the second battle." "Brother Jean." Another martial king said, "Why don't you go up and spar with the disciples of Iron Bone?" "That's what I was thinking." Elder Jean smiled sinisterly. He did not want to waste too much time in Azure Sun County. As long as he won the first battle and witnessed all the disciples of Iron Bone commit suicide, he could return to the sect to cultivate in peace. Swoosh! Elder Jean jumped up and landed on the life and death ring. He said proudly with his hands behind his back, "Sect Master Jun, are you going to fight yourself or send your disciples?" "It's over, it's over." The martial artists of Azure Sun County had ugly expressions. This was the martial king of the Deicide Temple. As long as he went up the life and death ring, no one in Iron Bone would be qualified to fight him. What awaited sect leader Jun and his disciples after losing a battle was collective suicide. The system said, Rank 1 Martial King, high level. Only a Rank 1 Martial King? Jun Changshao said, "I won't fight and neither will my disciples." "Who will fight?" "Me." A lazy voice came from below the stage. Elder Jean and the others hurriedly turned their gazes over. A middle-aged man yawned as he walked over. This person's attire was somewhat similar to that of the Iron Bone disciples. For example, they were both very bright and eye-catching. However, that guy's eyes were still half-closed, as if he was still asleep. Elder Jean frowned. He instantly determined that this person was also a martial king. "This is?" Elder Jean asked. The middle-aged man stopped in front of Jun Changshao and yawned. He introduced himself. "I'm Jiang Bujian, the elder of Iron Bone Clan. You must be the same as me. You've only heard of Jiang Hu meet again, but you've never heard of Jiang Bu see you again. You don't even change your surname?" Jun Changshao asked through telepathy. "There are as many cultivators with the surname Jiang as there are grains of sand in Ganges. The Fiend Demon sect will definitely not think that I'm Jiang Ye," the middle-aged man replied. It turned out that Jiang Ye was Jiang Bujian. The middle-aged man's appearance was naturally due to his disguise. Although he was an elder of the Iron Bone clan, he was still working part-time in the Fiend Demon sect's branch. He couldn't show his real face and name. "Jiang Bujian." Elder Jean thought for a while and said, "Brother Gua, have you heard of this Martial King before? Have you seen him before?" "Martial? Martial King?" The evil cultivators of Qingyang County and Huayang County all widened their eyes when they heard this. Many people were already surprised that the Iron Bone clan had an elder. They never thought that this elder would be a martial king. Alliance Master Qin and the Alliance members were dumbfounded. Of course, they didn't think that the God-slaying Hall elder was joking. Then, this lazy middle-aged man was undoubtedly a martial king. A seventh-rate sect has an elder with martial king cultivation. Isn't this too inconceivable? The evil cultivators couldn't accept it. If it was a sixth-rate or fifth-rate sect, it would be understandable to have a martial king elder. But for a seventh-rate sect to have such an expert, it was definitely very explosive. Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, Jun Changshao thought, my Iron Bone clan has a martial king. Is there a need to be so surprised? Martial King Gua shook his head and said, I've never seen or heard of him. Jiangye said, I'm from Lu Prefecture in the northeast. Naturally, you've never seen or heard of him. So that's how it is. Elder Jean laughed strangely and said, a small seventh-rate sect can recruit a martial king from Lu Prefecture in the northeast as an elder. It's really surprising. It was more than surprising. It was simply too surprising. The 20 evil cultivators secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the God-slaying hall had sent 2 martial kings. Otherwise, there would be countless casualties if this big guy came over. Martial King. The king of martial Dao. An expert of this level, in front of a martial disciple, martial master, or even Wuzong, was definitely an insurmountable mountain. Stop talking nonsense. Jiangye said impatiently, hurry up and start. After this elder still needs to go to sleep. Because his opponent was also a martial king, Elder Jean put away his contempt and his gaze became abnormally solemn. Swish. With a wave of his hand, a sinister and terrifying evil aura erupted. The momentum could be said to be vast. As expected of a martial king-level evil cultivator, in terms of aura and attributes, it was not something that a third-stage Wuzong like Wan Xiuxian could compare to. However, just as Elder Jean was about to make a move, Jiangye used the cloud treading steps and instantly approached. He had learned most of the cultivation techniques in Iron Bone, and his understanding was much stronger than the disciples. It could be seen from the way he used the cloud treading step. His martial arts were strong, and his understanding of martial arts was also high. Therefore, his comprehension of cultivation techniques was definitely not something that low-level martial artists could compare to. For example, Yi Xingqian. His understanding of Iron Bone's various cultivation techniques was far superior to that of Jun Changshao. Unfortunately, although he was proficient in the cultivation techniques, his cultivation could not improve. If Yi Xingqian was also a martial king, he would definitely be stronger than Jiangye if he used the Sect's cultivation techniques at the same time. After all, he was once one of the 10 great martial emperors. His martial arts experience was rich. In the entire Falling Star continent, only the other 9 martial emperors could compete with him. Boom! Jiangye quickly approached and without saying anything, he used the mountain-splitting palm. This kind of middle-grade, high-grade martial skill, when executed in his hands, the power was naturally extraordinary. Thump, thump, thump. Elder Jean staggered back a few steps and said in shock, You are a second-stage martial king? When experts exchanged blows, the difference between them was obvious. Otherwise, Jiangye appeared behind him and punched out with his right fist filled with 2 million gene of strength. His strong attributes exploded, and the space became distorted, as if it was about to be torn apart. Rumble! Elder Jean did not have time to react before he was hit in the back. He was pushed back from the center of the life and death arena to the edge. His body immediately felt intense pain. One move was over. The fist print was left in the space, as if it was frozen. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of terrifying strength could shake the space and cause the fist print to freeze and not dissipate? Chapter 377. After becoming an Iron Bone Elder for the past 2 months, Jiangye's strength had greatly increased even though he was still a rank 2 martial king. To be exact, not long ago, he was only a high-rank martial king. Now that he had taken the body-shaping pill and gone through the shaping room and training tower, he had reached the extreme level. Although Elder Jean was a high-rank 1 martial king, his evil Sect's cultivation technique was very strong. He could unleash a strength of 1.6 million gene. This strength was comparable to that of a high rank 2 martial king. Unfortunately, facing Jiang Xie, a second-grade martial king who could casually unleash a force of over 2 million jin, he could only be described as weak. Thus, when he threw the second punch, he was almost knocked off the stage. His entire body was in pain. Swoosh! Jiang Ye appeared again and threw a punch. Boom! The sound of an explosion was heard again, shaking the hearts of the crowd. Elder Zhan, who had a "I'm awesome" expression just now, was punched from left to right by Jiang Ye. He had no strength to resist at all. In a battle between martial artists, a difference of 10,000 jin was enough to determine the outcome. A difference of 400,000 jin between martial kings could be described as a great disparity in strength. Boom! Boom! Jiang Ye continued to attack, beating Elder Zhan until he was running in circles on the stage. The corners of the spectators' mouths twitched. A martial king could beat another martial king to such a state. How great was the disparity in strength! Jun Changshao was also speechless. This god-slaying hall elder had been laughing non-stop since he arrived. He thought that he was a very strong person, but he did not expect him to be such a weakling. Elder Zhan was actually not weak. If it was another rank 2 martial king, he would definitely be able to fight back and forth with them. However, he just had to meet an extreme rank 2 martial king. The disparity in strength was not something that could be made up with the evil sect's cultivation technique. Even if Elder Gua, who was a rank 2 martial king, went on stage, he would still be beaten up by Jiang Ye. That was because he was also a high-rank martial king like Elder Zhan. Why don't you fight back? Boom. Why don't you laugh at me? Boom. Every time our Elder Jiang spoke a sentence, he would throw out a punch, making Elder Zhan dizzy. This was absolutely crushing. Jun Changshao couldn't stand it anymore. He transmitted his voice, "Just beat him up casually. Don't go overboard." If killing the deicide hall elder could solve the current problem, he would definitely let Jiang Ye kill him. But in reality, if they continued to abuse each other mercilessly on the life and death arena, it would only increase the other party's hatred and make the conflict between them even greater. Sigh. He was still too weak. If he and his disciples' cultivation were strong enough, they could act tough without any qualms. After receiving the sect master's order, Jiang Ye gave up on the idea of trampling on Elder Zhan. Instead, he punched Elder Zhan's abdomen and threw him out of the life and death ring. His strength was just right. Elder Zhan staggered and landed on the ground. Although he felt pain all over his body, he did not suffer any serious internal injuries. He would recover after a few days of rest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, A Worlds Apart. You have gained 500 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 2770-5000. After hearing the notification, Jun Changshao immediately beamed with joy. During this period of time, the system did not release any side missions. Even when 2 martial kings came with 10,000 evil cultivators, it did not trigger them. However, there was a hidden mission. Who knows, this thing might just be completed inexplicably. For example, the hidden mission, A Worlds Apart, made Jun Changshao angry and confused. The system explained, although that person is only a rank 1 martial king, he is an evil cultivator. His strength cannot be underestimated. Jiang Ye was able to completely crush him. This is the difference between heaven and earth. Jun Changshao said, I used to crush many opponents in the past. Why didn't I complete it? The system said, some hidden missions are not necessarily related to the host. Instead, they require the sect's members to fulfill the requirement. That's not right. Jun Changshao said, Qingyang and the others also crushed their opponents. Why didn't they complete it? The system broke down. The mission was completed and the reward was given. Why did you keep asking questions? Was your brain kicked by a donkey? Sect leader Jun was not kicked by a donkey. He was infected by Shangguan Xinyao. If you don't understand, you have to ask. The system was speechless. Some hidden missions may require the Sect's members to fulfill the requirements. I see. Jun Changshao understood now. The cultivators of Qingyang County were the happiest when Jiang Ye crushed Elder Zhan. At this moment, they finally understood why the sect leader dared to set up the life and death arena. He dared to fight 10 rounds and would commit suicide if he lost one. There was such a powerful elder. To be honest, they had no doubt that if 10,000 evil cultivators were to join hands, they would be slaughtered until the ground was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. The evil cultivators of Huayang County trembled. They rejoiced that the sect leader of Iron Bone had chosen to settle the grudge with the life and death arena. Otherwise, they would have become cold corpses by now. As for the ones with the worst expressions, it was naturally Qin Haoran and the others. They thought that the Iron Bone would be destroyed. Who would have thought that a martial king who could crush an elder of the God-Slayer Temple would appear? They did not see a joke in the Holy Spring Sect. Instead, they were slapped in the face again and again. Now they were even more afraid. Because the Iron Bone disciples were strong and they had an elder of the martial king realm, they could do whatever they wanted in Qingyang County. Jiang Ye, who was standing on the stage, looked at the other martial king of the God-Slayer Temple and said proudly, "Do you want to come up and fight with me?" Elder Guo's mouth twitched. When he was watching the battle earlier, he could already tell that this Iron Bone sect elder was definitely an extreme second-grade martial king. If he went up on stage to fight, he would definitely be defeated. Sect leader Jun, Elder Zhan suppressed the pain in his body and said, 10 battles. Isn't it 1 battle per person? Being beaten up by Jiang Xie made him feel very embarrassed. However, he also realized that with such a strong martial king, it would be difficult to destroy the Iron Bone sect. However, since that guy said that he would kill himself if he lost 1 battle, he would not let it go. At first, he agreed to the life and death arena because he felt that the strong were giving charity to the weak. Now, he was eager to fight 10 battles. Only then could he destroy the Iron Bone. Jun Changshao said, 10 battles. 1 battle per person. Xie Guangquan and Ai Shang rolled their eyes. Sect leader Jun, before the battle, you didn't say that 1 person could fight more than 1 battle. Now that there is a strong elder, let him fight all 8 battles. Everything will be fine. Jun Changshao also wanted to let Jiang Ye fight all the battles. However, it would be a waste if he didn't let the other disciples fight. Since each person can only fight 1 battle, I would like to see what the Iron Bone is capable of. Elder Guo jumped onto the life and death arena. Everyone's mouth twitched. Just now, the Iron Bone elder called you by name, but you pretended not to hear. Now that the rules say that each person can only fight 1 battle, you immediately jumped out. Do you still have the demeanor of a strong cultivator? Ding. Side mission activated. Damn it. Finally, the side mission came. Jun Changshao hurriedly opened the system panel and saw that the side mission was defeat the Deicide Temple Elder Guodigang in 1 minute elite mission. Note: if the requirement is not met within the time limit, the mission will fail. After reading it, Jun Changshao's eyes almost popped out. He said, "Are there 2 zeros behind the 1? The system said, "No, it's 1 minute." Chapter 378. The side mission hadn't been triggered for a long time. The last time was when he brought Yi Xingchen to Pingyang County to participate in the sect competition. Murdering God Temple's Elder Guo jumped onto the life and death arena. It was finally triggered again, and it was an elite-level mission. However, this mission was a bit F***ed up. Jun Changshao broke down. Do you think it's possible for me to defeat a martial king in 60 seconds? Impossible, the system said decisively. The reason why Jiang Xie was able to defeat Elder Zhan was because he was a rank 2 martial king. What about Jun Changshao? Even if he was a rank 2 superior Wuzong, his combat strength was at most 350,000 jin. Elder Guo was a rank 2 martial king. He could casually attack with 1.6 million jin. The difference between the two was close to 5 times. There was no way to fight. Since it's impossible. Jun Changshao broke down. Then what's the value of this mission? The system said, the more impossible the mission is, the more generous the reward if the host completes it. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. He naturally knew that the harder the mission, the greater the reward after completion. The key was, how was he going to complete it? Sigh. Jun Changshao thought, I can only use the mid-grade strength increasing talisman. After completing Death Valley's epic mission 2, he received a mid-grade strength increasing talisman. He hadn't used it yet. The system said, the mid-grade strength increasing talisman can increase the host's strength by 10 times. 10 times? Jun Changshao's eyes burned. With his current strength, he would have more than 3 million jin of strength after using it. He could definitely smash a rank 2 martial king. However, the system said, if the physical body isn't strong, there will be a long side effect after the time limit expires. How long is the time limit? 60 minutes. 1 minute to deal with this martial king. 59 minutes to deter the evil faction of Huayang County. This should be enough to solve the problem. After some calculations, Jun Changshao clasped his hands and said, since that's the case, I'll compete with this murdering god temple expert. Although the mission didn't say that the host had to solve it at this time, he had to fight the second martial king of the murdering god temple. Sect Master Jun wants to fight personally? To be able to defeat the patriarch of the Holy Spring Sect, Sect Leader Jun is indeed very strong. Can he be stronger than that Elder Jiang? Everyone discussed in low voices. Xie Guangquan and Ai Shang were thinking that since the Iron Bone Sect had a martial king elder, they might have some other unfathomable expert. But they didn't expect that Sect Leader Jun would fight in the 3rd round. To be honest, it was a little difficult, but it wasn't a big problem. Sect Leader Jun still had the artifact Spirit Saber, Sect Master Jun. Elder Guo said, let's decide the winner with our fists. Sure, Jun Changshao said. The corners of Xie Guangquan and Ai Shang's mouths twitched. They were still thinking that Sect Leader Jun might have a chance of winning if he used his weapon Spirit Saber. But now, he was fighting a martial king barehanded. No matter how they looked at it, there was no chance of winning. At this time, Alliance Chief Qin and the other Alliance members should be laughing at him. It was strange. They were all honest and didn't even have the slightest bit of psychological activity. The Iron Bone Sect had a martial king who had brutally beaten up the Deicide Hall elder. The impact was too great for them, so they forgot that they came here to watch a joke. What joke was there to watch? That Iron Bone Sect was so strong. If they angered that guy and brought the elder to their sect, being beaten up was a small matter, but being destroyed was a big matter. When a person's strength was still within the acceptable range, everyone would still look down on them. But when a person's strength reached a higher level, to the point where they couldn't be touched, they could only look up to them. For example, in the same village, if someone had some money, lived in a bungalow and drove a small car, the neighbors would be jealous in private and would point fingers at them. Hey, that kid still wet his bed when he was 7. I used to play with him, but I didn't think he was that promising. After a period of time, someone had countless enterprises and listed companies. His wealth was comparable to that of a country. The neighbors who used to point fingers at him would definitely all become mute. Because this kind of rich person was undoubtedly a towering mountain in front of them. They could only look up and didn't dare to cross it. Iron Bone Sect was like this. Although it had been getting stronger, Qin Haoran and the Alliance members always thought that its strength was just an accident, that it was just luck. Now, the disciples could defeat Wuzong, and the elders could trample on martial kings. They had become existences that they could only look up to. On the life and death arena, Jun Changshao and Elder Guo were 10 meters apart. They were already prepared for battle. He's a bit reckless. Lu Qianqian frowned. The sect leader, with his cultivation of rank 2 Wuzong, challenged a rank 2 martial king. The difficulty was too high. There was absolutely no hope. Of course, in this period of time, she knew that although the sect leader was sometimes reckless, he never did things that he wasn't confident in. So, she was secretly looking forward to his brilliant performance. Unlike the eldest senior sister's worries, Li Qingyang and the others had absolute admiration for the sect leader. Since he dared to challenge a martial king, he definitely had absolute confidence. On the tree, little Long Long yawned. A trace of depression appeared in his eyes. The second martial king. Why didn't Master let him fight? Jun Changshao also wanted to let him fight, but the so-called dragonized battle form, which was neither human nor beast, would definitely scare children. Below the life and death ring, all the cultivators were also watching intently. The atmosphere in this area was slightly solemn. Sect leader Jun, Elder Gua said indifferently, "You can start now." Wait a moment. As Jun Changshao spoke, he secretly crushed the mid-tier strength increase talisman. Huff huff! In an instant, a terrifying energy burst out from his dantian. Then, like a tide, it surged toward all the meridians in his body. Awesome, awesome, awesome! Jun Changshao felt that every muscle and every meridian in his body contained an even greater power than before. His eyes were filled with an intense fighting spirit. Elder Guo frowned. The moment Jun Changshao's power surged, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. A rank 2 martial ancestor realm cultivator without any weapons. How could he have such thoughts? Was it because the elder of the Iron Bone faction was too strong? Elder Guo smiled. "You can start now," Jun Changshao said. When he said the word start, the 1-minute time shown on the side mission suddenly became 59 seconds. Obviously, it had started and entered the countdown stage. Swoosh! At this moment, Elder Guo rushed over with his movement technique. Huff huff! A powerful evil aura burst out from his body and gradually condensed into an illusory human figure. Demon statue! A cultivator exclaimed. The figure gradually materialized like a carved stone statue, emitting an evil aura that made people fear it. Huff huff! Suddenly, the demon statue stretched out one hand and mercilessly attacked Jun Changshao. The force it carried instantly rose to 2 million jin. Elder Zhan's mouth twitched. Facing a second-stage Wuzong, Brother Gui used his trump card right from the start. Wasn't he being too serious? Elder Gui's move was to end the battle quickly. However, facing the demon statue's palm, Sect leader Jun took a step forward. His eyes shone with excitement as he waved his right fist and attacked. Ka. As he punched out, the space around him crackled and popped. When one's strength reached a certain level, the punch could produce the sound of wind breaking. When it was a little stronger, it could stir up the wind. When it was a little stronger, it could stir up the space. Oh my God! Hearing the sound that gave people goosebumps, everyone was dumbfounded. Their hearts were in turmoil. Impossible! Elder Guo's face changed greatly. The faint ominous feeling he had before expanded infinitely the moment Jun Changshao's fist came. Chapter 4. Chapter 379. When Jun Changshao's fist came crashing down, an intense ominous feeling instantly surged into Elder Guo's knowledge sea, causing his complexion to change greatly. Even the magic colossus, which was 2 to 3 meters tall, looked abnormally small in front of the incoming fist. Whoosh whoosh! The wind howled and dust flew everywhere. The spectators held their breath. Their hearts were filled with shock. What kind of strength was this to create such a powerful aura? Jiangye, who had just stepped down from the stage, felt the powerful energy fluctuation. His expression froze. This aura, this strength. It was definitely more than 1,000,000 genes stronger than his. With the support of the 10 times strength amplification talisman, The strength of Jun Changxiao's fist had increased from 350,000 jin to 3.5 million jin. What did that mean? Even a mid-level peak martial king could only reach 250,000 jin. The battle prowess that Jun Changxiao had unleashed was equivalent to that of an advanced rank 8 martial king in the Falling Star continent. It was no wonder that Elder Guo, who was an advanced rank 2 martial king, felt a strong sense of foreboding in his heart when facing such strength. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. This was the thought that came to Elder Guo's mind in a split second. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Jun Changxiao's fist, which was imbued with immense power, landed on the golem's palm and smashed it into smithereens. Pfft! Elder Guo vomited blood on the spot. However, Jun Changxiao's fist was like a hot knife through butter. It completely destroyed the golem's body. Elder Guo's attack was forcefully broken. The backlash was huge. Not only did he vomit blood again, but his meridians were also greatly damaged. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, what made him despair was that Jun Changxiao's fist was still coming. The strength it carried was still extremely terrifying. It's over. Elder Guo howled in his heart. Boom. In the end, Jun Changxiao's fist, which seemed to be able to tear space apart, landed on Elder Guo's abdomen. Bang! The clothes on Elder Guo's back were torn apart. A red fist print could be seen on his exposed skin. A ripple of energy visible to the naked eye instantly spread out and extended for thousands of meters. All the martial artists below the stage felt that domineering aura, and all of them were trembling in fear. They couldn't tell how powerful the energy was, but without a doubt, if it hit them, they would definitely die. That wasn't the point. The point was, what happened to Elder Guo? Everyone gradually calmed down. They looked at the life and death ring, where was Jun Changxiao was standing. Elder Guo was nowhere to be seen. Where was he? Could it be that it had been blasted into smithereens? Plop! At that moment the sound of the crowd. Calm. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look. On the grass hundreds of meters away, Elder Guo was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, his body twitching violently. Of the crowd of the crowd of the crowd. Jiang Xie was speechless. The sect leader had just said that it was fine to torture Elder Guo casually. But when it was his turn, he was so heavy-handed. In fact, Jun Changxiao had retracted a lot of his strength when he hit Elder Guo. Otherwise, Elder Guo wouldn't be twitching on the ground. Instead, his stomach would be ripped open. Ding. Side mission completed. Host receives 1,000 contribution point. Ding. Sect contribution points. 37705000. It actually gave him 1,000 contribution points. However, it didn't seem worth it to earn 1,000 contribution points with such a powerful strength enhancement talisman. Ding. Congratulations on completing the side mission and triggering the hidden reward. Received Supreme Grade Talent Enhancement Elixir X1 and Sword Dao Talent Enhancement Elixir X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Jun Changxiao was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. He thought that the hidden reward would only be given when he completed the hidden mission. He didn't expect the side mission to give it too. The Supreme Grade Talent Enhancement Elixir was good. Sword Dao Talent Enhancement Elixir was even better. The system said, using a middle grade Strength Enhancement Talisman in exchange for 1,000 contribution points and 2 bottles of Spirit Root and Sword Dao Talent Enhancement Elixir. Do you think it's worth it? Worth it. Jun Changxiao said, super worth it. If there weren't so many people present, he might have taken out the Sword Dao Talent Enhancement Elixir and drank it on the spot. Swoosh. Jun Changxiao clasped his fist and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Everyone's mouth twitched. Sending a rank 2 martial king flying a few hundred meters with one punch and making him unable to stand up. This Iron Bone sect leader was really strong. Elder Zhan's face was extremely ugly. He and Guodigang both wanted to end the battle quickly. In the end, one was miserably beaten up and the other was instantly killed. Elder Jean. Jun Changshao said, "Send someone up." They had only fought 3 rounds. There were still 7 rounds left. Even if they fought 2 in one chapter, they could happily write 3.5 chapters. "Everyone," Elder Jean said in a deep voice, "who will fight?" The 20 upper echelons of the evil sects were all silent. They now realized that although Iron Bone was only a 7th-rate sect, their sect leader, elders, and disciples were all very strong. If they went up, they would definitely be beaten up. After 3 rounds, Iron Bone's momentum was very strong. On the contrary, the morale of the evil sects in Huayang County had hit rock bottom. "Everyone." Seeing that no one said anything, Elder Jean said coldly, "Are you afraid of Iron Bone? I'll fight." A 6th-rate evil sect elder stood up. His cultivation was higher than Wan Xiuxian's, but only by 1 rank. "Qingyang." Jun Changshao said, "You fight." "Yes." Li Qingyang went up the life and death ring. "Brother Yang will win. Young Master will win." Below the ring, the Li family's direct descendants and servants all cheered. Although the Li family's patriarch was very worried, when he saw Li Qingyang standing there proudly, a sense of pride appeared on his face. "Everyone look, this is my son." After he joined Iron Bone, he first defeated the inner disciple of Holy Spring Sect in Spirit Spring Mountain, then defeated the pro-disciple of Hao Qi Sect in Noble Spirit Mountain, and finally defeated the pro-disciple of Holy Spring Sect in Holy Spring Mountain. As a father, I'm proud. Let's start. Jun Changshao acted as the referee. Swoosh. The evil sect master was the first to attack. Li Qingyang did not hesitate to crush the talisman and used the cloud steps to deal with him. He and Xiao Zueji were both level 6 martial masters, but their strength was a level higher. Furthermore, their development was balanced, so it was more than enough to deal with a level 4 martial great master. Boom! Boom! The two quickly fought for dozens of moves, and from the situation, they were evenly matched. But all the experts could see that the Iron Bone disciple's fighting style was much more stable than the previous disciple. As long as there were no major flaws or mistakes, winning this fight should not be a problem. Xiao Ziji's advantage was that his physical body was very strong. His fighting style was to attack without hesitation. "At most, you hit me once, I'll take it and then hit you again." Li Qingyang was different. His physical defense was weak, but he was very balanced in all aspects. So when he fought with others, he did not have any outstanding points, nor did he have any major weaknesses. He fought very steadily. Of course, our chief steward Li's physical defense was weak, but it was only limited to Xiao Ziji, this muscle demon. Compared to other martial cultivators, he was still very strong. Pung, pung, pung. The evil sect master took the opportunity and immediately used a dazzling fist technique. In the end, not only did he not hurt Li Qingyang, he was hit several times by his mountain-splitting palm. Everyone's mouth twitched. The guy called Xiao Ziji was already very good at taking a beating. Why was the second disciple also so good at taking a beating? -5. Chapter 380. Li Qingyang was good at both offense and defense, and he had the strength-increasing talisman. How could the 4th-rank Wuzong win? If his defense was also strong, he could continue to wear him down. But he didn't have the forging room or the experience tower to temper himself. So as long as he was hit, he would definitely be unlucky. Bang! Bang! Li Qingyang used the cloud treading steps and went behind the evil master. He punched out with both fists and pushed him back again. "End the battle quickly," Jun Changshao transmitted. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Li Qingyang took advantage of the opportunity to pursue and attack. Bang bang bang! Mountain-splitting palm and exploding fist were used one after another, directly knocking the evil master off the stage and falling next to Wan Xiuxian. Everyone's mouth twitched. Iron Bone disciples were really fierce. Torturing a third-rank or fourth-rank Wuzong was like playing Sect Master. Suddenly, Jun Changshao heard a voice. "I'm back." Who was back? Yi Xingqian. This guy slipped down the mountain to train first. He was in the mood to kill ferocious beasts when he suddenly received the Drizzle Hall's message. Knowing that 20 evil sects were attacking the sect, he hurried over. Of course, Knight Emperor didn't think it was because he cared about Iron Bone. He just thought that such a carefree place to train must not be destroyed. In short, with Yi Xingqian's personality, he would never admit that he had feelings for Iron Bone. This kind of feeling was slowly built up through cultivation and contact with fellow sect members. Although it was still very weak, it really existed. "You came just in time," Jun Changshao said. "Fight on stage later." As he spoke, he walked up the stage and said, "Please send someone to fight in the 5th round." Elder Zhan's eyes were gloomy. He said, "Is there anyone else willing to fight?" He could see it. This Iron Bone disciple was strong, so he dared to fight 10 rounds. But he didn't believe that he could win 10 rounds in a row without losing one. "This old man will do it." A hunchbacked old man stepped forward. He was the strongest of the 12 Wuzongs, and his cultivation was the highest. He had already reached the peak of Wuzong. The system said, intermediate level peak Wuzong, strength around 260,000 jin. Xingqian. Jun Changshao said, "Let's go." Yi Xingqian, who had just returned and was standing with his fellow disciples, stepped forward and looked at the old man who looked to be around 67 years old with disdain. This person was almost 200 years old, and he was only at the peak of Wuzong. His talent must be average, and it would be difficult for him to break through to martial king in this lifetime. Martial cultivators with ordinary aptitude could reach Wuzong through hard work. However, that was the limit. There was almost no hope for them to become a martial king. Nothing was absolute. Some people might be able to break through with the help of heavenly treasures or some kind of irreplicable opportunity. But there were very few of them. Therefore, in the martial king level, there was basically no ordinary or intermediate level. As long as one could enter it, they had to start from the advanced level. Standing in the middle of the life and death ring, Yi Xingqian said indifferently, "Trash." Everyone's mouth twitched. He dared to say that a peak of Wuzong was trash. This guy seemed to be even more arrogant than the previous 2 disciples. The evil sect master's eyes were cold. He said, "Today, this old man will obliterate you, and let the Iron Bone all commit suicide in front of everyone." "Old man," Yi Xingqian said indifferently, "stop dreaming." Although he said that, he secretly crushed the strength-increasing talisman. Whoosh whoosh. A strong force spread out from his body, shocking him. He was secretly shocked. "It's just a talisman, and it gave me so much power. How terrifying!" It was only twice. If Knight Emperor used 5 times, or even 10 times, he would be shocked to the point of doubting his life. To be honest, if Yi Xingqian had eaten some kind of pill, he could still understand. However, a piece of yellow paper gave him twice the power. It definitely subverted his understanding of martial arts. This must be a talisman from the upper realm that was strengthened by some kind of Dao technique. "Begin," Jun Changshao said. Whoosh. Yi Xingqian, whose strength had increased, could not wait to make the first move. Whoosh whoosh. He used the rupturing fist, and a gust of wind swept up. The strength of his attack directly hit 250,000 pounds. Peak of Wuzong saw this and his expression changed. He instinctively chose to dodge. If it was Li Qingyang or Xiao Ziji, he could definitely dodge. However, he was facing Yi Xingqian, a former martial emperor. Dodge? He hid behind his fist. Bang! Yi Xingqian's fist, which seemed to have no blind spots, directly hit the evil sect master's face. Not only was his head knocked to the side, 2 bloody front teeth flew out. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of punching style of hitting half of the opponent's face with one punch was simply too valiant. Thump thump thump. Peak of Wuzong staggered back. The left side of his face was red and swollen. Swoosh. Yi Xingqian appeared on the other side and used the mountain-splitting palm to hit the other half of his face. 2 moves were over. Peak of Wuzong's face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked very miserable. This was just the beginning. What awaited him was Yi Xingqian's storm-like destruction. Bang, bang, bang. In the life and death arena, Peak of Wuzong was like a spinning top. He was constantly being tortured. In the end, Sect leader Jun could not stand it anymore. He said telepathically, "Don't torture him to death. Quickly get off the arena and end the battle." Yi Xingqian, who wanted to continue, could only punch Peak of Wuzong off the arena. Once again, he felt the double strength brought by the strength-increasing talisman. He could not calm down. This talisman is too magical. Xiao Ziji's recklessness, Li Qingyang's steadiness, and Yi Xingqian's attack just now could be called tyrannical. 3 disciples went out and won 3 rounds. This made all the martial artists realize that the Iron Bone sect was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They could not be underestimated. "Continue fighting," Elder Zhan said in a low voice. Therefore, another evil sect expert took the initiative to fight. Jun Changshao would decide which disciple to fight based on the opponent's strength. In the 6th round, Su Xiaoma used his speed and double strength to kick a mid-stage 8th stage Wuzong around the arena. In the 7th round, a sword cultivator, Zhou Hong, came out. The 2 of them talked for a long time and finished the battle easily with the linear speed technique. In the 8th round, Li Fei came out. His opponent was only a mid-stage 7th stage Wuzong. It was easy for him to defeat him. In the 9th round, Tianqi had an even easier time because his opponent was only a mid-stage 5th stage Wuzong. In just 20 minutes, they fought 4 rounds. All of them were solid and not weak at all. Unbelievable! The disciples of the Iron Bone sect are too strong. Martial masters are fighting Wuzong like it's a game. Are they even human? Many martial artists broke down. However, the martial artists of the Azure Sun County were more worried. They had to win 9 out of 10 rounds of life and death battles. They had to win 9 rounds and not drop the ball in the last round. The evil sect of the Huayang County sent out their last contestant. He was a high-stage 3rd stage Wuzong. His strength was on par with Wan Xiuxian. Jun Changshao also sent out his last disciple. Who? Lu Qianqian. Letting a woman fight the last round? Isn't this too reckless? If they lose, the leader of the Iron Bone sect and his disciples will have to kill themselves. The martial artists of the Azure Sun County broke down when they saw Lu Qianqian walking up the life and death ring. However, only Xie Guangquan, Ai Shangyao, and the others were calm. They had seen Lu Qianqian fight in the Sacred Spring sect and knew that she was a rare ice-type martial artist. Her strength was also very strong and was definitely not weaker than Li Qingyang and Yi Xingqian. It was settled. With the eldest disciple as the finale, winning all 10 rounds was not a problem. Xie Guangquan and Ai Shangyao's tense faces finally showed a smile. 6. Chapter 381. On the Arena of Life and Death. The rank 3 Wuzong was covered in layers of ice and turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. Below the arena, all the cultivators widened their eyes. Oh my God! That female Iron Bone disciple was actually an ice martial cultivator. She was able to freeze her opponent in ice. Ka ka ka. After a while, the ice on Wuzong's body fell off and he fainted from the cold. At this point, the battle was over. Lu Qianqian walked down the arena of life and death without even looking at her opponent. From the start to the end, it took at most 10 seconds. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao said, "You've become much stronger." "I'm still far from being able to compete with the sect master," Lu Qianqian said. She was speaking the truth. After all, if it were her, she definitely wouldn't be able to defeat a rank 2 martial king. Jun Changshao walked up the arena of life and death and looked at Elder Zhan. He clasped his hands and said, "My apologies. My iron bone disciple won 10 matches by luck." Everyone's mouth twitched. After 10 matches, they realized something in common. None of them were evenly matched. The iron bone disciple didn't fall into a passive position either. She either had the upper hand or crushed her opponent. This was simply too terrifying. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. Elder Zhan's face was extremely ugly. They had come with such great momentum, but in the end, they did not win a single one of the 10 battles. Their face had been thrown to their grandmother's house. According to our previous agreement, Jun Changshao said, "Everyone, please return the way you came and mind your own business." Elder Zhan felt even worse. He came to Azure Sun County under the orders of the branch master, but he failed to eliminate the Iron Bone disciple. How was he supposed to report back? Not admit defeat and not compromise? He could do that. It was also in line with the demonic faction's style. However, the Iron Bone disciple wasn't weak either. There was an elder who defeated him, a sect master who defeated Elder Guo, and a group of powerful disciples. If he fought head-on, he would have to pay a heavy price, not to mention whether he could eliminate the Iron Bone disciple or not. What should he do? After hesitating for a while, Elder Zhan clasped his hands and said sullenly, "Farewell." He admitted defeat. "Let's follow the rules of Jianghu." Jun Changshao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he had finally gotten rid of this problem, he could once again take his disciples out to show off and have fun without any worries. The Azure Sun County cultivators also felt a huge weight lifted off their shoulders as they felt even more respect for Sect Master Jun. 20 heretical sects and tens of thousands of heretical cultivators came from Huayang County. It was a deadly situation, but it was turned around and resolved. Elder Zhan did not dare to risk his life to launch an attack on Iron Bone's horn. He could only return the way he came. However, just as he was about to leave, a young man walked out of the forest. It was a man with a fair complexion and a slender figure. He looked like an elegant young master from an aristocratic family. Elder Zhan's expression changed and he exclaimed, "Elder Bai!" Guodi Gang, who was being carried, endured the pain and tried his best to raise his head. When he saw the person's appearance clearly, his eyes were filled with shock, and he hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended to faint. Jun Changshao frowned. This person was about the same age as him, but the aura he emitted was much stronger than Elder Zhan's. Sect Master Jiangye, who looked lazy, had a serious expression as he transmitted his voice. "This person is an expert from the Deicide Hall headquarters. His strength is probably," the system said, "Peak Martial King." Jun Changshao was startled, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. What kind of joke was this? This guy who didn't even look like he was fully grown was a peak martial king? Like a young man strolling in the forest, he suddenly dragged an afterimage and stopped in front of Elder Zhan at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. "Pa," he slapped his face and scolded, "a bunch of trash." A palm print appeared on Elder Zhan's right cheek, and he felt a burning pain as he said, "Elder Bai, please calm down." His voice was trembling, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead and back. Elder Bai flicked his black hair and said, "The division leader was worried that there would be a change in the situation, so he sent me over to supervise. As expected, he guessed right." Elder Bai, Elder Zhan said in fear, "This iron bone is very strong. I am worried that if I use force it will cause a lot of damage." He was also an elder, but only a branch elder. The young man in front of him was an elder of the headquarters. In terms of rank, he was much higher than him. "So," Elder Bai said indifferently, "is this the reason why you cowered?" His sharp eyes stared at Elder Zhan, causing him to be extremely afraid, and his legs began to tremble. The 20 upper echelons of the evil sects behind him were also uneasy. They had already seen the golden token on the young man's waist with the words deicide engraved on it. They realized that he was definitely an expert from the Deicide Hall's headquarters. The martial artists of Qingyang County didn't know. But when they saw a martial king keeping quiet in front of him, they guessed that the other party's status must be high, and his strength must not be weak. This is troublesome. Xie Guangquan and Ai Shang, who had just relaxed, frowned again. As expected, Elder Bai raised his head and looked at Jun Changshao on the life and death arena. He smiled faintly and said, "Today, Iron Bone must be removed from the Jianghu." His voice was gentle and unquestionable. All the martial artists had the same thought. This person would definitely do what he said. "How strong is this guy?" Jun Changshao said. The middle-grade strength increased talisman still had about 30 minutes left. If the other party insisted on coming, at most, he would take out the green dragon crescent blade and fight with him. The system said, an extreme peak martial king, not including martial skills, is at least 3 million Jin. F***ck. Sect leader Jun cursed in his heart. He was only 5 million with the 10 times strength increase talisman. There was a difference of 2 million Jin between him and the other party. Even if he activated the special effect of the green dragon crescent blade, he definitely wouldn't be able to win. It wasn't easy to deal with this group of evil sect martial cultivators, but in the end, a peak martial king appeared. Was he destined to bring his disciples to hide in the sect protection array? "Friend," Jun Changshao said, "we have an agreement. Out of 10 battles, my Iron Bone will win 10 battles. From now on, we won't interfere with each other." It would be best if he could rely on words to resolve it. Elder Bai smiled and said, "That's your agreement with the trash, not with me." The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. "Damn it, do you want to force me to use my unstoppable blade?" No. When the green dragon crescent blade's special effect was activated, it was mistaken for a divine weapon with a spirit. If he pulled out the 40-meter-long blade, even if he could deal with this peak martial king, it would definitely cause more trouble if word got out. He couldn't win, so he could only enter the sect protection array. "Disciples, listen up." Sect leader Jun hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the group. "Everyone, return to the sect. A wise man knows when to retreat. I can't afford to offend him, but I can't hide." Swish, swish, swish. The Iron Bone disciples obeyed the sect leader's orders and hurriedly used the cloud treading steps to ascend the mountain. Seeing this, Elder Bai smiled faintly. He didn't chase after them. Instead, he locked his consciousness on Jun Changshao and said indifferently, "Do you believe that as long as you take a step, I will destroy your soul? Is that so?" Jun Changshao sneered. Although he couldn't beat a peak martial king, he couldn't lose his momentum. After all, he was the sect leader. Soon, all the disciples retreated. Only Jiang Ye was left in the life and death arena. No, there was one more person, and that was the medicine hall master, Elder Wei. "Elder Wei." Jun Changshao hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "Please return to the sect quickly." Elder Wei got up and left. However, he didn't return to the sect. Instead, he walked forward and stood in front of the sect leader. His originally bent body straightened. Jun Changshao's expression froze. Elder Wei's turbid eyes gradually became sharp. He said in a deep voice, "This is the territory of the Iron Bone sect. It's not the place for an inexperienced junior to behave atrociously." Update 7. Today, I've been writing and publishing, so, for tomorrow's update at midnight, there might only be one update. The remaining 2 updates would be pushed to the day. Thank you for the rewards of the 9 heavens. Please recommend me. Please vote.